Tabling of documents. Okay. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver, Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today to introduce an important bill to Parliament. This legislation would amend the Financial Administration Act to require gender parity on the boards of directors of Crown corporations and agencies. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe for seconding this bill and for her tireless advocacy for gender equality. Today in Canada, women make up only 27% of federal appointments to Crown Corporation boards. Only 18% of director seats are held by women across all corporate boards in Canada, and 61% of boards are composed entirely of men. This is unacceptable and must change. By adopting this legislation, the federal government can lead by example and take concrete action to advance gender equality in Canada. For systemic change to occur, we must change the system, Mr. Speaker. I hope all parliamentarians will support this important and overdue initiative.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion.
Ce projet de loi.
The motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. There we go. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for West River, Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Speaker, and as I like to call it, the Promised Land. Today I have the privilege of presenting 5 petitions. The first petition that I am presenting here is looking for additional safeguards around the euthanasia legislation. It looks like the government is pursuing with reckless abandon the expansion of euthanasia across the country. These people are concerned about rather than pursuing assisted dying, they would like us to have pursue assisted living, particularly around COVID. The plight of our elderly has been definitely highlighted, and so these petitioners are calling for the government to pursue stronger safeguards around euthanasia. Mr. Speaker, the second petition I'm presenting today was signed by 1,600 citizens of Canada, calling on the Government of Canada to move quickly to restore funding to organizations that help folks that have been caught up in human trafficking or sex trafficking. Earlier in the year, 9 organizations their funding was cut by the federal government. NGOs like the London Women's Abuse Centre lost their funding that support survivors of sex trafficking, and the government failed to renew their funding this spring in the middle of the pandemic. Due to public pressure, some of these NGOs got their funding back, and this petition is calling for the funding for all of the 9 NGOs to be restored. That's the second petition. The third petition, Mr. Speaker, is for the House of Commons to quickly pass the bill from my colleague from Saskatchewan, who, just trying to remember the name of the riding right now, it's not coming to me, I might get back to it there. She has a bill here calling for the condemnation of sex-selective abortion. These people that have signed this petition, they're calling for the Parliament of Canada to quickly pass this bill, and that is Yorkton Melville. Yorkton Melville, our member from Yorkton Melville. She's doing great work on that one.
I'm a giver.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you from my colleague from Moose Jaw, Lanigan.
Lake Center, Lanigan.
Something like that. Sorry. The fourth petition that I've got here today is signed by Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the Order in Council banning firearms across the country. They're calling on the government to reverse this Order in Council made on May 1st and propose measures that will effectively address illegal firearm use in the country while respecting the rights of law-abiding citizens. They're calling for the government to enact substantial changes to Canada's firearms laws so that the government and the RCMP don't make unilateral decisions. And finally, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for your indulgence today, I have one petition calling on the government to recognize the genocide that is being perpetrated against the Uyghurs in China. We've probably all seen the photographs of the BBC report of the cattle cars and the masked prisoners being loaded on the cattle cars being brought to concentration camps. We have said over and over in this place, never again, and it appears on our watch it is happening again. And therefore, we are calling the government to recognize the genocide and use the Magnitsky Act in any way possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Presenting petitions, I want to remind the honourable members to be as succinct as possible. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to present a petition. There are a number of citizens across this country or Canadians who are very concerned about the Uyghur situation in China and are looking for Magnitsky sanctions amongst other mechanisms to, again, deal with this horrific issue. Thanks.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park Fort, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not to be outdone by my friend from Peace River Westlock, I also have 5 petitions. We're in a race to see who can have the most children and also apparently who can table the most petitions. So the first petition is with respect to illegal firearms in Canada. Petitioners are concerned about the import and use of illegal firearms, and they think the government is failing to focus on this problem by instead banning legal guns and going after responsible firearms owners. Petitioners want the government to reverse the Order in Council banning certain firearms imposed on May 1st and instead to propose effective measures for dealing with illegal guns, often smuggled into Canada, to actually focus on the real cause of gun crime. The second petition is with respect to Bill C-7. Petitioners are concerned that the government is removing vital safeguards that only a few short years ago the government said were very much essential. Petitioners want the government to reconsider their decision to remove the mandatory 10-day reflection period and also to reconsider their proposal in C-7 to remove the requirements for independent witnesses. The third petition brings attention to the human rights challenges, the persecution faced by Afghanistan's Sikh and Hindu minority, and it calls for action from the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. It calls for him to create a special program to help persecuted minorities in Afghanistan be able to be directly sponsored by the community here in Canada. And I note this petition has the support of a letter signed by members of the Conservative, the NDP, and the Green Party caucus. The fourth petition is about Bill S-204, private member's bill in the Senate proposed by Senator Salma Tulajan that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ in a case where there has not been consent for that organ to be given. And petitioners are very much in support of Bill S-204. They want to see it passed quickly. The fifth and final petition highlights the absolutely horrific situation facing Uyghur Muslims in China, the persecution they're facing at the hands of the Chinese Communist Party. And it calls on this government to have the courage to match action with words and apply Magnitsky sanctions against those responsible for these modern-day concentration camps. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Before we continue, I want to remind the honourable members to bring their petitions to the table themselves. And when moving around the chamber, please remember to put on your masks. We don't want to endanger anyone's lives in the chamber. The honourable member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this time, of course, to introduce a very important petition, one that I agree with substantially. And it concerns our children in the midst of COVID-19 and considering the arts in particular. So dance, drama, and the visual arts. Very important for our children, especially now with so many children out that we're out of throughout the summer out of school, of course, and even now it's hard for them to get back into the arts. But for physical activity, of course, for social interaction, arts and education, dance, drama, and the visual arts, of course, very important. Which brings me to the petition that I want to introduce, which is good for owner-operators of academies and studios, and it provides financial assistance to parents who want it to be more accessible for our kids to partake in the arts. So here is the petition precisely. The undersigned citizens of Canada call upon the Government of Canada to classify children's arts, dance, drama, and visual arts in the same educational category as music and provide HST, GST exempt status retroactive to January 1st, 2019. And a great proposal for getting our kids back into the arts so that they can flourish. I want to particularly thank Denise Vokey of St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, and also Lee Newman and Tom Carter of the Stouffville Academy of Music and Dance for bringing this to my attention. Thank you so much. And we look forward to the government response.
Very good. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today in the House on behalf of constituents from across Canada who are raising the issue with regards to the Uyghur Muslim minority in China who are currently being persecuted at the hands of their own communist government. Mr. Speaker, these individuals who have signed this petition are asking that the Government of Canada take action on behalf of this vulnerable people group.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's an honor to present a petition. It's been signed some time ago, so events have moved, but it's still relevant. It's petition ID 10619-710, previously certified, in the matter of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, the Government of Canada's decision to buy it from Kinder Morgan, the amount of money the petitioners believe was wasted in buying it, and a plea to the government as most of the $13 billion of additional costs has not yet been expended to halt financial support to the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Charles St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted actually to rise to present my very first petition in this place. It is also about the persecution of the Uyghurs. And the petition says in part that it's clear that the UN conventions around the prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide have been breached. Canada cannot remain silent in the face of this ongoing atrocity, and it formally requests that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and to use the Magnitsky Act in this case. I just want to say, as it is my first time, Mr. Speaker, standing up, that I was reminded of one of my favorite writer's quotes when I was reading this petition, and I will be brief, but he said, Elie Wiesel said, the writer and Holocaust survivor, "We must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too have a petition on behalf of Canadians calling on this House to formally recognize the genocide and atrocities against the Uyghur population and Muslim minorities in China, and for us to take the appropriate action via sanctions. As someone who is deployed to countries where genocide has occurred, we need to stand up against this now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
The Uyghurs and the genocide that is happening against them. Just as many of my colleagues have stated, this is an issue that many Canadians are standing strong on, that we should be against this genocide and putting forward the Magnitsky Act. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate that. I wish to join my colleagues in presenting this petition signed by Canadians from all across this great country, calling upon the Communist Party of China to stop their horrific human rights abuses against the Uyghurs, and also asking the Parliament of Canada and the Government of Canada to impose sanctions on those responsible. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too have a petition here regarding the issue in China, which brings attention to the Uyghur Muslims and the ongoing campaign of the Uyghur birth suppression by the Chinese Communist Party, which includes methods such as forced sterilization and abortion. It is estimated up to 3 million Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities have been detained in what have been described as concentration camps. So we would like to use the Magnitsky Act and sanctions to those that are responsible for these heinous crimes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just finished. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table this petition with 98 signatories who call on Parliament to pass a criminal code prohibition on sex-selective abortions. They are drawing attention to the House of Commons that sex-selective abortions are legally permitted in Canada. I believe a broad consensus exists among Canadians to end this abhorrent practice. As parliamentarians, we too must be clear on this. I hope this consensus will be respected and reflected in this House of Commons. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Yes, we have a point of order. The Honourable Member for...
I apologize for interrupting routine proceedings, Mr. Speaker, but I think it might be appropriate at this time for you to remind members that when presenting petitions, as my friend and colleague from Coast Bay Central, Notre Dame did, they are merely to present the petition and not express their own personal views. As our colleague from Newfoundland did, he expressed his views that he was in support of the petition that he presented. And, Mr. Speaker, I think it would be well advised for you to remind members that that is against the normal procedures of this House.
I think that was very well put. I want to remind all the members that when presenting the petitions, they're presenting the petition, not giving their opinion on that. So thank you for bringing that up. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune, reprise du débat sur les...
Resuming debate on Bill C3, an act to amend the Criminal Code.
Port Saskatchewan has 5 minutes left in his speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought I had 19 minutes left, actually, so maybe you can... No, I'm just joking. Don't worry. I'm just kidding. Mr. Speaker, maybe by unanimous consent, the Parliament Secretary will allow me more time.
Denied.
Mr. Speaker, the bulk of my remarks were shared yesterday, in which I spoke about the importance of Bill C3, a bill which would introduce effectively mandatory training with respect to sexual assault for people becoming judges, and also require them to provide written arguments in those cases. And I won't repeat all of those arguments. I wanted to spend my remaining time today just responding to some of the things that other members had said over the course of this debate. But maybe just to remake one specific point that I made yesterday, which I think is important, is that when it comes to mandating training, we need to appreciate the benefits that come with training, but also the limitations that come with training. That is, training doesn't replace the importance of kind of developing character and empathy. As C.S. Lewis once said, and I quoted him yesterday, he said, "Education without values, as useful as it is, seems rather to make man a more clever devil." So we recognize the value in terms of education and training, but also at the same time the importance of doing more. And this bill is particularly important and timely now. I was just reading a great column in the National Post by a friend of mine, Catherine Marshall, who spoke about how there's really been an increase in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic of instances of domestic violence. And while other instances of violent crime have been declining, we've seen an increase in reported instances of sexual violence, domestic violence. And it really calls on us to respond. Now, unfortunately, in the course of this debate, most of what we've heard from the Liberal side isn't actually arguments about the issue, about the bill. They're more interested in sort of debating the debate. And they're advancing this argument that, well, we really shouldn't be talking about this given that there's a general consensus on moving this bill forward, that we should just let debate collapse and have as limited discussion as possible. So I wanted to make sort of 5 specific points in response to that rather bad argumentation from the Liberal side. First of all, I think it's important to point out that the government controls the scheduling of debate. That it's up to the government if this bill is a priority, and we think it should be a priority. It's up to them to schedule the debate to occur as urgently as possible. And they could have scheduled this debate on Monday, on Tuesday of this week. They've had earlier opportunities to schedule the debate. They chose to wait until Wednesday to schedule the first day of debate. So we want to see this bill move forward, but it's up to the government then, who controls the vast majority of the structure of the debate, to schedule the debate in a way that allows the bill to move forward while still giving members the opportunity to speak to it. The second point that I think we need to underline is that the debate is important, that points come to light about this issue through the debate, that maybe identify ways in which we could refine and strengthen the bill, but also other areas that require our action. We've talked, for example, about the way in which young boys seeing violent sexual images online can contribute to sexualization and an increase in rape culture, and the need maybe for the government to move on meaningful age verification. That is another issue that comes out of the debate and that demonstrates why this debate is important. The third point I want to make is that, unfortunately, because of the government's allergy to committee work, they haven't yet struck the committee that would actually be studying this bill. Despite our efforts to have committees struck right away, they put in place mechanisms to delay the striking of committees. The Justice Committee hasn't even met yet. So, frankly, by having more debate and more discussion in this place, the bill is not in any way being slowed down, because what is required for the bill to move forward is the Justice Committee to be struck, which, thanks to the government not wanting committees to be struck early, is not yet meeting. Fourthly, I want to just observe that this government shut down Parliament. They prorogued Parliament, which created the necessity for this bill to be started all over again. And there were many issues which we could have been debating in the summer. Of course, we could have been having the studies of the WE scandal, the study at the Public Safety Committee on systemic racism going on, as well as this bill continuing to be discussed and move forward. But they made the choice to shut down the debate on this. And finally, recognizing the urgency of action, I would call on the government to, in the meantime, before this legislation is passed, to act by policy. They could put in place a policy whereby they would say, we will not appoint people who have not been through this training. In other words, as important as this bill is, many of the things that would be achieved through this bill could also be done in the short term by policy. And as far as I know, the government hasn't enacted the policy to do that yet. So, recognizing these points, I think the government's sort of desire to debate the debate as opposed to actually talk about the issue is, I think, missing the mark. I think this is a good opportunity for us to be talking about an important issue, and we want to see this bill move forward, but this requires the government to take some action in terms of allowing the Justice Committee to be struck, not proroguing Parliament, scheduling the debate when it would occur. All of those things would allow us to move forward with this issue and move this bill forward more quickly. Thank you.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The government has demonstrated just how important the legislation is when we introduced it on Friday, even ahead of the throne speech. That would be last Friday. We also have other important legislation dealing with truth and reconciliation, Bill C-5. We also have assisted dying legislation, good, substantial pieces of legislation that I know opposition members would also like to debate. And just based in terms of the comments coming from the Conservative Party, I'm wondering, would the member not agree, given the sensitivity of the topic and the importance of the issue, maybe this might even be a good day, a good opportunity for the official opposition to use it as one of their opposition day motions. Because if they feel so passionate about the issue as wanting to see that debate to take place, would the member not support having a wider spectrum of debate on this very important issue and using it as a day of opposition?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it comes to the selection of topics for opposition days, I can only say it's often difficult to decide because it is a target-rich environment, Madam Speaker. There are many challenges that are facing this country. We could be talking about the pandemic, about the way in which Canadians can't have a hard time having confidence in the government because of all these ethical scandals, the way in which they've used the pandemic to try and funnel money to and enrich organizations that they have close personal connections to, as well as issues around sexual assault, as well as issues around foreign affairs and crises we see around the world. There are many issues that we could be talking about. But one thing is clear: when the government puts forward a bill that is going to change Canadian law, it's our job as legislators, as lawmakers, to debate it. And I don't believe the role, as some members of the government think that the role of parliamentarians is just to be sort of public relations ambassadors for the government. I don't believe that. I believe our primary vocation in this place is to be lawmakers. That is to study and debate and pass law. And that requires a level of engagement and seriousness in every case.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Through you to the member, I'm wondering when we're talking about debating the debate, if he'd like to comment on the member from Winnipeg North in February of 2014 when he accused the Harper government of being somewhat shameful for not fully debating issues. I wonder if the member would like to comment on that.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know the Parliament Secretary across the way has many words to share in this place, and at times he may need to come back and eat them. And he's accusing me of being a bit hypocritical in laying this allegation. At least I'm consistent, Madam Speaker. The things I say, at least the things I was saying in 2014, are the same, more or less, as the things that I'm saying now. And the member is right to point out that I know this Parliament Secretary in particular. And many members of the Liberal caucus who railed against all sorts of tactics like prorogation when they are in opposition have been happy to not only use those same tactics in government, but to push them so much further than they were ever used in the Harper era. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
Questions and comments. Now, remember for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm a little bit disappointed by my colleague's speech. Usually he's got more content in his speeches. I'm trying to understand what the Conservative Party is trying to do here today. I find that his position is especially hypocritical. He claims that he wants this bill to be adopted as quickly as possible, but this week, when a member of Parliament tabled a motion to try to get this bill passed more quickly, the Conservative Party was against it. I mean, what are we doing here today, Madam Speaker? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
I never thought I would see the day that this usually strong and vocal member of the NDP would just be repeating the government lines on so many issues. We see it's unfortunate to see the NDP come to this, supporting the government, shutting down the investigation to different things, closing down Parliament in the spring session. But Madam Speaker, when it comes to the content of moving this debate forward, I don't know if the member was here to listen to the speech I gave yesterday. The majority of my speech, I spoke in great detail about this bill and the issues it raises. And as I said, I think the debate is important. I think, again, I don't want to refer to the presence or absence of the member yesterday, but maybe he had an opportunity to hear the speeches that were given. I think many very thoughtful and substantive speeches that were helping to elucidate important aspects of this debate, and I think that's the conversation we need to be having.
The commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Sherwood Park for his intervention, point out that the appointments that we are making to the Superior Court benches are already diverse and people are already being compelled to undertake to do this type of education. But I will admit some level of incredulity in terms of what I've just heard, because first of all, when this bill was in the last parliamentary session, it was senators of the Conservative Party that blocked the bill in the Senate, much to the chagrin of Rona Ambrose, the leader that member just served under. And secondly, when the opportunity arose last Friday to get this by unanimous consent to the committee, that motion was blocked by the member for St. Albert Edmonton. So if we can take at face value what the member is saying about the importance in this bill, then perhaps, since it was started by a Conservative, we could reach all party support and get it there expeditiously. Does the member have a comment?
The honourable member of Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm obviously keen on seeing this bill move forward, as I said. But as I made clear in my remarks, and I hope the member was taking advantage of the opportunity to listen to them, was that it's up to the government to schedule the debate. The government schedules the days on which the debate happens, and we debate the bill, as is our responsibility as lawmakers. And, you know, it's a little bit disappointing in that I was hoping I would get questions on some of the substantive arguments I made as well, with respect to maybe the limitations and the nature and how we structure training in a way to be effective. And it's clear again that the government only wants to talk about process, and I think it's important to take the time to respond to those process arguments. But their only interest is in talking about the process piece. Look, we have a job here as lawmakers, which is to debate important legislation. And look, this could already be done if they hadn't prorogued, Madam Speaker. They made the choice to prorogue Parliament. So they prorogue Parliament, and then they say we have to rush everything afterwards, presumably because they want to shut down Parliament again, Madam Speaker. And that's not something we want to see happen.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, what I've noticed since the beginning of these questions and comments, it's only been questions about the debate on the debate. I want to give the member the opportunity to talk about the content. I think it's important. Does he believe the bill need to be amended, or is it fine the way it is now? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to work with my colleague on the subcommittee on human rights. I know that he works very hard on these topics. Madam Speaker, regarding this bill, I think it's important to have the discussion. That is it an opportunity to improve certain clauses? Well, I think the study that will be done in committee is important. We also talked about the issue of parole and the parole board. Would it be useful to ask or to ensure that the same training be provided for parole officers?
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Madam Speaker, since the member opposite wants to get into specifics, this bill previously under the last Parliament actually already went through the House, had debate, went through committee, went to the Senate. So I'm curious, what is it about this particular bill that member and the Conservative members feels need to go through the process a second time, need to go through the committee again, need to go to the Senate again? What is so outrageous about ensuring training for justices that the member opposite wants to have this process go on and on and on?
A brief answer from the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, let me just be very clear, and if the member was listening, she would know this from my remarks, that I am strongly supportive of this bill, and in fact, promoting training around issues of sexual violence is something that I was involved in as a board member of a local organization in my riding that does this kind of training before I was elected. And this was a bill that was initially put forward by the former leader of the Conservative Party. This is something that we support, and that's why I think the conversation is important. I will just point out, though, as a small factual correction, that I don't believe there was actually study in a House of Commons committee on this in the last Parliament.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member of Pickering-Uxbridge. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to contribute to today's second debate of Bill C-3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code, which aims at ensuring all newly appointed provincial Superior Court judges participate in continuing education in sexual assault law and social context. It would further require the Canadian Judicial Council to report the participation of all sitting Superior Court judges in sexual assault law education. Finally, the bill would also require judges to provide reasons in writing or on the record for decisions in sexual assault matters. I'd like to focus my remarks today on the challenges the criminal justice system is facing in responding to sexual assault in Canada. Further, I'd like to discuss how Bill C-3 aims to address these issues by building on other recent measures that our government has undertaken. Sexual assault is a gendered crime, women are almost 4 times more likely to be sexually assaulted than men. Statistics Canada has reported that 30% of women in Canada, compared to 8% of men, have been sexually assaulted at least once since the age of 15. That is 4.7 million women and 1.2 million men who've been victims of sexual assault. It is estimated that only 5% of sexual assaults are reported to police. In 2017, only 32% of sexual assault charges proceeded to trial, and only 41% resulted in a conviction. In other words, less than 2% of sexual assaults in Canada resulted in a conviction in 2017. I'd like to note that the number is likely much lower. In 2018, it was estimated that only 35% of reported sexual assault cases resulted in charges being laid. If we apply this number to the 2017 data, the result is that only 0.23% of sexual assaults in Canada result in a conviction. The data paints a bleak big picture and illustrates the challenges that our criminal justice system is facing in responding to sexual assaults. In recent years, this government has made important changes to sexual assault law. These reforms have aimed at enhancing the equality, privacy, and security rights of complainants by countering the myths and stereotypes that have persisted in our criminal justice system, while also balancing the rights of the accused consistent with relevant Supreme Court of Canada jurisprudence. These myths include deeply rooted beliefs about how real victims react to sexual assault and myths about the reliability of women's testimony when they make sexual assault complaints. In June 2017, our government launched its action plan to combat gender-based violence called It's Time, Canada's strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence. This coordinated, multi-sectoral strategy is based on 3 pillars: prevention, support for survivors and their families, and promotion of responsive legal and justice systems. The government has invested substantial sums to support the implementation of this government-wide initiative, which aims to combat gender-based violence, coordinate existing programs, and lay the foundations for a broader package of measures. Additionally, through former Bill C-51, an act to amend the Criminal Code and Department of Justice Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act, which received royal assent in December 2018, we amended the Criminal Code to clarify and strengthen Canada's sexual assault laws. For instance, these reforms clarified that an unconscious person is incapable of consenting to sexual activity. An accused cannot rely on the defense of mistaken belief in consent if there's no evidence that the complainant voluntarily and affirmatively expressed consent. Sexual history evidence must never be adduced to infer one of the quote-unquote twin myths, namely that due to the sexual nature of that evidence, the complainant is more likely to have consented or less worthy of belief. And the admissibility of the complainant's private records that are in the possession of the accused, such as counseling records or private journals, is determined through a special procedure similar to which applies to the admissibility of sexual history evidence and the production of third-party records. In addition, our government has funded the creation of pilot programs in various provinces to provide independent legal advice and, in some cases, legal representation to survivors of sexual assault. The provinces of Newfoundland and Labrador, Saskatchewan, Nova Scotia, Ontario, and the Yukon Territory reported that these programs have been beneficial to survivors of sexual assault. Our government has also provided funding to the National Judicial Institute to develop judicial education on gender-based violence, including sexual assault. Finally, through former Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts to make consequential amendments to the other acts, which received royal assent in June 2019, we restricted the availability of preliminary inquiries to offences punishable by 14 years or more imprisonment. This means that preliminary inquiries are no longer available for many sexual assault offences, so many complainants will not have to testify twice, once at the preliminary inquiry and again at trial. We know that testifying in court is often a harrowing experience because it requires the victim to relive the trauma she has experienced. As such, the criminal justice system has become more compassionate for survivors of sexual assault. Although we have made significant progress in recent years, we must continue our efforts to ensure that survivors of sexual assault are treated with respect and dignity in their interactions with the criminal justice system. It is imperative that judges have the necessary training regarding the complex nature of sexual assault law and the myths that too often surround it. Bill C-3 aims to ensure that decisions in sexual assault matters are not influenced by myths and stereotypes about sexual assault victims and how they behave, which the Supreme Court of Canada has found distort the truth-seeking function of the court. Through this bill, we hope to enhance the confidence of the public and survivors in the handling of sexual assault matters by our criminal justice system. This is why the bill would require all candidates seeking appointment to a provincial superior court to agree to participate in continuing education in sexual assault law and social context, and to require judges to provide reasons in writing or on the record for decisions in sexual assault matters. The proposal in Bill C-3 to require candidates to commit to continuing education after appointment would ensure that newly appointed provincial superior court judges fully understand the complex nature of sexual assault law. It would also require that the training created by the Canadian Judicial Council be developed in consultation with survivors of sexual assault and their support groups, and with other individuals or groups that the Council considers appropriate. The bill also provides for the introduction of a requirement that the Canadian Judicial Council report on the participation of all current Superior Court judges in sexual assault law education. This measure would increase accountability for sexual assault law education and act as an incentive to encourage the participation of current Superior Court judges in sexual assault law education. Bill C-3's specific proposal to require judges to provide reasons in the determination of sexual assault matters would be included in Part 8 of the Criminal Code with other sexual assault provisions to ensure that provisions relating to sexual offending are clear and accessible to those applying them. Essentially, this will create a sort of mini sexual assault code within the criminal code and will help to prevent the misapplication of sexual assault law. Further, it would help improve the transparency of sexual assault decisions because recorded and written decisions can be reviewed. Improving the handling of sexual assault cases in our criminal justice system goes beyond partisan politics. This bill, originally a private member's bill introduced by the Honourable Rona Ambrose, the former interim leader of the Conservative Party, will help to increase the confidence of sexual assault survivors and the public in our criminal justice system. We must work together to transform the criminal justice system into a fair, more effective, accessible, and efficient system for all Canadians. I urge members of the House to support the passage of this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for speaking to the substance of the bill. I think it was valuable to have that contribution. It gives me an opportunity to ask some specific questions about the substance of the bill. So 2 questions I'd like to hear the members' thoughts on. First of all, he spoke about judges making a commitment to this training and then that participation in this training will be tracked. Could he speak, though, to a case in which a judge commits to and then does not follow through with that commitment once on the bench? Is there any mechanism in this legislation to respond if a judge, after making that commitment, just fails to follow through? And then the second question I want to ask is there specific evidence about the impact of training? So is there evidence that people, once they receive this training, will act in a different way than they did prior to the training, and about what kinds of training are most effective? Thank you.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you to my colleague and good friend from Sherwood Park. I would like to say that firstly, I think the fact of whether there's repercussions for judges that do not act in accordance to those training is not in this act, but I think there's other judicial mechanisms in their review and the Chief Justices who have that ability to take such actions. And it's a very cumbersome process, but I understand understand there is, but that is something that would probably have to be modified in a much broader case. As to the second, yes, there's evidence. I think the provinces that have already taken funding have made initiatives on their provincial court benches, have seen the difference and have seen that compassion and that understanding of sexual assault law and the victims, and the results have been much better than I've previously seen.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. It might be.
So I thank the member from Surrey Centre for his comments, and I want to offer a clarification and then ask him a question. The clarification was that the study of this bill included speeches earlier this year in its previous iteration prior to prorogation, and 2 committee meetings that were held where extensive witness testimony was heard on this bill as it then was. That's in response to something that came up in the last set of debates. In terms of the member from Surrey Centre, I want to delve into his background as a lawyer, also as a racialized member of this legislature and of the bar, and as a Sikh Canadian. This bill contemplates not just training on sexual assault law, but also on social context, on unpacking who comes before the court and making sure that the court environment is more hospitable and welcoming and open and inclusive for such individuals. Does the member from Surrey Centre believe that this is an important step forward, given the movement that is taking place around this country and around the continent towards combating systemic racism?
Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you to my colleague and the Parliamentary Secretary to Justice. Absolutely. First of all, yes, this bill has been debated. It's been dealt with in committee. It was stalled in the Senate. Surprising to many of us in the government side to see something that was initiated by one of their own members and their interim leader to be stalled and delayed rather than have swift passage. And I'd like to remind other members that those are caucus members of theirs that stalled that process in the Senate and under their leader. So that could have been expedited. As to the case of more social broadness and understanding of diversity in this country and people of different backgrounds, absolutely. As we recall, initially the benches were generally for white older men. That diversity has been changing over the years, and there's still a lot of work to be done to make more people that come before the bench feel comfortable that it is a bench of their peers. And I think that work is in this bill, even though I addressed it more in the context of the sexual assault law.
Very brief question. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, my honourable colleague, for his speech. I too am a member of the bar, albeit non-practicing Alberta. And my question is, and by the way, I very much support this bill. The opportunity to educate judges in this area I think is very important. My question is would the federal government agree to undertake initiatives to work with provinces to actually make sure that law school curricula is expanded so we can start to educate lawyers as they're being trained about these very important issues of context and institutional racism and sexism, so that they can adopt these values as they practice, because of course eventually it's lawyers who will be put on the bench, and we don't have to wait until they become judges before they get this very important training.
Answer from the member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you to the member from Vancouver Kingsway, and it's an absolutely important issue. I believe law societies, including the Law Society of British Columbia, has created initiatives, though it may not be mandatory. It may be part of the CPD requirements annually for it to maintain your license at the bar. But these type of initiatives must be encouraged and be broad-based across the country.
Reprise de débat. The honour.
Resuming debate.
Uxbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise in support of this legislation, and I'm glad to be here speaking in support of this. And I hope that in this Parliament that it won't be blocked again in the Senate, and that we can finally implement this very important legislation. C3 is important because it ensures that provincial superior court justices are trained in sexual assault law and in practice in terms of getting rid of the myths that exist in our society around sexual assault, in particularly around women, but this certainly impacts men, the LGBTQ2I community, and ensuring that our legal systems are safe places for victims to share their experiences and these predators are held accountable to ensure that future victims or these victimizations of people can be avoided. I've been listening to this debate, and I think a number of us have spoken about the statistics. And I mean, I think most members in this House do so because the statistics are pretty stark. When you think about 30% of women in Canada and 8% of men have been sexually assaulted at least once since the age of 15. What kind of society are we living in that this is okay? And then when you compare that to the conviction rate of being something like 2%, how can we allow women and boys and people in our society to be victimized, to be assaulted since the time they're 15 and have a 2% conviction rate? If this was any other crime, there would be mass outrage in this country about how this is even possible. And I suspect that that conviction rate is even lower because of how underreported sexual assaults and assaults, sexually based assaults, are so underreported in this country and around the world, mainly because of these low conviction rates, mainly because of the re-victimization of victims in the justice system, of them having to defend what happened to them, how they are not at fault for what happened to them. So when you see these statistics, I would argue that they don't even really paint the full picture. As a young woman, I certainly know too many stories of other women being victimized and how often it is just ignored or accepted because it's not worth sharing your stories, bringing your family into it, having others hear about what happened to you. The shame is put on victims instead of the assailants, which is where it should be. So in addition, why this training is so important and why these conviction rates need to be dramatically increased, I want to share some of the comments that justices in Canada as well as the US have said in sexual assault cases and why this training and getting rid of these myths need to happen as quickly as possible. Here are some quotes from some cases. Quote, that was said about victims, quote, "If you hadn't been there, this wouldn't have happened." Another one, quote, "The victim wasn't quite the victim she claimed to be." Another one, "Why couldn't you just keep your knees together?" Another one, quote, "The victim was probably as much in control of the situation as the assailant." Another one, quote, "The body can shut right down." And one more, quote, "It's open season for intoxicated women." These are justices making comments in cases that they're supposed to be adjudicating. These myths continue to victimize women, continue to keep sexual assault of all genders in the shadows, and more dangerously, allow perpetrators to go on and continue victimizing more people and placing fear in those who they've already victimized. Madam Speaker, the issue of human trafficking is a huge issue in this country and around the world. And I've often heard from survivors who have, when they've actually gotten out or brought forward the experience they've gone through, and when the process goes to the courts, there is very little protections in terms of being re-victimized, questioned, why they were there, how they got into this situation. And the defendants in a lot of these cases are still able to contact these victims, are still able to pressure them. And so many actually don't bother moving forward. And again, they have to relive the stories and the assault and the trauma that they've gone through in this public way. And it is, again, re-victimizing. So this bill also talks about making changes to the court process that was brought up in the earlier Q&A part of this debate. And so I'm very pleased to see that. Madam Speaker, it's also important that part of this bill is not only just for the training, but it is for the written decisions that will be on the record. And why this is important is that there needs to be almost some public naming and shaming of decisions that are based on old stereotypes and myths, and ensure that we have a judicial process in this country that is actually protecting victims and not putting victims on trial, which we have seen when it comes to sexual assault far too often. This notion about, a big myth in sexual assault cases is this notion about who the real victim is. There are very few other areas of law or criminality where the victim becomes questioned. In many cases for women, like some of the quotes I read earlier, why was she there? Why did she drink too much? Why couldn't she just stop it? Maybe she shouldn't be out so late. But Madam Speaker, in this country, it is not a crime to be able to wear what you want to wear or be where you want to be, and somehow you as a woman have to protect yourself from sexual assault. No, we need to be protected from predators. Victims need to be protected from sexual assault. This should be a basic principle in our country, and our judiciary should respect that, should understand that, and should not put the lives of sexual assault victims on trial. The only ones who should be on trial are those accused, and they have every right to put up a defense if they are wrongly accused. However, it is not the victim who has to prove that she didn't deserve sexual assault or didn't have it coming, which is often attributed to sexual assault victims. Madam Speaker, Bill C-51, as my colleague also brought up in the last round of debate, some of the important changes to amend the criminal code. Some of these include, which have been spoken about in this House, but I think it's really important to raise, things like an unconscious person is incapable of consenting to sexual activity. Now, this might seem like a basic legal principle, but you wouldn't have validate a contract that was signed by an unconscious person. Yet there was a time in this country that it was an individual could agree or give consent to sexual activity. And so I think that it is incredibly important that there are other changes as well that we've made in criminal law, but it's why these changes in law and why continual training is so important, so that justices and our judiciary can be kept up to date on the most current laws in this country, can ensure that these myths and stereotypes are not repeated and formalized in law, and that victims can stop being re-victimized and people feel safe to come forward, to speak out, to stand up against these predators, and to help stop further victims from being victimized. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very appreciative that the former interim conservative leader, Rona Ambrose, brought forward this idea and this motion, and I really hope that after this second round of debates that we can pass it and have real substantial change in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her impassioned speech on this today. One of the things that is interesting to me is that this was originally a private member's bill. Now, one of the things about private member's bill is you're somewhat limited in what you can change, and you can't spend money on things. But when it's a government bill, you can expand it, and you can basically the sky's the limit. And so there's many things around sexual assault and changing to the judicial system that could have been put in this bill, but hasn't necessarily. Some of the things she even talked about around the human trafficking, and that's a big area that I've been working on. I was just wondering if the sky was the limit and she was picking some stars, what else would she put in this bill? Thank you.
The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you. Well, Madam Speaker, the way that legislation should be done in this House is not like the former Conservatives with omnibus bills, but in fact, I think that we have made changes to issues around human trafficking. We've had public safety bills and measures. We have had, as I mentioned, C-51, which talked about changing criminal code. This is specifically around Superior Court justices and training in sexual assault laws and myths, and I think it's important, and I think we need to move forward with it. Also, we need to ensure that we have broad support, which we have, except I don't understand the Conservative senators that blocked this from moving forward. But Madam Speaker, I think there isn't one silver bullet. If we're serious about gender-based violence, then we need to be looking at it in multiple ways and put forward legislation like this government has done in multiple areas.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
Merci, Madame la.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her remarks. I must say that as a mother, among other things, because we're always here as individuals, I have one daughter, 2 sons, and it's part of my role as a parent to teach that we need to go against stereotypes, dispel these myths. Now, to my mind, there will never be enough training. It will never be enough. The member opposite said something that struck me because she said the figures or the numbers don't tell at all. You know, having worked with shelters, with women's centers as a founder of an organization, that sentence to me really says a lot, because we talk about conviction rates and whatnot, but when we look at the numbers, these are real numbers, and people need to make a decision to denounce the action. And as she said, there's much more to it than just a simple percentage.
Député de Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. I often think about, I don't have kids myself, but I often think of parents, and especially parents to young girls, and how do you really prepare them for some of these things. You want to dispel myths, but you also want to protect your children. And for young boys as well, to understand how to respect women in healthy ways. And in terms of the statistics, thank you for raising this, because I think this is one of the most crucial pieces of, as legislators, we often rely on statistics to be able to make good decisions. And in this case, we know, because of the experience of victims, so many more don't come forward. Even more reason why we need to make the judiciary a more open, inclusive place so that victims do feel comfortable and we can really get a clear picture in this country. Thank you.
Une brève question du député de Rosemont.
A brief question, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important to have training to eliminate bias, but women need to make it that far. Now, there is a serious lack of funding for shelters, for domestic violence, for women who are victims of violence. What does the Honourable Member opposite plan to do to ensure that women have access to these spaces when the need arises?
And thank you to my colleague for the question. I wholeheartedly agree. And in fact, it's often, I don't think we can do too much in the area of shelters and protecting women from domestic violence. We have made important announcements for more funding, but I will continue to support more because the need is there. COVID has proven an even increased need. So I will always continue to work on more. Our government has stepped up, but there will be further needs, greater needs, and I'm happy to support it to ensure that victims are protected.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to start off by thanking everyone for their great interventions in this conversation that we've had, and I think it is more of an apt description as a conversation as opposed to a debate. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to say it was great to hear the words of the Parliamentary Secretary, and I'd also like to recommit to him, as we did the first time we went through this, to work with the province of Ontario to make sure that we can have this more effective and expand it perhaps to our province as well. So looking forward to working with him and the provincial government to hopefully have the provincial government also include something like this in their legislature. Bill C-3 is, of course, an act to amend the Judges Act in the Criminal Code. I believe that this bill is fundamentally a step in the right direction. The justice system is, of course, supposed to be a safe place for victims of sexual assault. However, as many have commented as a member of the bar and as a member of the justice system, I have seen complainants re-victimized by the system over and over again. Did you know, Madam Speaker, that sexual assault is the only violent crime in Canada that is not declining? With over 500,000 sexual assaults, only 3% are reported to the police. While 1 in 3 women and 1 in 8 men will experience some form of sexual violence in their lifetime, the majority of sexual assault crimes are not reported to police. In fact, of all the types of crimes, sexual assault is the least reported to police. While the rate of self-reported sexual assaults has remained relatively stable, the percentage of offenses reported to police has dropped from 12% in 2009 to 5% in 2014. Why is it that victims of sexual assault just don't feel comfortable going to their justice system for support? Madam Speaker, it is estimated, as some of my colleagues have commented, that less than 1% of sexual assault cases experienced by women lead to an offender being convicted. Believe it or not, actually, this case is even worse for vulnerable women in our society. Young women, women with disabilities, Indigenous women, particularly those in the Northern Territories, have a much heightened risk of sexual assault. To highlight this, to say, you know what, these are not just words, they're not numbers. I would like to tell a story, Madam Speaker, of the truth of a 12-year-old Aboriginal girl who lived in Saskatchewan. This comes from Sexual Assault in Canada, the book written by Elizabeth Shealy. This young lady had a fight with her parents, as many teenagers have, and as many teenagers have in the past, including myself. She went to blow off steam, so she walked down the road. Unfortunately, she met up with 3 men who befriended her and gave her alcohol. Eventually, they got her intoxicated to the point of vomiting. At this point, they decided to hold her down and rape her. When they dropped her off at her friend's house, she was frantically crying and screaming. 2 of these 3 men were found not guilty, as the judge believed the testimony that they thought that she was over 15 and she had consented. This despite the fact that she was 12, drunk, and being held down and vomiting at the time. The one of the 3 men who was convicted received a sentence of 2 years less a day, hardly throwing the book at him. To make it all worse, to make this trauma even worse for this young lady, the police officer in questioning in court said of the intoxicated 12-year-old girl, well, she might have been the sexual aggressor. For this to go on in Canada, Madam Speaker, is utterly and completely unacceptable. It is really incomprehensible that in this great country of Canada, we have things like this going on. Well, I can't imagine, to begin, what it's like for a victim of a sexual assault to have had this experience. I know that there are many reasons why victims may not come forward. Victims might experience a range of psychological responses. They might feel grief, they might feel shame, they might feel denial. And this is the reason why sometimes they don't feel comfortable. And to make it worse, they may not have faith in our criminal justice system. And it has been reported that that women feel re-victimized over and over again. And in just the last 10 years, as some of my colleagues have mentioned, these are some of the statements of justices. One commenting, well, why couldn't she just keep her knees together? Another commenting, why didn't the victim scream? Or the worst, one of the worst that I've seen is, why didn't the victim simply skew her pelvis to avoid penetration? Madam Speaker, I'm paraphrasing because the actual language in these comments are unparliamentary. How anyone, particularly a justice, can think they are appropriate in a court of law is astonishing. Our government, our justice system, our society must do better. According to the Canadian Women's Foundation, while 96% of Canadians believe all sexual activities should be consensual, of course, only 1 in 3 Canadians actually understand the meaning of the word consent. We have to make sure that judges aren't part of that 2 out of 3, that they understand that unless there's a clear yes, it's a no. Coming forward and reporting that assault to police is hard enough for women. We need to do everything we can to ensure that victims of sexual assault are supported. The justice system is the last thing that they should fear. And for women that have had the courage, the perseverance to make it through the years in the justice system, reliving their pain every step of the way, they're often faced with yet another blow. The perpetrator, the one who has changed their lives forever, who has destroyed dreams, brought on addiction, poverty, lifetimes of mental illness, will be given an almost non-existent sentence. According to StatsCan, from 2009 to 2014, only 21% of sexual assaults completed their court case within 6 years. 60% of those cases were pled down to a lesser offense, so the perpetrator avoids custody for the most part. For those that made it all the way, that made it to completion, approximately half, or 55%, will result in any time in prison for the perpetrator. So of the tiny, tiny percentage of sexual assault perpetrators who are actually sentenced, most will not receive a day in prison. And what will they receive? Well, an average probation for sexual assault is 730 days. A woman's life is destroyed, and the price is a couple of years of checking in with your parole officer. That is not good enough, Madam Speaker. If there's anything we can do in the system for victims of sexual assault, that is something we should do. And we should do it not tomorrow, not today, but yesterday. I will definitely be supporting this bill. In fact, I salute the government for bringing it forward, and I thank them. Perhaps by giving the judges the necessary training, we can avoid the outlandish comments in the future and give victims more confidence in our justice system, so they will know that they will be treated with respect and when they perform that act of bravery by confronting their perpetrator. Fixing our criminal justice system is about helping our federal judges begin to understand the suffering of our victims, and teaching our judges to be more compassionate towards our victims. The bill is not simply about fixing our justice system. It is about making Canada a safer place for all women and children. I am a son, a brother, and a husband, and a father. I worry about my loved ones. I worry about my 5-year-old daughter, and I find the history of our justice system appalling. We need to make Canada a safer place, a place where victims have faith in our justice system, where everyone knows the meaning of consent, where women can feel comfortable walking alone, walking with anyone, walking anywhere, wearing whatever they want, knowing that we as society will always be there to protect them. Bill C-3 is a positive change, albeit a modest one, that will help Canada be a safer place for my daughter, for my mother, and for my sisters, and for all Canadians. I will be supporting it wholeheartedly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Windsor, the honourable member Rosemont La Petite Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. A great deal of motion, and rightly so. He raised some very valid points. My question for him, Madam Speaker, is this. This bill was debated, adopted by the House in the previous Parliament. It even went to the Senate. Now we've got unanimity in the House to move it on, to adopt it. Everyone agrees that it's important, that it's a step in the right direction. However, this week, a proposal was put forth by one of my colleagues to accelerate this, but the Conservatives refused to fast-track it. Why are the Conservatives not willing to put this bill through more quickly? It's a Conservative bill in the first place.
Thank you. Am I ready to continue? Perfect. Thank you for the question from the honourable member. A terrific question indeed. You know what? Debate, this discussion in the House of Commons, and you're in the Orono version of the House of Commons here, is what separates us from totalitarian regimes. It is what makes our government better than communist regimes. Debate is of incredible importance. And in fact, yesterday, I was a witness to some of the most moving interventions I've ever seen in this House or outside. The member from St. Laurent talked about the difficult neighborhood she grew up in, and how now she's created a path for hopefully hundreds of thousands of girls to follow in her route, and that anyone can make it from anywhere. I heard from the about the challenges that her personal challenges. She shared with us her pain and her suffering, and it deeply moved me, and it made me feel uncomfortable in a very good way. And then I heard from the member from Nose Hill.
Sorry, I do have to interrupt for another question. There's only 5 minutes of questions and comments. So, questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Jonquière. Inaudible. My colleague presented some cases that are quite scary. I think it shows that really there's urgency here. We need to act. He referred to it as well. I think we should set aside partisanship and adopt this bill quickly. It's not just a question of putting an end to the debate. We have to hear victims, but as quickly as possible, we should move on to acting. And I think the best way to meet the victims' needs is to do that.
Peterborough South.
Thank you very much for the question, and from the honourable member. I certainly appreciate it. And I would just use that as the opportunity to finish off my comments with respect to the member from Nose Hill. She talked about systemic misogyny, comments once again that should make us all feel a little bit uncomfortable as Canadian, and all the men in the House and elsewhere feel a little bit uncomfortable. That'll move our country to be a better. And I believe that this debate has made Canada a better, more open country.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just to continue on in terms of the last statement from the member, would he not then agree that it might be advisable for the Conservative Party to use one of its days of opposition motions to be able to continue the debate on the broader issue of the impact of sexual assault?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, a brief answer, please.
Yes, no. Obviously, the government has a lot of opportunities to talk about this, and we're pleased to talk about this business, and we thank the government for bringing it forward.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's my privilege and honour to stand today, rise in my place, take my seat in the House of Commons, to bring my voice as well to this very important debate. Madam Speaker, it's been 5 years since I got elected, and in those 5 years, I've worked a lot around these issues around the court system and its handling of sexual assault cases, human trafficking cases, and how to get justice for the victims in this place. Madam Chair, this is a departure for the Liberals. I think this bill substantially. And so I thank them for bringing it forward. Typically, when the Liberals try to fix the justice system, they are typically trying to reduce sentencing. That's been the roadmap that they've taken. We've seen that again with Bill C-75 in the last Parliament. Their solution to fixing backlogs in the court system was to just reduce sentencing. And they've typically been odious to take on the justice system and saying that they get it wrong. Us on our side, we're typically ready to say, like, hey, that decision was wrong, or that decision wasn't good enough, or we've brought in mandatory minimum sentencing to try to fix many of the outrageous deficiencies that have happened with the justice system. And so this bill, I think, is a departure for the Liberals, and so I welcome it. They're acknowledging that there's an issue in the court system. There's a lack of appreciation for the victim in the court system, and so this bill goes some of the way to help that along and fix some of these problems. I'd like to step back a little bit as well. We see the stats have been brought up several times. I've been sitting in the House of Commons all morning here listening to these speeches, and the stats on sexual assault continues to be brought up. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that we should be working to work to a society that sexual assault just doesn't happen. If sexual assault was something that didn't happen, we wouldn't be at the place where we'd be talking about conviction rights and this kind of thing. We would just not. We could have the law on the books around sexual assault, and it wouldn't happen, and therefore, it would be kind of a moot point whether the judges were educated on this issue or not, because they just wouldn't be seeing the cases. That said, the rate of sexual assault across the country is going up dramatically, and in other areas of my work in this place, I put forward some ideas on why that is, and I passed Bill M47 in the last Parliament, looking at misogynist and sexually explicit material online and how that was impacting Canadian society. And there was some good work done at that committee, but the government has failed to capitalize on the committee report and failed to capitalize on the voices of people who have been victimized and the voices of the academics that are working in this area, showing how we are in the greatest social experiment of human history with online sexually explicit content and the education of our youth through that around their sexuality. And so I hope that the government is going to be pursuing that. One of the initiatives that I've been working on is meaningful age verification. I really hope that the government is looking for that. And I guess that's part of the debate here today is that while they brought forward this bill, and it's basically a rehash of a private member's bill that came from our side, I salute them in that. But it's now a government bill, and they had the opportunity to come forward with a bill that gave us a whole suite of things that the government could do to fix the issue of sexual assault in our country. Judge education is an important one, but it's a little bit downstream from the issues. Madam Speaker, the Bible talks about that the law will not save you. And I think that's the case here as well, is the best laws in the country will not save you. The law always comes into effect after the fact, right? It allows us to bring perpetrators to justice, but in the time before that, it doesn't save you. And so I think that that's an important thing to recognize, and we ought to be cultivating humanity, cultivating the citizens of our country, cultivating a culture where sexual assault is unthinkable, where individuals hold each other accountable, where there's a large sense of community, and where you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us, kind of thing, and that there would be these strong relationships within our society that prevent this kind of thing from happening. And so I hope that we can get back to that. That's more upstream from where this bill is at. That said, this bill, I will be supporting this bill for sure. Over the past 5 years, Madam Chair, I have been working hard to end human trafficking and specifically the sex trafficking that happens across the world. This is a large and growing issue in our country. The average sex trafficking case is happening within 10 blocks of where you live. So keep your eyes peeled. If you see something, there is a national hotline that you can call, and it primarily targets women and girls. And in Canada, it's estimated that about 50% of those people caught up in human trafficking and sex trafficking are Indigenous. And so this is to our shame, and we need to be working very hard on this as well. One of the interesting things that has happened, as particularly with C-75 in the last parliament, is around conviction rates and also convictions of human trafficking cases. One of the things that we had brought in the parliament prior to me getting here, it was passed in 2013, and it was a bill actually by the Bloc and the NDP at the time, was to bring in consecutive sentencing for human traffickers. And it was something that the Liberals sat on for 3 years and finally passed it in Bill C-75, but they removed the part about consecutive sentencing and made it concurrent sentencing. So for an example, some of the egregious court decisions that have come out is Imani Nag Pagi was a human trafficker, and he sold 2 girls in the Toronto area. He trafficked these girls for almost 2 years. He ended up being the first person in Canada convicted under our new human trafficking laws. In one case, he received a 3-year sentence for trafficking a girl for over 2 years, but received only spent 13 months in prison. This gentleman had made $350,000 selling the body of a young girl, and he spent less time in prison with no rehabilitation, or less time being rehabilitated than he had trafficked this girl. He spent less time in prison than he had spent trafficking. There was another case of Michael Mark received a 2-year sentence, and he had victimized a 17-year-old girl for over 2 years, and he only spent a week in prison after his conviction. These are some egregious examples of where the justice system has, in my opinion, made mistakes, and these are things that we need to work to correct. And so while I commend the government for this bill today, it seems to be at odds with other things that they've done around C-75 in particular. That was for sure. There was we've seen these insignificant sentences that came, and then we see, Madam Speaker, over and over again, is that when this place attempts to bring the judiciary to bear on these things and say, you know what, like, there's kind of a minimum. You can't let these guys out of jail after spending 1 week in prison after they've trafficked a girl for 2 years. So there's kind of a minimum for that, okay, like a 3-year minimum sentence or a 10-year minimum sentence, and then we see the court strike those down, Madam Chair. So there is, to some degree, some issues over there in the judiciary, and this place has the ability, the opportunity, the mandate to direct that to some degree, and so that's what we're doing. We're seeing the deferral of, or the brought in, I talked about this already a little bit, about the consecutive versus concurrent sentencing. That has been a real trouble to get it going. The other thing is that bill that brought in that back in 2010, or 2013, I mean, also had other tools for the police to use to help convict human traffickers. And because the Liberals never brought that into force, they left it on the table for 3 years before they passed it in C-75 while taking out the consecutive sentencing. There are serious crimes that are being perpetrated in this country, and we need to ensure that judges get it right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
So I thank the member for his contributions to today's debate. In terms of the references he made to C-75, I would actually submit that it's a good day for those of us who were behind C-75. The Supreme Court just upheld the provisions in that legislation that deal with the eliminating the peremptory challenges to select jurors and ensuring we don't have a tragedy of justice such as what we saw with the trial of Gerald Stanley. But I appreciate the member's comments, and in his 5 years in the House, I've always thought he's a thoughtful member, and I do know that he's done a lot of work, which he mentioned today, on the issue of human trafficking. But I would say to him that I think addressing things like human trafficking and more broadly speaking, the issue of sexual violence requires a judiciary that is sensitized to these issues, that is fully up to speed on the current state of the law, that is transparent in providing reasons, etc. Given that background and given his commitment to that very pressing issue that is very closely connected to what this bill is about, he has said that he supports this bill. Would that support translate into getting this bill efficaciously and expeditiously to the Standing Committee on Justice, where any amendments that might be needed could be mooted and debated? Thank you.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I do agree that we should get this to committee as soon as possible. I would also point out that the committee is not constituted at this point, and so whether this bill passes today or tomorrow week, there's no committee for it to get to yet. There's no let us have the debate. Let's get these issues on the record. That is important. The other thing I would say is that the bill could have been broader. I would have liked to seen maybe a little bit of a discussion around special courts. I know that there is special courts for a whole host of issues. Particularly in Alberta, we have some really cool special courts around family law and child abuse, and I would have liked to see some of that maybe in this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to this debate since this morning, and I'm realizing that some members don't want to talk about this kind of topic. I always find that interesting because so far we've heard very heartfelt testimony and speeches. I'm very pleased to be able to take part in these debates and hear my honourable colleagues from all sides of the House on what they think about these very specific topics. Now, in terms of that, I'd like to hear what my colleague would have to say. I'd like to thank him for his speech. What does he think the government should do more in addition to C3 to make sure that our justice system is fair for everybody? Thank you.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, I thank you, the honourable member, for his question, and I just alluded to it in my reply to the last one. One of the areas I think that we could look at is special courts. I think that we've seen in Ontario, we've seen specific drug courts, and they've had some very good success with getting prosecutors and judges that are versed in a particular area of law and able to not only bring justice to the situation, but also to bring renewal and rehabilitation through the justice system. And so I'd like to see us maybe perhaps pursue that model a little more. In Alberta, we have the Child Advocacy Center, which allows for a child to have their court witness videotaped and used over and over again in a videotape rather than re-victimizing them over and over again. These are the kinds of things I would like to see in this bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the honourable member has been discussing a subject near and dear to my heart, and that's human trafficking. And with this bill and with some of the other things that this government has done, he pointed out that the government has removed the emphasis on consecutive sentencing instead has put in concurrent sentencing. I'm wondering if he could expand on his thoughts about why this government would favour volume discounts for multiple crimes.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I also want to thank her for her mentorship in this place. She has announced she was retiring, and she was one of the first MPs I met when I got here, and I always appreciated her opinions and her advice around here. She even has a little book called A Book of Common Sense, and it's been a great little book, and I used it often, and I share the tips and things that she put in that book often to new members. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rivière-de-Mille-Île. Good morning, Madam Speaker, and thank you. We are here today to again debate the Judges Act and the Criminal Code. This bill amends the Judges Act to ensure that only those who are committed to continuing training on law relating to the social context and sexual assault be appointed to the judiciary. It would also require that the Canadian Council on the Judiciary hold conferences relating to these issues. And during these conferences, they would ensure that this topic is brought up during the ongoing training for judges. This bill would ensure that judges provide grounds for in trials and in cases involving sexual assault. This bill would have been adopted 2 months ago had it not been for the prorogation, which was for nothing if we see the emptiness that was the empty speech from the throne that we heard. All of that has set us back in our work and has also put in shambles the parliamentary schedule. 2 months lost because the government wanted to run away from the parliament and the parliamentary area because it wanted to get away from the opposition during another scandal. What a shame. We have taken the opportunity to put together a list of what Quebecers expect from us. More cooperation, fewer fights, less partisanship. That's what people want. But despite the goodwill of many, it's not what we see every day. Now, trials regarding sexual assault are very much impacting people. For example, it re-victimizes survivors of sexual assault. Unfortunately, this type of trial sometimes leads to problematic interpretations of the law. That's why this bill proposes that judges wanting to be appointed to the legislature, or rather the judiciary, be committed to ongoing training on this issue. In most of these cases, a judge must evaluate the credibility of witnesses, the victim, and of the accused.
The assessment of the judge can be influenced by stakeholders who are not, which are based on their lived experiences, their perceptions, and their culture. When we talk about training, it strikes me particularly as a school director for over 20 years. It was always an issue that I had to deal with nearly on a daily basis. We worked hard to get through a time where we came with a diploma, and the subject was set aside. Today we are elsewhere, obviously. We've traveled a long road. The time when the lack of training has cost us a lot in the last few years. There needs to be continuous training up until retirement. And that is true of all fields of expertise. In the context of the school network, we need to have a solid foundations. People change. The ways that they learn change. Boys need to be taught differently from girls. The content of programs is constantly evolving, and the ways we evaluate things are changing. So we can no longer teach today like we did 10 or 15 years ago. We must adapt to the requirements of the era in which we're currently living. That goes without saying. And despite that, a good number of people would say that the adjustments concerning training often arrive too late to address the true needs of our societies, and I completely agree with that. Continuous training is the absolute priority in all sectors of activity. An old expression goes, You adapt or you die. In the current case of this bill, you could say you adapt or you lose credibility. People in our ridings who know that we are studying this bill are telling us that it's a foundation and that it's common sense. Whether it's in Rivière-des-Mille or elsewhere, we're hearing the same thing. Move forward, stop fluctuating and adopt this bill. If judges have sufficient training on sexual assault, they will ask better questions, better understand the reality of witnesses who need to testify in front of their aggressor, and will also certainly improve their rulings. It will make their rulings more standard and give more credibility to judges, and above all, increase the credibility of our justice system for sexual assault victims. I am the father of a wonderful 30-year-old daughter. I protected and educated her to the best of my abilities, but I also feel like I have to fight to protect her against a world that is slightly macho, a world of men that tend to denigrate women, to belittle them all too often. And these old patterns have remained in our society for centuries. I tried to protect my daughter from male perceptions, and I comfort myself by that I never had to navigate this legal system because it would have been very difficult for her and for me. This bill is a step forward. It is a beginning. It is high time to act. Why? To restore our confidence, the confidence of women in our legal system. Obviously, while respecting the jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces, inform judges who are aware of the evolution of our society, judges who are more understanding of the particularities of female victims can only improve Quebec and Canadian society. We want the courts to take into account transparency and responsibility when rulings are made on sexual assault. We need these decisions to be motivated and justified. That's why the Bloc Québécois will vote in favor, with great pleasure, in favor of this bill, in favor of victims, of all victims. And I encourage us to do so quickly. It is a gesture of respect to all victims of sexual assault, both men and women. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And what's really encouraging is the fact that we have before us a piece of legislation that appears to have the support virtually of all members of this House. And this is not new to the House. It's come in different forms from Rona Ambrose, the former leader of the Conservative Party, interim leader of the Conservative Party, in a private member's bill form, where the idea was shared with the Prime Minister and the government, and in fact all members, and brought in then as a government piece of legislation, which is ultimately passed through, whether it's first reading, second reading, committee stage, third reading, went to the Senate, and unfortunately, due to the election, Madam Speaker, it never did receive the necessary royal assent. And today we have it before us once again. And I'm wondering if the member can just reinforce his thoughts in regards to how encouraging it is when members of the House come together virtually unanimously, Madam Speaker, to support positive legislation such as this.
The Honourable Member. Yes, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question. And you can throw the ball from one side of the House to the other. There was a prorogation by the Parliament that was on your side. The Conservatives, on the other hand, unfortunately ensured that the bill is delayed. This is the third time that we have addressed this matter, but it is the last time, we all hope. the idea is to vote on it as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles for his comments. I would like to address the matter of sexual violence. We know very well that this issue affects the Indigenous community, Indigenous women disproportionately. It has already been dealt with by the MMIG, which addressed the matter. And also, we have just heard the news concerning Joyce Echaquan and her story in a hospital in Quebec, which is well known by the members across the way. So, looking at this situation and systemic discrimination against Indigenous women and the sexual violence experienced by them, can a bill like this one help promote addressing the matter in Parliament? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, thank you for the question. I believe in the theory of small steps. This is not a grandiose bill. It is something important. It is essential that brings us into 2020. It's clear that there are a number of other adjustments that could be made when we talk about training of judges. It's clear that Indigenous women are subject to incommensurate prejudice, and people who are facing addictions may not necessarily be judged in the same way. So I am confident that this bill will be passed quickly so that we can move on to something else. I am for small steps, but small steps made quickly. We have time for a brief question. A brief question?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly it is my privilege to rise here and to talk about Bill C-3. And it's a bill that's going to make a small difference in what is really a larger system failure dealing with sexual violence, sexual assault in Canada. And I think, it's certainly important as members of Parliament, we come to this House with very different experiences and exposures to violence or assault in our professional or personal lives. And this really frames our understanding of the issue. And it also, I think, is important in terms of the debate that's happening. So, as I was reflecting about this bill today and I was reflecting about the broader issues, of course, you go into your memory banks and you think about different things that have happened throughout your life. And so I thought I would share some examples that's, first of all, to look at the larger systemic issues that aren't addressed, and then the issue of this bill in particular. So, I want to first talk about, the emergency responses by our police officers. And I can remember as a young nurse, a nurse with very limited experience, working in a small First Nations community, and arriving at the office one day, and it was a little clinic. And across the road from this clinic was a baseball field. And as I arrived, I think we started at about 7 o'clock in the morning, there was a woman in the baseball field across from us, and she was completely nude, and she had a number of bruises, and obviously, certainly was a victim of sexual assault and an assault in general. No one else was around, so we certainly covered her. She was intoxicated. We not only called the emergency services that actually would transport her to something that was more than what we had available, but also called the RCMP. And I can remember, again, as someone young, new to this business, that it was, well, what, she's drunk and who knows what happened, and was actually very dismissive of this particular horrific crisis. So, you know, I think I was then looking at, there was some work done by Robin Doolittle in 2015, and it was called Unfounded. And what she said is police would review the complaints as baseless, and there would be often no investigation. So this example that I just gave certainly fit into what was, you know, this initial experience. I think the numbers from 2015 are quite incredible, where 25,000 incidents were reported to the police, and we only had 1,400 convictions. So clearly we have an issue with the emergency response system. The next experience I would like to share is move from this small community to a larger health center that had an emergency room, an emergency response. It still was rural, and you know, typically there was a nurse and a doctor that were available. So during that time, again, as nurses in rural communities, you had to respond to everything that came to the door. You could have a 3-person motor vehicle accident, you could be delivering a baby, you could have a victim of rape. And I can remember another example one night where we were called in, and there was a very shaken woman who had indicated that she had been very violently sexually assaulted. And so what we had to do was we had to do the examination. If you're not aware of what that examination is like, it is very, very intrusive in terms of taking swabs, in terms of, you know, plucking samples from the pubic area, to very, very detailed and very intrusive. And I had never used a rape kit before. I had never been trained in using a rape kit. And we were having to read the instructions as we tried to, hopefully we were compassionate, we were kind, but we certainly were not proficient in terms of what we needed to do to put this case together. So, you know, we talked about police responses. I'm now talking about healthcare response, and especially in our rural communities, the ability of our nurses and our doctors to have that expertise that's needed. The next experience, this was not a professional experience, it was an experience with the judicial system. And it's the only time I've ever actually been close to a court system in my entire life. I'd never been in a court, and I was a support person for 2 young girls who had been sexually assaulted. And so my support role was just to be there in the courtroom to listen. And I can remember the morning of the trial. And again, this is going back in my memory, but this is what stands out in my memory, is you had an overworked Crown Counsel who went to these young girls and said, oh, you know those witnesses when we did your preliminary interviews, do you think you could get a hold of them to bring them to the court case? And I was like, what? You do not have your witnesses planned out in terms of people that are going to corroborate the stories that these 2 young women were telling. It was absolutely stunning to me. So what actually happened was these 2 women, very young women, gave compelling testimony. It was heartbreaking testimony. There is no question in my mind. It was very real testimony. The person that was accused, his only response was, it did not happen, I deny that, it did not happen, I deny that. And I looked at the bravery of these 2 girls who had decided to pursue this case in spite of all the challenges to get to that point, and to hear, first of all, the person who they knew had done exactly what they said they had done deny it, and then to have the Crown Counsel without an appropriate case ready to present that talked about their bruises was absolutely awful. And then, you know, the results that came out of that particular court case was a finding of not guilty. So what the judge at that time said was, you know, your testimony was very compelling, girls, but this, we don't think there's enough proof. And so therefore we find this person not guilty. So that is the experience that we have. We have system failures throughout. I mean, I talked about those rape kits. We did learn a little bit more over time, but I never, ever was ever called to be a witness for the Crown in terms of the mental state, in terms of what happened. Our documents were never actually you know, other than the rape kit, the notes that we kept were never actually called to the court system in terms of dealing with it. So we have so many flaws that are simply more than this bill that we are still happening today, and we still need so much. We still have to do so much. You know, this bill, I think, as many people have indicated, has history. The history starts with the passion of our former leader, Rona Ambrose, who introduced it as a private member's bill. We all know that it's very difficult for private members' bills to meet the finish line. Actually, there's many people in here who probably have never had an opportunity to even introduce a private member's bill. So, you know, she did get it fairly far along the system, but of course, as I say, 4 years, there's very, very few private members' bills that make it to the finish line. And I know that she was very, very delighted when the government decided to take up this bill, as were, it sounds like, most members in this House. And, you know, it speaks also to the process that becomes important, because there was amendments that had been suggested to this bill, and those amendments, when it was a private member's bill, have now been incorporated to the version that we see in front of us. So we talk about this as, you know, maybe a simple bill, and, you know, you can skip all this process with it. And I know, you know, we just spent 2 weeks ago or $50 billion without having any committee process. But what it shows is even the simplest of bills that seem like they should receive unanimous consent, they should just move through the process. Parliament's there for a reason. Parliament is there to scrutinize. Parliament is there to make things better. And so I think the fact that we have some process that we put for these measures, and of course I still profound.
It's time for the questions and comments. I'm sorry, because we were doing the exchange. I'm really sorry. So we have the honourable l'honorable député de la Pointe de l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île.
Mario Beaulieu.
Oui, bonjour, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about this. On the one hand, the Conservatives voted against a motion for the bill to be fast-tracked and sent directly to the Senate. That happened with C5 as well, which was virtually the same. The Conservatives said that they wanted training to be provided as well to parole officers. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks. Do they have other objections for the bill to be going through quickly? And does she not agree that we should adopt this bill as quickly as possible because everyone agrees with it? Thank you.
Kamloops, Thompson, Carrigal.
Thank you. And that is a very important question, and I'd like to answer in a few ways. First of all, the Justice Committee is not up and operating yet, so even if this bill passed, they would not be able to deal with it because there is no committee to send it to. The second thing is we know that the Senate is not sitting until the end of the month, so again, there is nowhere for it to move fastly through this process. But I also want to say, out of all the times this bill it's been put through rapidly as a private member's bill, very limited debate. This was my first opportunity to stand up and actually speak to this bill. And I am very honored that I had this opportunity and that we're having this extra debate and really having an opportunity to look at the broader issues within the scope of this bill, but what we can perhaps do better. So again, this debate is not slowing the bill.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
So I want to thank the member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, for her contributions today, and just explore this issue about getting this expeditiously through the House, because I'll confess that there is some level of concern on this side of the House with respect to the Conservative Party being the sole party that is standing in the way of getting this expeditiously to the Standing Committee where amendments can be made. I take the member's point that the Standing Committee has not yet been constituted. The first meeting of the Standing Committee is next week, and what that would do is also free up parliamentary time to start to scrutinize other pieces of legislation, such as the Heritage Minister's Truth and Reconciliation Bill, which is something that deals with the Indigenous community, for which I know the member opposite is a strong advocate. So given her close work with Rona Ambrose, given Rona Ambrose's strong support of this bill in its current form, is the member amenable to getting this quickly to committee so that further amendments, if required, can be addressed there?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway? No. The Honourable... Sorry? I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for... The Honourable Member to answer. Yes. Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
You know, this government, because we made some extraordinary measures during the emergency, the COVID emergency, whereby we moved things through debate at all stages very quickly, and I actually say reluctantly, because I know that mistakes have been made as we spent billions and billions of dollars. I would suggest that this debate that we're having today, which is not going to be going for all that long, the Justice Committee is going to be having lots of opportunity to do the scrutiny it needs to do, but I am glad to have the opportunity to participate in this debate today, and I know my other colleagues are very glad to add their points of view to this debate. That's what we're here for. We're here to debate bills. The government put this bill up for debate today, and I think we need to enjoy the opportunity. If we're not going to debate the bills and they just want to put billions and billions of dollars through, which they've done regularly, what is the point?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I listened very carefully to my honourable colleague's speech, and I just want to thank her. I found her description of her real life experiences as a practicing nurse dealing with sexual assault victims to be incredibly informative and frankly very moving. And I want to thank her for sharing that with us. I think she pointed out very, very well and articulated in a very piercing fashion the fact that we have a system-wide problem with dealing with sexual assault in this country. And she pointed out some of the affiliated aspects beyond just the education of judges. I'm wondering if she could share with this House, out of the many areas that she identified as needing reform and improvement, what her priorities would be. What would she tell this House?
For Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. Very short answer.
Thank you. When you're trying to fix the system, I think every piece of the system is important, including prevention. And one of the areas, of course, I didn't get to speak to, we did debate in this House last year, was the parole system, where there was a very violent criminal release and the horrific murder that happened. And we debated that at length. So we have system-wide issues, and they're all important. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you. It is an honor for me to speak today on this very important topic, the introduction of Bill C-3, a bill to amend the Canadian Criminal Code and the Judges Act. It is important that the Canadian public have confidence in our criminal justice system, and therefore it is critical that our courts and judges are perceived as being fair, objective, and respectful of all parties, the accused, the complainant, and all witnesses. Now, Canada's criminal justice system, as we know it today, builds on many centuries of common law tradition and statutory law development dating back to the early days of England's history. It is a legal structure built around an adversarial system where the Crown advances rigorous prosecution and the accused an equally rigorous defense. The accused always has the benefit of the presumption of innocence, and the Crown must prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt. It is a very high standard of proof that the Crown needs to meet. Now, under the accepted rules of natural justice, the accused has the right to meet their accuser in court and to subject the accuser's evidence to a rigorous cross-examination, which will often involve drawing that person's integrity into question and impugning their credibility. If after that cross-examination, the trier of facts, whether a judge or jury, determines that the accuser's, the victim's evidence does not meet the beyond a reasonable doubt standard, the presumption of innocence survives right through the trial and the accused goes free. The Crown must meet this very high standard, and sometimes, despite the prosecution's best efforts, guilty people walk free and victims' reputations are left in tatters. That is a risk associated with the criminal law system. As a society, we have determined, rightly or wrongly, that this risk is better than the opposite, that innocent people should be convicted of crimes they didn't commit. But the result, Madam Speaker, too often is that sexual assault victims are re-victimized in the process, and that, I submit, is not acceptable. So it is in this context that I want to address the topic of the day, the introduction of Bill C-3. This bill, if approved, will require all federally appointed judges working in our criminal justice system, federally appointed that is, to undergo continuing legal education in the form of sexual assault law and social context education. And I agree with that because, and I think that we all do, listening to the earlier speeches, because it is important that the Canadian public have confidence that our courts and judges are fair, objective, and respectful of all parties, including survivors of sexual assault. For our criminal justice system to exceed in doing what it should do, convicting sexual assault criminals and keeping our streets, cities, workplaces, and yes, even our homes safe, victims need to have the courage to be encouraged to step forward, but they will not if our courts are perceived as unfair, disrespectful, and damaging of their dignity and reputation. As it stands, the vast majority of sexual assault cases go unreported because women and girls do not have the confidence that they will be treated fairly. That is not acceptable. That is not justice. Now, the preamble of Bill C-3 states, and I quote, "Sexual assault proceedings have a profound effect on the reputations and lives of persons affected and present a high possibility of re-victimizing survivors of sexual assault." That, Madam Speaker, sadly is a true statement. So what can Parliament do? This bill, C-3, is a step in the right direction to rebalance the interests of the accused to a fair trial and of the complainant to respect and dignity. Now, as a Conservative, I am proud to say that this bill originated in our party under the initiative of our former party leader, Ms. Rona Ambrose. I would like to thank the Honourable Rona Ambrose for her work on this important file. Now, to quote Ms. Ambrose, "Like me," she said, "many Canadians would be surprised to learn that a judge does not need to experience any experience in the sensitivities of sexual assault cases to become a judge overseeing these types of challenging trials." I was surprised. As a lawyer, I have to undergo continuing professional development every year in order to maintain my practice license. And I submit that the same rules should apply to judges, maybe even more so to judges who have such a big impact, not only on the lives of those who appear before them, but on all society. They are influencers of our society, so it is appropriate. I would submit that judges understand the societal context within which they work and within which those who appear before them find themselves. Now, it has been suggested by some academics that by legislating judges to undergo such training and to mandate them to give written reasons for their decisions, Parliament is interfering with the judicial independence, which is so fundamental to our justice system. It has also been said that such training, which focuses on the needs of victims will undermine the right of the accused to a fair trial, that these rules will cause judges to apply a different standard in sexual assault trials than they would in other types of criminal proceedings, thus running the risk of more wrongful convictions. I disagree with that. This bill mandating ongoing continuing professional development for judges does not take away judicial discretion from judges, nor does it undermine the accused's rights to the presumption of innocence. It just assures that judges will have a better understanding of the societal context within which they work. And importantly, it goes a long way to ensuring that those victims brave enough to step forward to subject themselves to the rigor and intimidation of a courtroom setting will be treated fairly, with respect and dignity. I have confidence that our judiciary, in consultation with stakeholders groups, will develop an effective, are developing an effective and responsible continuing education program for judges, and that judges will respond favorably to that training. We need to make Canada a safer place where women can enjoy the freedoms that men have. It's about safety, but it's also about equality. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Pickering Oakridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech and intervention. I very much appreciate the thoughtfulness of the argument. So I guess one of the areas he spoke about statistics and those who have actually stepped forward, and I appreciated him bringing this up. What message do you think it also sends to those perpetrators who go away without being held accountable, even accused? And, you know, does this not then provide a sense of acceptability in society of this type of behavior? And with that being said, and given your professional background, the urgency of this training should be paramount in this country. It doesn't solve all things, but would he not agree, or would he commit to working with all members to move this forward as quickly as possible so we can actually see it implemented as quickly as possible? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Langley Eldergrove.
Good. I would like to thank the member opposite for that very thoughtful question. I agree, as I think all members in this House agree, that this needs to be moved along as quickly, as expeditiously as possible. There is unfairness in our court system today. And although I think that most judges are fair and thoughtful, education is important for them. It is also important that our society generally realizes, and that's I think why this debate in the House is so important today, realizes that people are taking this seriously, and that we're holding our judges accountable to be fair in the way they administer the cases that are before them.
Honorable député de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île.
L'honorable député, vous êtes en sourdine.
The honourable member is on mute. Well, thank you. Earlier, I asked a question because the Conservatives opposed a motion to move the bill directly to the Senate by saying that they wanted to make an amendment so that, for example, parole officers and member of the board would also receive training. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that, if he can explain that to us, and if he tell us whether the Conservatives have other objectives to moving this bill through quickly.
Eldergrove.
I would be very pleased to see this bill be passed by this House and sent over to committee for full debate there as well. I think that the Justice Committee will give thoughtful consideration to a possible expansion of this bill, such as applying it also to parole officers. But I also want to reflect on the very touching comments, the speech from my honourable member colleague from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, which got me thinking that perhaps the same requirement for sexual assault sensitivity and social context training should also apply to prosecutors, to the police, to everybody involved in the justice system. I was shocked to hear her story about evidence not being retained properly by the police from early on in the investigation. I think with proper training, things like that would be better handled at the very early stages, right? Very early stages of investigation.
Une dernière question.
Questions and comments? One last question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting listening to the members from the Conservative Party speak about the importance of the issue. And I don't question the importance. This is a very important issue, sexual assault. I'm sure that all members of this House recognize just how important it is that we address this in the best fashion that we can. And I'm curious to whether or not the member would agree that it might actually be a good thing for the Conservative Party to use an opposition day, not only to talk about this, but to even expand on the importance of this critical issue, something in which many Conservatives have already talked about.
Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good. Well, thank you for that question. Of course, it's the government side that determines the agenda, parliamentary agenda. So I'm just really happy that they have presented this bill for full debate. I think that debate is really important. As we say that it's important that our justice system appears to be fair and judicious. I think it is also important that the Canadian public recognizes that Canada's Parliament takes these issues very seriously, and that we're having this open and full and frank debate on this very sensitive topic. I applaud that. Thank you.
Honorable député de Longueuil.
Honourable Member for Longueuil. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity in this House to first thank and congratulate those across Quebec and Canada who are on the front lines of the pandemic in the hospitals, in the long-term healthcare centers, healthcare workers, nurses, doctors, all of them. We're going through a very cruel second wave. It is very complex. And these people have not had a break. Even over the summer, they weren't able to take any vacation or break after the first wave. So I'd like to congratulate them and thank them for all of their essential work. I'm very honored to speak to this bill, and I do so in all humility. I hope to be able to bring my modest contribution to ensure that this country and this society is somewhere where justice is the same for everyone. I'm thinking of all the women whom I've known who have been the victim and of sexual and other assaults and who still live with that trauma, and they hesitate to move forward with the justice system because it is too long, too onerous, too overwhelming. They don't want to relive the same difficult moments, to retell their story of their trauma, to re-explain, to find the words, and these words can hurt as much or more than the initial assault itself, and they know that justice will not be done in the end. I stand here and speak to you thinking of my daughter who's 17 and my son who's 12. It's also important for me as a man. I think this is a very sensitive debate. There are many angles that were brought up over the past days on this issue. And as a man, since my gender is definitely part of the problem, I hope that as a parliamentarian, I can be part of the solution. So there are terrible statistics on this. 5% of women who are victims of an assault actually report it, according to the Quebec group on shelters and groups fighting against sexual assaults. 3 out of 1,000 assaults actually end in a conviction. Clearly, so many victims will not bother reporting under that system, and they will not see justice. The justice system is scary. We heard examples of how judges were so unaware of what was happening and had such a lack of knowledge that they actually did disservice to justice. This bill is a step in the right direction, so let's adopt it quickly. I think it's fairly unanimous around here. It's a step in the right direction, but we must go further. I'd like to take the opportunity I have here to reflect on the social and cultural changes that are required in terms of sexual consent. We can see that changes are happening slowly in society. We've seen that over the past few years, but we need to push further. Rape culture, according to the UN, I have a definition here to make sure that we all have the same understanding. The rape culture is a social environment that allows for the normalization and justification of sexual violence, which is fed by the persistent inequalities between genders and the attitudes to these issues. Putting a name to it is the first step in taking it apart. So, rape culture does exist in Quebec and in Canada. Of course, nobody will be for sexual assaults publicly. But by upholding myths surrounding sexual assaults, people will often, without realizing it, contribute to trivializing and invalidating the experience of victims. The trivialization and rape cultures are very much deeply rooted in our societies. How many men learned through movies, for example, that kissing somebody out of nowhere is romantic? In many cases, it is actual, or it could actually be, sexual assault, but it's ingrained in our brains. These are behaviors that are difficult to change. Let's think of the number of movies where the main character tries again and again to get the object of their affection to consent to going out with them. They pursue them relentlessly. Let's think about The Notebook, this movie with Ryan Gosling. The main character forces his future wife to meet up with him at a fair and threatening her with suicide if she didn't cede to his blackmail. I mean, imagine this man who's threatening to throw himself off of the ride that he's hanging from if she doesn't go out with him. I mean, she doesn't want anything to do with him. She's even got another man with her. But she ends up giving in to his demands. And it's seen as romantic. Rape culture is sustained by collective myths, but also by individual actions based on stereotypes and biases without people realizing it. It can be from people who are close and even members of the family of the victim, and it invalidates the victim's experiences. Let's think of the victims of sexual assault who, when they tell someone, are asked, "Why didn't you run away? Why didn't you fight back? Why did you drink that night? How were you dressed?" Perhaps somebody has had many sexual partners. That seems to show openness, and for some reason that comes back to haunt the victim. We need to understand but also destroy rape culture. There are both collective and individual changes that need to be made. And we also need to denounce macho culture, where a man finds no to be humiliating. We need to develop a positive and healthy masculinity. That means accepting that a man who hears no doesn't feel like his masculinity has been diminished. We must always, always, always respect the no And no doesn't mean asked. Ask her 50 more times, maybe she'll say yes. No. Hearing and accepting no as an answer doesn't make you less of a man. And of course, we need to go further than that. There are changes being made. In Quebec, for example, there's a very interesting campaign. Without a yes, it's a no. Continues to make people more aware, especially in the university sector. And I'd like to thank the people working on this campaign. In addition, more people understand that having sexual contacts with somebody who hasn't explicitly said yes, just because there was no, it means that it could also be sexual assault. I thought of Julie Snyder in the TV sector in Quebec, who responded to Gilbert Rozon, who said that he'd never slept with somebody who had said no. And Julie Snyder said, well, you can't say no when you're sleeping. You can't say no when you haven't been asked. That also contributes to rape culture. And a yes when somebody is scared may not be a real yes. You need an enthusiastic, happy yes to move forward. It's very important for people to understand that. So we need to destroy rape culture. That also means questioning what you're doing as a man, as an individual. That's very important. Oh, and how much time do I have left? Okay, and I think you've understood what I mean, what I'm saying. This is a very important and very significant bill. It's a step in the right direction. As a society, as men, we can all push further on this issue, think on it. And somebody here mentioned it very clearly. We're talking about training after judges have been appointed. We need to make sure that before they are appointed, those who will be appointed to the judiciary are open-minded, have that training, and I think that would help society. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. In particular, if I understood the translation correctly, your comments about as a man, you recognize your gender might be part of the problem, but you hope to be part of the solution. I hope I'm quoting the member correctly. And as a woman listening to that speech, I very much appreciate that. So I think just having this conversation, the issues around rape culture that you brought up were very impactful, and I appreciate you speaking, sorry, through you, Madam Speaker, to the member, him speaking on this. So I just would like to perhaps ask if he could clarify too, I asked this question earlier, about the message it sends when less than 2% of sexual assault crimes are actually convicted, and the message that sends to women or victims in general, and the perpetrators who go away without accountability.
Député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I think that's what this bill is trying to address. That is, the justice system obviously is not helpful to victims or not welcoming. Women do not feel safe going through the system. It's like a mountain. Somebody who's been assaulted, well, they have to tell a member of the police force their story, and then a judge and a lawyer. And that's why women find it discouraging. The numbers, we have them. The real numbers must be even worse. These are just the ones we know about. I think C3 is a step in the right direction. I think we will be putting a stone down in that big building we're hoping to build to make sure that women can denounce the results, but we're very far from that. We need to keep working on this. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which brings forward very important points. For example, needing to move forward to make changes, the need for societal changes. I very much agree. But now we're finding ourselves during a day where this bill is completely unanimous, but the Conservative Party refused to vote for a motion to accelerate the process and send this bill to the Senate. I don't know why they're delaying things this way. Maybe some bills are bills, rather the Conservatives don't want to talk about certain bills. For example, conversion therapy, maybe they don't want to talk about that. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I completely agree with my honourable colleague. I've been here for a year. I was here yesterday, and now I hear blame being cast around. Oh, it's your fault if it wasn't adopted. No, it's your fault. It's the fault of both parties. This bill could have been adopted a long time ago. We could have moved on to address the issues that I've talked about. Partisanship should not be part of some debates, certain bills like this one. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert for his passion speech, as always. But as always, his speech is very relevant. Often he'll bring in different facts and think outside the box. So thank you so much for the speech, honourable colleague. To my honourable colleague, I'd like to know to what extent he thinks this bill will help fight rape culture. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, it's a small piece of all the work that needs to be done. The bill sends a signal that from now on, judges will have to take training to allow them to be more open-minded, to better understand these issues so that we can avoid situations and that lead to these disgraceful comments that we heard. We're moving forward slowly, as the member for Rivière-de-Mille stated. It's a small step. We need to do much more. It's interesting because I'm glad to discuss this issue that we're talking about it, but I think we're looking at just one small angle of this problem. There are solutions to be found here, yes, but this is a much, much broader issue. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carlston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it's a pleasure to rise and speak to Bill C-3. As you know, the original legislation was first introduced in February of 2017 by, it was introduced as Bill C-337 by Ms. Rona Ambrose, the former leader of our party as well as the official opposition. I want to thank Ms. Ambrose for the passionate advocacy that she has taken on this important legislation. I'm also pleased to see that this legislation adopted by the Liberal government earlier this year was reintroduced again now as Bill C-3. Back in 2017, it received unanimous support from the House of Commons and passed quickly to committee. I guess it should come as no surprise then that it would take over 2 years for it to move through the legislative process despite having all party support. Then it would die on the floor of the Senate in June of 2019. Despite finishing the legislative process about the same time as 15 plus other bills at that June, it was held back by this Liberal majority government from receiving royal assent. And why, people may ask? Well, some may suggest that it's to play the same liberal games that the many Canadians despise and disapprove of, and that is so they could rename it and call it their own. This is important legislation, as it is a step forward toward actually improving our criminal justice system, something that this Liberal government has done little or nothing enough of over the last 5 years. This legislation is about ensuring trust is maintained in the justice system, that survivors of sexual assault are respected by the justice system when they do come forward. This bill requires that to be appointed a judge of a superior court, an individual must now commit to undertaking to participate in continuing education on matters related to sexual assault law and social context, including attending seminars. This will ensure that Superior Court judges are equipped with the knowledge and skills required to address sexual assault trials and ensure that survivors are treated with dignity and respect. it also provides them the training to not feed into the myths and stereotypes that often cause women to hesitate coming forward. Personally, I would have preferred that in addition to the new appointments to the bench, that all current judges sitting at every level of court that adjudicate sexual offenses in this country be required to participate in continuing education on these matters as well, in the same way that this legislation proposes for new Superior Court appointments. This bill will also require judges to provide reasons for their decisions on sexual assault cases. This is good, as it will give more information to victims and improve transparency for the justice system and the public who watch it. As a former police officer who has given testimony in a wide variety of criminal cases, including numerous sexual assault cases, I have the utmost respect for the significant challenge and burden placed on our judges. Every day they are tasked with appropriately applying the law to determine guilt or innocence as they adjudicate criminal cases. And while Canadians enjoy the best justice system in the world, it is not without its flaws. Judges, after all, are human, like all of us, and are given the incredible responsibility of applying laws written by other humans, namely us, parliamentarians in this House. And we know that sometimes those laws can also be flawed. We put a great deal of authority and trust in our judges. And so ensuring that people who take up this challenging post are properly equipped, we must ensure that they have the necessary training and knowledge to fulfill those responsibilities to the best of their ability and to the expectation of the Canadian public. This training would eliminate misconceptions and myths and stereotypes that often prevent victims of sexual assault, almost always women, from coming forward and pressing charges against their attackers. Madam Speaker, this is not a minor issue. The number of sexual assaults that occur in Canada and are never reported are staggering. Statistics Canada reported that only 5% of women who were sexually assaulted come to the attention of police. 5%. Why? I suspect one of the many reasons is because of their lack of confidence in our justice system. Far too few of these crimes are reported, and of that 5% that is reported, only 21% led to a court case. There are many factors for this, including what evidence might be available, how it might be prosecuted, witnesses that are available, any corroborating evidence, attitude of the justice participants, how judges approach the issue, and maybe many others. Of the 21% that actually get to court, of the 5% who actually reported being assaulted, only 12% of those cases result in conviction. So think about that. That is 12% of 21% of 5%. In other words, there is a better than 98% chance of not being convicted of sexually assaulting another person in this country. That is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Unacceptable. Finally, of all those convicted of sexual assault, only 7% result in a prison term. These are terrible crimes, and they have lasting, lifelong impacts. Getting a conviction on sexual assault, let alone having someone sentenced, is far too rare. And most victims of crime and violence and sexual assault will usually prefer not to relive the experience over and over again in our courts, living through the trauma multiple times. Like I said previously, Madam Speaker, I have investigated many of these crimes, sexual assault crimes. It's heartbreaking experiences of listening to victims that are further exasperated by our justice system. They feel they're not being believed. The intrusive nature of the evidence collection process, retelling their experiences repeatedly over and over again. Sometimes limited victim supports, lack of convictions reduce the victim's willingness to come forward. And then if they are convicted, many victims don't feel that the sentence that is given out fits what happened to them. But, Madam Speaker, this bill is the kind of thing that governments should be doing, working to improve our justice system, working to support victims with better services, and working to put criminals who assault others to be held accountable and in jail. Support for victims has been sorely lacking in the last few years, and there has been lots of support for criminals, including reduced sentences for some serious and violent crimes, but limited on our victims. The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police noted in their brief to Parliament on Bill C-75 that some criminals, if given reduced sentences, would mean eliminating certain information being entered into the Canadian Police Information System, including DNA. When the conviction is considered a secondary offense, it eliminates critical information that then limits the ability for police to track and catch that criminal if they commit other crimes. As the CACP put it, this would have direct negative impact on police investigations. And Madam Speaker, I would add on public safety. Canadians should not live in fear. Young women should not live in fear. Victims and their families should not be living in fear. They should have trust and confidence in our justice system. Victims and their rights should always be put ahead of the rights of criminals. Canada's Conservatives recognize that far too often the justice system fails to respect the experiences of victims of sexual assault. It is time, Madam Speaker, that we ended comments and attitudes like that of our Prime Minister, where he said that she experienced it differently. Those kinds of excuses allow sexual assaults, sexual harassment to be normalized. Calling it out is a duty of all of us. Acting to stop that kind of behavior is the responsibility of this House. My hope is that this bill will be the first step of improving the treatment of victims, increasing the conviction of sexual offenders, improving public safety, and developing the trust and confidence of Canadians in our justice system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, for his contributions to today's debate and in Parliament, but also for his service in the past as a police officer. As by way of comment, I would just indicate that in terms of crafting this bill, we're always looking to protect the critical constitutionally important principle of judicial independence. And apropos of his comment about judges at every level of every level or every jurisdiction and every court in the land, we don't at the federal level have the ability to intervene directly with respect to provincially appointed judges. But I think what we can do is set an example at the federal level of what we are trying to do and the importance of judicial education on sexual assault law and in social context. So my question to him is this. Given the importance of this kind of bill and this kind of training, would he commit to working to get this expeditiously to the Standing Committee of Justice, and secondly, to also working with his colleagues in the Alberta government, including Premier Kenney, to ensure similar types of training is also delivered provincially, as it is now being done in Prince Edward Island? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Yes, absolutely, it's necessary to work collaboratively, and I think the steps of this House to ensure that at least federally this is done, and working toward all provinces having this as a requirement of anyone sitting on the bench would be a long way to serving the justice system and victims. As for expeditiously moving this through this House, I would push back and say this had the opportunity to be passed in the last Parliament. It was introduced in February of 2017. It was 2 years to went through the process. It was at the Senate. It did not receive royal assent. Why? Because this government did not push it forward to receive royal assent. And I wonder why. I wonder why. So now we have a bill that we, of course, support and want to debate and make sure that we get it right. We've waited now 3 years since this was introduced nearly, and so it's important that the bill move forward, but move forward in a way that serves the best needs of Canadians, not this Liberal government.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague on an excellent speech, and I appreciate his input and his background and perspective on it, and his support for this very important bill. One of the figures mentioned was about only a small percentage of cases involving sexual assault being brought forward. And I wonder if my colleague, in his experience and background as a police officer, could elaborate a bit on why he thinks that is the case and how perhaps this bill could help in that regard. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carlson Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Justice Critic and my colleague for the excellent question. There's a number of factors that I believe inhibit the successful prosecution of sexual assault cases. And they're vast. It can be the police officer may not have the experience necessary or the attitude appropriate to investigate this. It may be that the prosecutor is overwhelmed, undertrained, and so may not give it the attention it requires. It may be that witnesses are reluctant, that the victim is reluctant. But in those cases that actually get to court, it's incredible to see that the system is tilted, and I appreciate the balance of probabilities and the whole issue of beyond a reasonable doubt, or beyond any doubt for conviction. But I have had great evidence that has been put together, incredible witness testimony, DNA evidence, everything there, and the judges sometimes, for various reasons, will not convict. And so I think that the more training that they have, the better it is for everyone.
Une toute petite dernière question.
One quick last question from the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll go more quickly than possible since the beginning of the day. We've asked questions about why we should there was no acceptance of this bill quickly to send it to the Senate as quickly as possible, and I would like my honourable colleague to explain why the debate is so important today that they're ensuring. Shouldn't we move quickly to accept it? Thank you very much.
Medicine Hat, Carlson Warner. A few 10 seconds.
I think that's a question that we should ask the government, why they dragged their feet for nearly 3 years on this bill. Why it didn't get the push that it should have. And today, I didn't get a chance to speak to it last time. I get a chance to speak to it today. I think it's important that it be debated further in committee. There may be amendments that can be made that makes this even stronger than it is today. So I think it...
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to rise in this House to speak to Bill C-3. While important, and this is something I was happy to support in the 42nd Parliament, I'm afraid it's just a drop in the bucket in what we as a society must do to fight sexual violence against women. Bill C-3 will, I hope, like its predecessors, Bill C-5 and Bill C-337, find unanimous support, as this piece of legislation is a rare product of bipartisan support. I thank the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada for sponsoring this reintroduction of the bill that found its genesis in a private member's bill created by the Honourable Rona Ambrose, former Member of Parliament for Sturgeon River Parkland and also former Leader of Canada's Conservatives and the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition. This legislation is about ensuring trust is maintained in the judicial system, that survivors of sexual assault are respected by the judicial system when they step forward. This bill, when passed, will require federal judges and those seeking the office to participate in continuing legal education with regards to sexual assault law. It also strives to combat the myths and stereotypes that often cause victims of sexual assault to hesitate to come forward. Federal judges will also be required to provide written reasoning for their decisions in sexual assault cases in order to promote transparency in the reasons that lead to their decision. This bill will require the Canadian Judicial Council to submit an annual report to Parliament on the delivery and participation in sexual assault information seminars established by them. In my mind, to be truly effective, provincial court judges should be required to take this training, and I encourage those provinces to take a serious look at the work that has been done by parliamentary committees and to listen to the words spoken in this House with respect to this issue and to strongly consider passing complementary legislation in their respective jurisdictions. It's a shame, though, Speaker, that we find ourselves actually in this place at this time where we must pass legislation to train, arguably, the highest educated group of individuals in this country on sexual assault awareness. Where we should be focusing our energy is educating the next generation of men and women to be advocates, especially men, to be advocates for ending sexual violence and not to perpetuate the myths and stereotypes that enable others to think it's acceptable. Yesterday, the member for Calgary-Nose Hill made one of the most impassioned and important speeches I have heard in this Parliament. Our colleague stood here and challenged men to stand up and be a voice for women and men who are victims of sexual violence. Far too often, it is women who are forced to stand up on their own and shout, "Enough is enough." Statistically, women constitute the overwhelming numbers of victims of sexual assaults. Adding to the personal trauma, they must often rely solely on their own strength to report these heinous crimes. As men, we have historically dismissed women's voices on these issues, or we have left it to them to demand action. It's time for men to recognize their role in preventing sexual violence in all its forms. Let me be clear. It's not enough for a man to say, "Well, I'd never do that, so I've done my part." We need to do more, Speaker. We all need to do more. We need to stand with those incredibly brave survivors who are taking a stand to end sexual violence. And not just for women. Men are victims of sexual assault as well, and it needs to end for all victims. Men need to challenge the myths and stereotypes about how survivors of sexual assault are expected to behave. As a father of a young boy, I have a responsibility to guide him in his journey to become a man. There are many things that I must teach him and for him to learn from me and I from him. But in order for him to take his place as a productive member of society, I need to be that role model. I need to be putting forward their messages and encouraging him to be better. One of the most fundamental things I need to impress upon him is to respect others. He needs to understand that men should not feel entitled to sexually harass people or perpetuate sexual violence, that every person has power over their own body and how to give and receive consent. He needs to understand that men and boys must never obtain power through violence, and that the notion that sex as a right of his gender is false. Sexual violence ends when all of us understand the fundamental truth that no one is permitted to sexually harass or invade another individual's body or personal boundaries. Girls and women are given advice about rape prevention, such as, and we heard from many members in this place in the debate that's been ongoing today and yesterday, such as not letting your drink out of sight, or not wearing revealing outfits or high heels, and not walking alone at night. As a society, we must go beyond what girls can do to prevent being victims. We need to focus on the attitudes that boys have about women and their own masculinity. The next generation of men need to promote mutual respect for women and embrace equality for all people, regardless of their gender or sexual orientation. Working towards ending sexual violence is a constant collective effort, and as men, we all need to do our part. And while Bill C-5 is just a ripple, it is my hope, my sincere hope, that it will eliminate victim blaming, an attitude that suggests a victim rather than the perpetrator bears responsibility for an assault. That a victim's sobriety, the clothes they were wearing, and their sexuality become irrelevant in the courtroom. To end sexual violence, perpetrators must be held accountable. By trying sexual violence cases, we recognize these acts as crimes and send a strong message of zero tolerance. Speaker, Canada's Conservatives were proud to support Bill C-337 and Bill C-5 in previous parliaments because we recognize that far too often the justice system fails to respect the experiences of victims of sexual assault. The Canadian bench must be held accountable and ensure that judges have the updated training Canadians expect them to have. That's why we committed in the last election to ensure that all judicial appointees take sexual assault sensitivity training prior to taking the bench. We will always look for ways to stand up for survivors of sexual assault and ensure they are treated with dignity. I would like to thank Rona Ambrose for being such a passionate advocate for victims of sexual assault and for her work on this very important file. This bill addresses the simple fact that victims going to trial should expect that judges are educated in the law. Yet what it doesn't address is the absolute necessity that all of us, every single person, has the same responsibility to be educated in what it means to be human and protect and respect the dignity of our fellow citizens. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I look forward to the questions.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and the member made reference to Bill C-5, and I suspect he meant Bill C-3. That's the bill we're actually debating today. And C-5 currently is actually a very interesting bill. It's about reconciliation, and I look forward to that debate and the position the Conservatives will have on that particular piece of legislation. But my question to the member is, in just listening to what members of the Conservative Party have to say, I would assume that this bill will pass unanimously in the House. That's what I am expecting. And yet there's this desire to have not only the content of this bill, but the broader issue of assault, sexual assault, being debated inside the House. And, the opposition has a good opportunity when we come back, 2 opposition days coming. And would the member not support having a debate on the broader issue, maybe even with a Conservative motion, which would then allow for an expansion on some of their thoughts? Would he not think that would be a good thing?
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank the member opposite for his question and the clarification on the bills. I think I did say the wrong bill, but I appreciate the clarification on that. I think the reason why we're having this debate, because this is a pretty large topic, and this could go on for quite some time because there is a lot to dive into on this issue, and I think the fact that the Liberals are trying to somehow place blame on the opposition for trying to have this discussion, trying to debate the issues, and seeing where we can find common ground, which I think we found lots of common ground on, but there's also ways we can improve. And I think the member from Calgary Nose Hill said it quite well yesterday. This is one step, but the other step is to stop appointing the wrong people to the bench. That would be a nice step as well. But there's a lot to get into. But I think what we do need to do in this place is debate these pieces of legislation. That's what we're here for.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his great speech. A reminder that when we talk about this issue, we all bring our own different experience, and his experience as a father, similar to mine as a father. We hear about these stories and these events, and it's always sobering as we think about how do we teach our own children, how do we raise them to reflect the values that we want to see embodied in society. Because in some ways, talking about training judges seems quite late. if you're already at the stage of having had a legal career and getting appointed to the bench, and at that point, this is where this education is happening. It reminds us of the value of teaching some of these principles of respect for others, of self-control, of recognizing the dignity of all people, and of teaching and passing those principles on much earlier. I wonder if the member can speak more to how we might work to do that.
For Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my friend's question. He does raise a very good point and something I can take a lot more time on. As a father, obviously I don't have as many children as his. I'm just a father of one, but I do take that response. I think you're four, father of four? Congratulations. For now, congratulations. I do take that responsibility, and all parents should take that responsibility, especially for fathers teaching, in this case, their sons the rules of respect and how to act like a human being and treating everyone as equal, because we really are. And I do agree with my colleague's point that these are some of the most educated people in our society. You would think that this training has come too late because they should already be aware of this, be self-aware, have that just common sense of what is right and wrong. And this is just one step, and hopefully many that will come to address this.
L'honorable député du Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the remarks. In the Bloc Québécois, we support Bill C-3 as well. There are some people who want to move it through more quickly. We've talked about it, but we're continuing the debate today. I'd like to hear my colleague's opinion. Does he think that there are other professions that should be subjected to this type of legislation so that we would be in a fair context for all?
Kawartha Lakes, Brock. Very quick answer.
Oh, very quickly. Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, I think this is something we can be exploring. We can be looking at this. Obviously, there are jurisdictional issues as well, as I know my friend from the bloc knows. But I do, and I'm sure he's nodding because the Speaker's, but this is something we should be talking about. And it also comes with educating, as a parent, educating your child so that when they do grow up, this is not an issue. And we as a society can do better. And it starts with each and every one of us. And I'll admit it starts with me too.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise today in response, of course, to Bill C-3 and the ability to speak upon it. It is initially introduced as Bill 337 in 2017 by Rona Ambrose, who was the leader of the Conservative Party at that point in time, and has doggedly pursued this, even though she is no longer in the House of Commons. And we have to give her all the credit in the world for that, because this is a very important bill. This bill comes to us for the third time, and that's a shame. The reason it's here again is because this government that initially put it through the paces of the Justice Committee in the last Parliament decided to end that Parliament without really good reason. I'm not sure when you end a Parliament how you actually decide to keep the good things and throw out the bad things. You throw out everything. So there was a process here we were going through, and this government decided to end that process on so many good things that had to happen with this country. This is one of those bills. Now we're starting over again. And that is a shame, considering how important this legislation is. As I said, I was on the Justice Committee in the last Parliament. I'm not on that Justice Committee anymore. However, we heard so many good reasons for this bill. Those good reasons came from so many interested parties that appeared before the committee. And Madam Speaker, if I could just go through some of those wonderful organizations that presented us such compelling evidence about why we need to proceed with this legislation. We heard from the Canadian Association of Black Lawyers. We heard from the Canadian Centre for Gender and Sexual Diversity. We heard from the Disabled Women's Network of Canada. We heard from the Women's Legal Education and Action Fund, the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, Colchester Sexual Assault Centre, Kawartha Sexual Assault Centre. Pardon me, Madam Speaker. And we heard from the Canadian Judicial Council. Now, these were almost unanimous. And I say, I'm not somebody who buys into groupthink. I think none of us are. We have to do our own analysis on what comes before us. So there was only one dissenting voice in that group of presenters about how important this legislation was for advancing the needs of women who had been through sexual assault hearings in front of our judiciary. And that one dissenting voice was the Canadian Judicial Centre. And representing lawyers there saying, we don't think the government should put their hands in our business because we have our own process and we're smart enough to take care of our own laundry. Well, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that no, that is not true. And this is our only venue here to actually have some influence on how we appoint judges and what's important in their job and how we can get their job done, because we know that once they're judges, they can actually, they no longer have the influence of Parliament. It is a separate part of our democracy, having an independent judicial system, and we want and we need to maintain that. Now, having a separate judiciary means we have to have a good judiciary. So having somebody appointed as a judge going through a certain process where it is evident from all the statistics we've heard about what happens in sexual assault cases that come before the judiciary, this is not something that can keep going on. To try and impose an actual education system for these people that we're appointing on these benches is our main instrument to try and influence them and how they view those victims when they're coming before them and giving testimony. That is what our role here is. We need to influence that legislation and make sure that these people we're appointing are well educated on what they have to do and make sure that they understand the needs of the victims, who they have to consider their rights as well. And I appreciate the legal system, Madam Speaker, as much as anybody else. You know, I'm not a legally trained individual, but in my previous employ, I had many dealings with the legal system. And seeing the legal system work, as you say, it's kind of like almost like Parliament here. You know, watching sausages get made, it's never pretty. And sometimes when you go through the legal system, you recognize what's happening here is not perfect. It might be one of the best systems in the world as far as the judicial hearings go, but at the same time, you look at faulty outcomes. You look at judges that make decisions and you sit back and scratch your head. And now, how on earth did that person make that decision given everything we've heard in this hearing today? That is troubling as a rational person, but nevertheless, it is reality. And as one of my colleagues said earlier here, we're all human. In this House of Commons, we're all human, and we're not supposed to be perfect here. Judges are the same. We appoint judges. We don't expect them to be perfect. We expect them to do the best job they can with the information that's presented to them, and hopefully we have the best outcome for society at the end of the day. But the statistics we've heard clearly show that we're not getting the best outcome for society on what we're doing now, so change is important, and that's why we're here. We're here to make sure that change that we're imposing upon the appointment of judges happens very well. The Justice Committee was one thing, but let me tell you about the actual hearings themselves. That we got to hear about women that were not represented in that case. They would come before the judges and they felt belittled in the process. This is an important change for society to make sure that people that are victims of crimes have the ability to be heard and to be heard effectively, because justice needs to be understood by the public for it to be an enforceable system. If we don't have a system that is open to everybody that feels they're a victim of a crime, that feels that they're marginalized and should not come forward and present that crime to our society, then we have failed as a society. And that's our job here again, to make sure that we build on that going forward and get this better at the next iteration. Shutting down Parliament obviously had that effect of stopping that process. Stopping that process, now we're starting again. How long is this going to take before we actually get some legislation that matters to Canadians? Small bits, small advances, we all know that. And there's been so much going on here, so much that has been thrown out the baby with the bathwater as we've gone through this, but it is the result of a government that has no regard for what we're doing here as far as process goes. And process means examining legislation and making sure, as much as possible, we get it right. So getting it right, it means putting the right bills in front of us, getting those bills heard through the process that's been developed over years and years and years, and then we get to analyze what's right, what might be wrong with that, hear the expert opinions that come through that, and come to a conclusion about the best path forward. That isn't here right now. When you shut down Parliament in the middle of a pandemic, the government effectively said, we don't respect this process. We want our own process that we don't have to deal with other people. So therefore, we've got to make sure that this is held in account. I'm dismayed, Madam Speaker, that this is before us again. I wish this wasn't here. I wish this had already received the third reading from this House and been over to the other House and would be getting debated there so we could move it towards royal assent once and for all. But it's been held up too many times and prorogued and left to die on the order paper, and Parliament closed. Finally, can you get some work done, get Parliament working again? And thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member from Calgary Centre for his contribution to today's discussion. I want to invite him to perhaps correct the record in reference to some statements that were made in the last 20 minutes by his colleague, the member from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner. I'm going to read to him something. The quote is, "They have an opportunity to show they put victims of sexual assault and women's issues before political games," end quote. That's a citation from Rona Ambrose, a woman whose name has been invoked repeatedly on both sides of the aisle in the context of this debate. And that's a comment she made in reference to Conservative senators in the last Parliament blocking Bill 337 from securing passage and royal assent. And that is a statement she delivered to the National Post on June of 2019. The member from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, clearly attempted to portray the prevention of receiving royal assent on that important piece of legislation on the fault of the government, the Liberal government. I invite the member from Calgary Centre to correct the record and clearly indicate what Ms. Ambrose had said, which is that, in fact, the obstacle was put in place by members of his own caucus. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
As you know, Madam Speaker, I've been a member of this House since October of 2019, and it's an honour to serve the residents of Calgary Centre, and I'm pleased that they chose me to represent their interests. The advancement of this issue is very important. I'm elected to this House. I'm not elected to the Senate. The actual my colleagues on this side of the House have been unanimous in support of this bill, and we continue to be unanimous in moving this bill forward. So, Madam Speaker, thank you. I'm unaware of the actual quotations that my member on the other side of the House has brought forth here, but thank you.
The commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I do want to just take this opportunity to respond to what the Parliament Secretary said, because I was here in the last Parliament, and what we saw, frankly, from the government was an effort on their part to push through large government bills that were widely opposed across the country, bills like C-48 and C-69, which I know the member who just spoke knows well as our shadow minister working on natural resource issues. But the point is that the government was trying to rush through those very bad bills, but government bills through the Senate, and there was a backlog of private members' business. And if that affected many good private members' bills. It affected an organ harvesting bill that I had done a great deal of work on as well. But the fact is the Senate rules involve prioritizing government legislation, and if the government had done a little better job, frankly, of listening to people and listening to the legitimate concerns raised about Bill C-48, Bill C-69, maybe the process would have been smoother on those bills and there would have been more time in the Senate to get to other things. But the government's kicking Liberal senators out of their caucus so they have no capacity to engage the agenda in the Senate. That was a decision they made, and they're blaming other people for their inability to manage their own legislative agenda.
Does the member from Calgary Centre have a comment back?
Thank you, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. Madam Speaker, it's exactly the reason that many of us ran for this Parliament. We saw the way the government was rushing certain legislation through the House and through the Senate with no regard for process and what Canadians actually needed in that process. That happened, and obviously there was a selective process applied about which of those bills were good for them at that point in time and how much time was being spent on them, and some good bills got left in the trash. And unfortunately, the predecessor to this bill was one of the ones they chose to leave behind. Now, why you choose to advance bills that divide Canadians and don't move us forward socially, and leave the ones that are actually unifying us all as we come to debate them, is a question that's up in the air for many people across Canada. And I would challenge the government to actually take a look at what their priorities are as far as the social issues like this one and also the economic issues that are facing Canada. Thank you.
Commentaire. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. A very brief question. Well, a question then. For 2 days now, and as I said earlier, I deplore the fact that the two parties are saying it's your fault, it's their fault, and whatnot. If we'd sent the issue to the SEDA, it would be adopted already. And if it didn't exist, rather, it could be adopted already. I'm voting on a fundamental issue for society. That's what this is about. But there are people here. Well, I had to go out and put my face on signs and get elected. But in the Senate, people aren't elected.
Député de Calgary West, une réponse très rapide.
Je remercie mon collègue.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc, Madam Speaker, for his comments. I don't disagree with them. Our work here is to debate subjects, topics. And with respect to the other place, well, that's not our business here. This is just all part of our process. Thank you.
Debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Provencher.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a delight for me, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity this afternoon to speak to Bill C-3. To begin with, I want to thank the government for reintroducing this important piece of legislation in this new session of the 43rd Parliament. Members will, of course, recall that the original architect of this bill, when it was presented as a private member's bill, Bill C-337, was former Conservative leader, the Honourable Rona Ambrose. And I want to thank her for her tireless efforts to support and protect survivors of sexual assault. In short, Madam Speaker, this bill proposes to require judges to participate in continuing legal education with regards to sexual assault law. It requires the Canadian Judicial Council to submit an annual report to Parliament on the delivery and participation in sexual assault information seminars established by them. And it requires judges to provide reasons for their decisions in sexual assault cases. That's what this bill does, but what's the bill about? It's about ensuring that trust is maintained in the judicial system. Trust is a very important thing, Madam Speaker. It takes a long time, often a lifetime, to establish trust, but it only takes a moment to destroy it. It's about ensuring survivors of sexual assault are treated with dignity, respect, and compassion by the judicial system when they have the courage to come forward. Sharing about what led her to introduce the previous version of the bill, the JUST Act, Ms. Ambrose spoke about her time volunteering at a rape crisis center while in university. She also shared about a research project that she participated in, a court watch program. In her own words, and I quote, "This project basically had student volunteers like me sitting in courtrooms during sexual assault and sexual abuse cases, taking notes about how victims and complainants were treated. It was shocking," end quote. She went on to share that one of the troubling scenarios she witnessed during her speech was, and she says, "I remember sitting in a courtroom taking notes when a prosecutor was questioning a little girl, and by little girl I mean under the age of 12, about how she had sat on a defendant's lap. The insinuation was that she was flirting with this man who was in his 50s. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm the father of two daughters and the grandfather of 6. granddaughters. I cannot imagine, Madam Speaker, how I would feel, how I would react watching one of my daughters, one of my grandchildren being treated like that in a court of law, had any of them been the victim. This is not an impressive experience that any Canadian should have of our judicial system. And tragically, Madam Speaker, it's young women, ages 15 to 24, who have the highest rate of sexual assaults. It's more likely for victims of self-reported incidents of sexual assaults than it is for victims of robberies and physical assaults to involve an offender that was known to them. These realities perhaps contributed to another troubling fact, and that is that the majority of sexual assaults, according to the Justice Department, 83% of them go unreported to police. By requiring judges to stay current with respect to sexual assault laws, Bill C-3 will make sure that sexual assault survivors are treated with dignity, respect, and compassion by our justice system. And on top of the education component, Bill C-3 will also require judges to prove and provide written reasoning for their decisions in sexual assault proceedings. This provision offers those engaged with the justice system and all Canadians more transparency, and more transparency will build trust. And with more trust, a greater willingness to seek justice when you've been wronged. And only by restoring that trust and confidence in our justice system can we ensure that these young women have access to the justice that they deserve. In our 2019 platform, the Conservative Party committed to requiring all judicial appointees to take sexual assault sensitivity training prior to taking the bench. The bill requires them to commit to taking training prior to taking the bench and is therefore consistent with our party's commitment to defend victims of crime. I was pleased to support Rona Ambrose's Just Act in the last Parliament because there are still instances where the justice system fails to respect the experiences of sexual assault survivors. We owe it to them to address these failings, and Bill C-3 does that. I want to take a step back from this specific bill for a moment because in an ideal world, we wouldn't need the Just Act, we wouldn't need this Bill C-3. What we need is to be appointing judges who are people of integrity in the first place, as judges who recognize the dignity and value of each person that's before them. Judges who are sensitive to the tragic circumstances which often lead to individuals attending their courtroom. I'm reminded of the story of two wolves, a popular legend often attributed to the Cherokee people. And as the story goes, an old Cherokee was teaching his grandson about life. And he says, "Grandson, a fight is going on inside of me. And it's a terrible fight between two wolves. One is evil. He is anger, envy, sorrow, regret, greed, arrogance, and self-pity, guilt, resentment, inferiority, lies, false pride, superiority, and ego." He continued on, "The other wolf is good. He is joy, peace, love, hope, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, compassion, and faith. The same fight is going on in you, grandson, and in every other person as well." The grandson thought about it for a minute, and then he asked his grandfather, "Grandfather, which wolf will win?" The grandfather used that opportunity very wisely. He says, "The one we feed." Madam Speaker, the point here is this. Each one of us is feeding those metaphorical wolves every day. We choose which one grows in strength, character, and stature. We choose which one wins. Many of us will be familiar with the disturbing comments of one Canadian judge who asked a sexual assault complainant why she could not just keep her knees together. This goes to show that our judges are not immune to this kind of struggle. And that's why appointing judges of integrity is critical. Appointing judges of good character and proven track record is essential. Appointing judges that have proven themselves to be good, decent, and honorable people is the best starting point that we could have. And from there, we keep on investing in good people with further training, and in this instance, in further training around sexual assault law. Some might say, well, why train? You know, you've heard the argument, you know, we train them and then they leave. Waste of time, waste of money. And the answer to that is, well, what if we don't train them and they stay? You know, and that, of course, is a worse situation. And so training is important, and that's part of what this bill seeks to accomplish, is ongoing training and improvement for our justices. My Christian faith offers a similar sentiment. Jesus, sharing with a group of people, says that no good fruit or good tree bears bad fruit, and no bad tree bears good fruit, for each tree is known by its fruit. Figs are not gathered from bushes, nor are grapes gathered from a bramble bush. The good person out of the good treasure of his heart produces good, and the evil person out of the evil treasure produces evil. For out of the abundance of the heart, their mouth speaks. And so it starts, Madam Speaker, with good people. And from there we continue to invest in good people, in good judges, through training to help them disseminate the justice and to do it with compassion. In this moment that we're in, at the very least, this bill will help judges to feed the right wolf. Furthering education around sexual assault law can help grow and develop a judge's humility, empathy, and compassion when dealing with sexual assault survivors. Pulling back the curtain on the rationale behind a judge's decision also encourages a fulsome presentation of truth and can empower victims on their journey to find peace. This is what it looks like, at least in part, to feed the good wolf. On this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we will always look for ways to stand up for survivors of sexual assault. We will always strive to ensure victims of crime are treated with dignity, respect, and compassion. I'm thankful today for this opportunity for us to come together to discuss this very important bill, and I'm thankful that across all the party lines in this House, we can come together with a common sense of purpose and unity on this bill. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to present.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, and I appreciate the members' comments here, and I appreciate juggling parliamentary secretaries is hard when one's virtual and one is directly in front of you. To the member opposite, I wanted to continue to quote from the National Post article that I quoted from in my last intervention, an article which cited Ms. Rona Ambrose, who he himself cited in his intervention. And what she indicated at that time, again, expressing her frustration with members of the Conservative Party who were in the Senate, is that she indicated it, quote, could help, Ambrose said, for Conservative leader Andrew Scheer to talk to them about her bill, referencing the previous leader of the Conservative Party and the fact that whether he could...
The Parliamentary Secretary cannot refer to a member by his or her name. So the member for Regina Capel, you should refer to him by his...
Thank you. So at that time, she was referring to the member from Regina Capel in his previous capacity as leader of the official opposition. So I wanted to ask the member opposite, given his and his party's repeated invocation of Rona Ambrose, a leader under which he served, and her belief in her own bill, and our party's belief in this bill, I think every party's belief in this bill, including his own party's belief in this bill. One, did that conversation ever happen between the former leader of the opposition and Conservative members of the Senate? And further to this legislation now, will the Conservative Party undertake that the current leader...
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Biddle's question would have been better.
Well, Madam Speaker, that indeed is an interesting question posed by the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice. To presume that I would know of, have intimate knowledge of every conversation that may or may not have happened in this place, wow, that's giving me an awful lot of credit, which, Madam Speaker, I just don't deserve. But further to that, we wouldn't have to be discussing this bill today had we not been through the prorogation of this Parliament by the Prime Minister. This bill could long be on its way, and it could have been through it was through the House already, and what we're doing here today, unfortunately, wasn't necessary. But it is necessary because we do want to see this bill go forward, and I support it, and I hope that the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice can see his way through supporting it as well.
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that everybody agrees this is a very important bill, a step in the right direction, a very important issue, but there's a lack of consistency on the Conservative side that I find very problematic. Why did the party refuse to agree on the motion to send this bill straight to the Senate? Why are we still talking about it today if we could have moved it along?
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for that question. It's actually a great question. Why are we here discussing this bill today? And we could have just by unanimous consent moved it along. We chose not to. And we chose not to because it's so important that we believe Canadians should participate again in this discussion. We think it's important for victims of sexual assault in this country to get the respect, the dignity, the compassion, the justice that they deserve, not only in this House, but also in the courts. And for the Canadian public to understand that this is an important issue, I think only raises awareness of the value that all parties in this House place on that issue. And that's why we're discussing it here today, just to create higher profile for the victims of sexual assault.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know as a member of the Status of Women Committee, some of the things that we were discussing is how could we also improve the lives of young women and girls and young boys who have also been infected by sexual assaults. And things that I'm looking at is education. And we talk a lot about this because I think we have to go back to the core of how does this happen. And we know that there's lots of influences, but I was wondering if the honourable member could talk about what we should do when it comes to the education systems and when it comes to the, education of our youth on respect of young women and girls.
Provencher. Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. And educating our young boys and girls is very important. It's something that I place a lot of value on. And I think to have, for parents to engage in open and frank discussions with their children about issues about sex, is important, about issues about invasion into their personal space is important. And I think these are conversations that need to start at home with mom and dad. And then from there they can grow. And I think one important thing is for kids to have the trust in mom and dad, that they can come to them with their concerns when they've had a situation where they feel that they've been violated, where their personal space has been intruded on, that they're comfortable enough with mom and dad that they can go there and say, hey, this is what happened to me. Is that right? Is that appropriate? And I think education is best started at home as well.
Prise du débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Davignon-Amétis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to speak today on C3 for the first time virtually, and I'd like to thank the interpreters who do really excellent work. I'm very pleased to be speaking to C3, especially as a feminist. Defending the rights of women and social justice are great priorities for me. And these issues are at the heart of this bill. You certainly have heard my colleagues of the Bloc say that passing this bill is in the interest of judges and also all Canadians and Quebecers and victims of sexual assault. We need to pass this bill very expeditiously, but also study it in committee. Especially because the Barreau du Québec, the Bar Association of Quebec, has raised some concerns. I'd like to address especially my constituents. We've all been victims at least once of disgraceful comments to us, especially for our women, whether it's how we're dressed, how we work, how we look, and there's so many other issues. We've all received this kind of comments made towards our friends, our mothers, our sisters, our colleagues. Unfortunately, this is true throughout our society and during trials. So many times judges have made inappropriate comments during trials, and some have rendered judgments and rulings without taking into account the particular nature of these assaults. And so providing training would be a great step in the right direction. There are also many myths and stereotypes associated with sexual assaults, which may make judges think that the victim was part of the problem. For example, they might not understand that consent that is not explicitly given is not consent. I'd like to remind everybody of a few things. The intention of the partners must be clear. Consent means giving permission, authorization, saying yes. In 2016, the Ghomeshi process and the Bill Cosby trial and the hashtags surrounding undisclosed assaults started a new debate. There's a nuance in the idea of consent. For example, when somebody thinks they have to consent, Julie Roussin, a clinical psychologist, we need to see consent as something given freely and not under pressure, which is too often the case during sexual assaults. And we need to look at the psychological aspects also. I have to mention some apparent examples that you may have heard. For example, a judge saying during a trial that a victim who was a minor at the time of the assault was pretty and that she must have been flattered to get so much attention. There are also sexist and racist comments made towards victims of assault. Another judge also stated that since nobody noticed that the assault was happening, the girl who was between 6 and 12 years old at the time was not really a victim, or perhaps there was also the fact that another victim was wearing a pajama with no bra at the time, or a victim did not leave the location or did not immediately denounce the assault. There are too many comments made about the social condition, the age, or the appearance of the victims. It is therefore necessary and appropriate that judges receive ongoing training regarding issues surrounding sexual assaults. Nearly 20 years after the Dubé ruling of the Supreme Court, we don't feel like there's been that much progress made. And we've also seen various reports come out, for example, supporting victims of sexual assault by certain groups, and which identify problems that must be fixed by the system. Sexist violence continues to be a problem in Canadian society, and various groups have committed to making changes throughout society. This bill is part of this logic, and I think it's very much needed. We also need to improve on what we've seen in the past. As you know, Madam Speaker, this bill does bring some better points than we've seen in the past. For example, preserving the anonymity of certain judges. I understand that the Conservatives were against the motion, the NDP motion, to expedite the bill and to send it directly to the Senate because they think that parole officers and parole board members need to receive training as well after what we saw at the murder of Marilyn Lévesque. We've looked at the circumstances, and we were looking into this before the prorogation. Marilyn Lévesque, you'll remember, Madam Speaker, was 22 and was killed by a man on day parole who had been found guilty in 2006 of murdering his spouse, and he had spent years behind bars. But his parole officer still found it appropriate that Mr. Garez go to erotic massage parlors where he met the victim. You know what happened afterwards. So yes, I completely agree that parole officers and that the parole board commissioners also need to receive training and mandatory training on this issue. And I would even go further and say that many other professions need to be covered. Of course, police services and lawyers, they are not under our jurisdiction, but for all professions that are under federal jurisdiction, for example, parole officers, border services agents, officers rather, and the RCMP, all of that is all of these professions should also get training. And there's also the appointment process for judges, the federal court, the federal appeals court, also the federal tax court, and the Supreme Court. Most crimes are handled at the provincial level. So I hope that the provinces, territories, and Quebec will also be inspired by this bill to provide that training. So I encourage all my Conservative and other colleagues to table a bill for training, mandatory training for parole officers, parole board commissioners, and others. We have the opportunity to enact Bill C3. So I encourage all my colleagues to work towards this. Since there's always room for improvement, I hope that studying this bill will allow us to take into account the Quebec Bar's comments, for example, to ensure that there's no infringement on provincial jurisdiction.
This may harm the judicial independence. However, as my colleague from Saint-Jean clearly demonstrated, judges already received training on a number of subjects. It's part of their normal training. And so it is entirely normal that the decision be better documented. And I think sincerely not that these trainings will not harm judicial independence in any way. So I would wrap up, Madam Speaker, on saying that as parliamentarians, as members of a distinct society, we must do more to stamp out rape culture. This means explaining this. Rape is ever present in our society, in our homes, in our justice system, in our children's schools, and our streets. We must therefore do better and more. And let's stop making this seem commonplace. And let's stop cheesy jokes about women's bodies that we hear all too often, that we encourage instead of denouncing. Often without realizing it, we put the burden on the victim's shoulders. We use the bodies of women as if they were there to meet men's needs. So where do we start? I'll take pronounce the words of Pascal Lamont by saying that we need to work on equality among women, including women who have disabilities and Indigenous women. Not all men are aggressors. They can fight against this rape culture. They can denounce sexist jokes and behaviors, help women in need, and lift up women who trust them. That's a good start, like this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
World Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, earlier, part of the discussions that I've heard, and I understand that there's already been one province, and I believe it was Prince Edward Island, that has actually taken a look in terms of what Ottawa was doing and has brought in something of a similar nature. I believe that to be the case. And my question to the member is, would she not agree that at times of this nature, when you get the unanimous support of the House, that we see legislation of this nature pass, that it actually sets a very good example for other jurisdictions to look at and possibly copy and administer it into provincial jurisdictions also. And I'm interested in the members' thoughts in terms of the important role that Ottawa can play in ensuring that we're able to have that positive influence on lower courts.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lametis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I fully agree that unanimous decisions set a good example. But before passing something unanimously, we must ensure that the bill does not have any faults, that it really meets the intention of parliamentarians, that it meets the needs of stakeholder groups. I mentioned the Quebec Bar Association, which shared some concerns. So we must ensure that we study it appropriately before passing it on the quick, if you will. But there was a proposal. We saw a broad consensus for Ms. Ambrose's proposal. I think we can adopt this bill as quickly as possible. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like, first of all, to congratulate my colleague for her work. She gave an excellent presentation on the bill. It's why we're here today, to hear this type of testimony, to hear this type of explanation of the needs to do something. It's important to discuss this all day and to express our opinions and hear different perspectives that represent all regions of Canada and Quebec. My question for my colleague is this. Does she think, without interfering in Quebec's jurisdiction, that Quebec should draw inspiration from what's happening here to ensure that all levels of justice are trained in the same way on women and the issue of sexual assault? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Mégantic-l'Érable for his question, and I agree with him. We need to start a discussion, and that's what we're doing today. And yes, the provinces and Quebec, everyone should draw inspiration from this bill, and that is why Quebec was at the avant-garde with this, talking about the specialized tribunal for victims of sexual assault. It was a work by parliamentarians in the National Assembly that knew that involved all parties, and I think that Quebec should. There was the work of Véronique Yvon, who was in charge of this work, which is underway. So I think it's a give-give situation. Yes, we can draw inspiration from others, but we can also inspire others elsewhere. Yes, we can do more on all levels. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mains. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my congratulations to our dear colleague for her brilliant, sensitive speech. And what moved me most in her speech was remembering that this is the youngest MP in the House of Commons. So her perspective is very constructive. My question is this. It has two parts. Do you think that this bill goes far enough? And secondly, how are you reacting to the slow process to adopt this bill? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matapédia. You have 30 seconds. Thank you to my colleague for the question. I'll try to do this quickly. No, I don't think that the bill goes far enough because, as I said, it could be applied to a broad range of other professions, not just judges. But if we come back to this particular bill, it is for judges in federal courts. So I think that, yes, it is sufficient. We need to ensure that it doesn't interfere in provincial jurisdiction, however. And of course, the legislative process is too long. That is the case for all bills. But by obtaining consensus, like we see on this bill, we will work more quickly, I hope. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. 1 woman in 3 in this country falls victim to sexual assault over the course of her life. That is horrible as a statistic. It is a statistic that is horrible for fathers. Madam Speaker, I have 2 daughters and a son. Imagining that one of my daughters might fall victim to sexual assault, or maybe she has been without saying so, or perhaps she has been harassed without saying so. It's horrible for any father. It's horrible for society. And we need to think about this long and hard. 1 out of 3 women in this country has fallen victim to sexual assault in the course of her life. Madam Speaker, Sunday is the International Day of the Girl, and I think that many parents will be asking themselves, well, I hope that this day will allow us to reflect on the situation. 1 out of 3 women falls victim to sexual assault. Sunday is a time to think about this as a family, the time to reflect, a time to discuss with our children, to find out what's going on, to raise the awareness of our boys, to raise the awareness of our girls, to show openness, to open the door to discussions, to try to ensure that it's not hidden, that it's something that we can talk about openly, because if we don't talk about it, if it remains hidden, unfortunately, it will continue. And the statistics will never improve. Madam Speaker, when we talk about 1 out of 3 women, it's a problem of trust in our society. As my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton said yesterday in her speech, and I quote her,
of trust in our criminal justice system, many women feel unable to even report the assaults they suffer to the police out of fear they will not be taken seriously. They will continue to suffer re-traumatization. And if their cases do advance, their attackers will not face serious repercussion. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, over 2/3 of women say that they don't trust the police or the judiciary or justice. Because of that, 83% of sexual assaults are never reported. For the 17% of remaining case, 1 out of 5 is abandoned. The 4 others will be subject to investigation. The victims will go through a difficult process, a stressful one, and unfortunately, that leaves little space for a conviction. 1 out of 5 of the remaining cases goes to court, and convictions result. For conviction, only 1 out of 10 will be convicted. So if we talk about the 100 and we cut down and we cut down and we cut down, I think it's understandable that women don't go before the courts and that women have a trust problem in the justice system. That is exactly what this bill before us seeks to address. It is a bill that was presented 3 times in this place. First of all, as a private member's bill by our former interim leader, Rona Ambrose, 337. It was retabled under C5, and now it's Bill C3. And every time, Madam Speaker, we have the opportunity to talk about this, well, I confirm that it gives an opportunity for all parliamentarians here in this place to raise the awareness of Canadians and judges and everyone about this reality lived by women in our country, Madam Speaker. It is important that we talk about this, and that we talk about it tomorrow is also important, and we need to talk about it next week and as often as possible, because that is the problem, Madam Speaker. The culture of secrecy, the fear of speaking about it, the fear of reporting, of being mocked, of being taken seriously. It means that women prefer to not talk about it, and that is what we want to fight, Madam Speaker, and that is what we want to do. In small steps, perhaps, but at least to do so logically and seriously with Bill C3. The government, quite rightly, retabled the bill by the Honourable Rona Ambrose called the Just Act, a law to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code. It reflects amendments that were made by the Standing Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs before the last elections, which meant that it was slow to be adopted. And what will this bill do if it is adopted? Well, as I mentioned, it will help. It will require that judges attend legal training on sexual assault. But we're talking about new judges. Allow me, Madam Speaker, because we've been talking about it all day. And people who are watching are perhaps not aware of the content of the bill. Perhaps they don't know exactly what it deals with. So in the preamble of the bill, well, it will give a good overview to those who are listening. The summary says that it is essential for people who have experienced sexual assault to trust the criminal justice system. It also says that Parliament recognizes the importance given to judiciary independence. It cannot interfere the Parliament cannot interfere in trials before the courts, but we must have confidence in the justice system. The judicial institutions of Canada must meet the needs and concerns of Canadians. We have seen all too many cases, Madam Speaker, in the past of judges who made rulings based on myths, on misconceptions, and that is not what today's society expects from judges. Parliamentarians have a responsibility to remind them of these new principles. We are the voice of the people, of Canadians across the country, and that is what we are doing currently with Bill C3, Madam Speaker. The sexual assault trials have a large impact on those involved in them, and it can re-victimize those who are survivors of a sexual assault. That is in the bill. When we go before a trial, victims have to relive in front of strangers what happened, and that can be a disincentive to bringing the case before justice, given also in the preamble that Parliament recognizes the values and importance of participation of judges in continuous training, and to add this training will only ensure that our judges will have access to a larger toolkit to do their work, and that will perhaps allow better access for women to the justice system. And Madam Speaker, in this overview of the bill, it is mentioned that it is imperative for those who are appointed to be judge have training on the issues related to sexual assault and the current context. Nothing in all of this is illogical. Everything is very logical. I was impressed and moved by a speech by the member for Calgary Nose Hill, who said that even if there are amendments, we are trying to improve things. She gave an overview of a situation that really moved me, and I quote her, "There is something in this bill that really angers me. I think it is absurd that we're spending time trying to train men in the judicial system to demonstrate sensitivity in the case of sexual assaults. This strategy is totally inappropriate in many ways because it is incredibly paternalistic. If men want to have the privilege of being appointed as judges, I suggest that what they do that they eliminate the systemic obstacles that women face, and that should be a hiring criteria. Why should we train idiots in society? Why should we not just hire allies?" These are the words of a woman who has also faced many challenges, like many of our colleagues here, many women that I know, Madam Speaker. We must take them seriously. I salute the courage of women who have expressed themselves in this House to support Bill C-3. I support it unreservedly, and I hope that more of our colleagues will talk about it and that they will seize all possible opportunities to talk about it, because the more we talk about it, the more we will get closer to a solution. Questions and comments? We have a time for a first question. You have 4 minutes after question period. The Honourable Member for Lac-Mégantic.
The Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. He talks about a trust problem with the justice system, especially women who face sexual assault in the justice system, and he's right about that. But in delaying this legislation further, aren't we creating a trust problem in Parliament? And we'll say, well, they should stop debating and move on. And they'll say, well, you shouldn't have prorogued. And we'll say, well, the Conservative Senate held it up, and it's back and forth. But doesn't the Honourable Member agree that we should put all of that aside, get this legislation passed as soon as possible to avoid that trust problem with Parliament and re-establish trust in the judicial system?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, the only trust problem that was created in this Parliament is this government that did so when it prorogued Parliament, when it said that it couldn't continue studying the bill. But, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned in my speech, it should have listened attentively. Canadians deserve to hear talk about Bill C-3. We deserve to talk about this. The women who are here in this Parliament deserve to have the right to speak, to explain their position on the matter. That the more we talk about it, the more we will change things. The political games are not on our side of the House. They're on the other side of the House, and they need to end. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, very briefly.
Madam Speaker, you know, the Prime Minister and the government has made it very clear in terms of its priority. We introduced the bill back on Friday. It could have actually passed last Friday, Madam Speaker. We have seen support. I suspect every member of the House of Commons is going to be voting in favour of this bill. Yet the Conservatives still feel that no matter what, you have to talk out bills, it seems, Madam Speaker. No matter what the bill is, you have to be able to talk it out, Madam Speaker. My question is, does the member not feel that there's a time and place to actually allow a bill to pass?
The Honourable Member, you have 15 seconds. Madam Speaker, does the member across the way think that he should give time for other members to speak? Because I would like the member across the way to tell me which of the testimony he heard that we should not have heard, which of my colleagues should not have spoken on the matter. That is the question. Which would he want to silence?
Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell. Madam Speaker, today I want to pay tribute to Yves Berthiaume, who received the Meritorious Services Medal in July. He has been a funeral home director for several decades. He was international president of the Optimist Club in 2004 in Hawkesbury. He created the first Francophone Optimist Club outside of Quebec in Eastern Ontario. Although being an optimist and a funeral director may seem diametrically opposed, he knows how to talk to our youth about death and grieving. He has created a program to educate young people about death and grieving, a program that has been adopted across the country. Yves, thank you for all your years of service to our young people, to his wife Jeanette and his children, Lisanne, Marilyn, and Catherine. Many thanks for having shared your father, your husband, not only with our community, but with the entire world. Yves, you have known me since I've been a child, and you know me better than I know myself. If I'm an optimist, it is in large part due to you.
In Kent, Middlesex.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleagues from Bow River and Lakeland, Alberta for taking me on a tour to meet with dozens of producers and farmers last week. There's so much to be proud of when it comes to Alberta's contribution to Canada's agriculture sector, but the devastation that I witnessed in Lakeland and the feeling of this government's abandonment is more intense than anything I've ever seen. Mr. Speaker, to give you some context, 5 out of 7 counties in Lakeland have declared agricultural disasters. Kelly, a Lamont County grain farmer, shared his heartbreaking story with me. He, like many others, has worked his whole life to be able to one day have his kids continue in his footsteps. But after 5 bad years and a government that's either unwilling or unable to give a hand up to offer Kelly some help, Kelly has now told his children, who've had their heart set on being farmers, to find a new career. The member from Lakeland wrote a letter inviting the Minister of Agriculture to meet these farmers and see the devastation for herself. The Minister couldn't even bother to respond. I urge the Minister of Agriculture to take up the offer to visit, because the only way to truly represent all Canadians requires the occasionality to leave the Ottawa ivory tower.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This pandemic has disproportionately been felt by women and girls, intensifying societal issues of inequality, including access to critical sexual and reproductive health services. I'm disheartened by the closure of Clinic 554 in Fredericton, New Brunswick, limiting access for sexual and reproductive health services, including abortion. Even in Halton, women have limited access to abortion. It is essential for governments to stand up for human rights and not exacerbate issues facing those most in need of care. The Leader of the Opposition has refused to condemn statements made by one of his members comparing abortion to slavery. Abortion is essential health care, and the decision should be made by a woman and her doctor, not by men legislating control of women's bodies. We must always be firm in our support for women to have access to full reproductive and sexual health services. Access to these critical services is an issue of women's rights.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to honor World Egg Day on Friday. It is a local product. In addition to feeding people, helps keep our regions alive. I start every single day with an egg. It's a nutritious, high-quality food that provides good nourishment throughout the day. Producers are right to be proud. In this critical period where we're facing head-on the urgency of food sovereignty, it's important for the government to show its appreciation and respect to these producers by offering them the full compensation they have promised 2 years ago. Madam Speaker, I would take this opportunity to speak about supply management. Speeches are fine, but it's time for World Egg Day to be the time for an announcement of support. The government should keep its word. Producers in Berthier-Masquinongé and Quebec will continue their good work. Happy World Egg Day.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has always been a trading nation, and as the throne speech stressed, the value of the multi-trillion-dollar blue economy is not to be underestimated. In fact, the Maritime Chamber of Commerce confirms that the inland and coastal shipping are key drivers of both the U.S. and Canadian economies. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to see this government taking better advantage of existing resources in the post-COVID-19 economic recovery effort. The Great Lakes St. Lawrence River navigation system, including the Welland Canal, located in my riding, is an efficient marine superhighway that connects our businesses to limitless opportunities and global markets. I am pleased to see this government harness the blue economy by supporting initiatives like local strategic trade corridors. In Niagara, we are advancing the development of 3 multimodal hubs along the Welland Canal. To the Hamilton Oshawa Port Authority and the cities of Port Colborne, Welland, and Thorold, congratulations and thank you for moving forward on establishing the Niagara Ports Multimodal Trade Corridor. Thanks to this government, Mr. Speaker, for showing foresight and innovation by supporting and fostering all the blue economy has to offer.
Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While this pandemic has certainly taken its toll, it has not been able to dampen the spirits of countless volunteers who continue to do everything they can to give back. The wonderful volunteers in my region are no exception, and several have been recently recognized for their efforts. Constable Jeff Lalonde, a 20-year veteran with the Cornwall Police Service, honored with the Governor General's Sovereign's Medal for Volunteers. Gloria Waldriff with the Friendly Circle Seniors Club in Long Sault, named Volunteer of the Year. Mountain Township District Lion Ted Seelan, presented with the Melvin Jones Fellowship Award, and Lion Bill Havicus with the Helen Keller Fellowship Award. And Bertie McGillis, named Volunteer of the Year for Big Brothers Big Sisters of Cornwall District, just one of the many volunteers they acknowledge from that organization. Mr. Speaker, I'd need about a 10-minute statement to recognize all the wonderful individuals who volunteer throughout Cornwall, the United Counties of SD&G, and Akwesasne. So I give all of our volunteers my great felt and heartfelt thanks for all that they do, particularly during these difficult times. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Thanksgiving takes place at a time of great trial for Canadians and their families. But this year we celebrate differently, more quietly, limiting our gatherings. Pour plusieurs familles,
For many families, unfortunately, there will be a hole, and they will be missing a loved one. We must recognize the courage and determination of our essential workers. We must honor and thank them for their dedication and sacrifices.
we face both health and economic crises of historic proportions. We're worried, but we also know that our families and our governments stand together, supporting each other. When we walk through a storm here in Canada, we hold our heads up high, and we won't be afraid of the dark. Nous sommes un grand pays.
We are a great country, united in this fight against the virus. It's the very spirit of Thanksgiving, helping each other through these difficult times.
Walk on, with hope in your hearts, because we never walk alone. We never walk alone, even when everyone is doing their part by staying apart to save lives. Happy Thanksgiving. Joyeux Action de Grâce.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, before beginning on behalf of the residents of my riding, I'd like to wish you, the House, and of course everyone in Canada a happy but a safe Thanksgiving. I'd also like to thank the Fort York Food Bank, the Alex Park Community Centre, and countless other volunteers in the riding, like the people of Report TO, who this weekend will be donating food and care to make sure as many as possible feel included in community but safe hosted Thanksgiving celebrations. Mr. Speaker, for homeless Canadians, for people living in tents and parks, for women who may be couch surfing, or young people who are fleeing to the safety of shelters, Thanksgiving weekend is a difficult time and not necessarily a moment to give thanks. The National Housing Strategy has legislated the right to housing. And last month, we added $1.2 billion to the $55 billion program to address these situations with even greater focus. Homelessness can be ended, and our government is working hard with municipalities, Indigenous housing providers, provinces, territories, and people who have experienced homelessness to do just that, end it. I invite the opposition to work with us to realize this goal. Canada, let's get to work.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
A couple weeks ago, people in Vancouver were shocked to see ads seeking to shame those who have more than one child. One such ad declared, "The most loving gift you can give your child is not to have another," beside the picture of a black baby. This ad reminds us of racist undertones which have often been associated with the population control movement, targeting minority communities in particular with the message that they should have fewer children. But it also perpetuates the false and disproven idea that large families are bad for society. In reality, parents who make the sacrifice of raising children into productive citizens should be celebrated and not stigmatized. Honestly, parents of large families have enough to worry about. Having a larger population of younger people entering the workforce helps to ensure that there are enough taxpayers supporting the needs of our seniors. So my riding association is fighting back. We are taking out ads on buses sharing one of my favorite quotes from Mother Teresa. "How can there be too many children? That is like saying there are too many flowers." I will continue to stand up for families.
Honourable Member for Markham-Stouffville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout the pandemic, organizations in my riding of Markham-Stouffville have stepped up to support our community. Stouffville's Royal Canadian Legion fundraised over $10,000 so it can continue to provide services to local seniors and veterans, including virtual services to reduce social isolation and resulting depression. Also, the Canadian Martoma Church in Stouffville donated more than $26,000 to the Markham-Stouffville Hospital Foundation towards the purchase of a new ventilator. And I recently attended the Yikang Seniors Club of Markham's celebration of the Mid-Autumn Festival, where hand sanitizer, masks, and of course mooncakes were provided to seniors. These are just a few examples of how people in Markham-Stouffville are supporting each other. Actions like these are what make our communities stronger, and they're a reminder that by working together, we can defeat COVID-19 and move Canada forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I rise as chair of the Canada-Azerbaijan Parliamentary Friendship Group to express my deep concern regarding the ongoing military conflicts in the Nagorno-Karabakh region. The violence must end, as there can be no long-term solution through military action. I urge both Armenia and Azerbaijan to step back from the precipice, adhere to the historical ceasefire, and protect all civilians regardless of their nationalities. Nations with ulterior motives, other than the preservation of human life, need to step back and let the peace process take hold. The territorial integrity of both Armenia and Azerbaijan must be respected, and the right to self-determination supported by the international community. I call on the Government of Canada to work quickly with the global community to secure peace and to back the resumption of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe negotiations within the framework of the Minsk Group process. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the Government of Alberta announced a 10-year, $30 billion strategy to attract petrochemical and associated recycling investment to the province, with the goal of becoming an environmental and recycling leader in North America. Then, in a hastily called press conference the following day, this government jeopardized Alberta's long-term plans. Investors in Alberta's comprehensive plastic strategy now face increased uncertainty for the future of the petrochemicals industry. Mr. Speaker, these generational plastic investments have the potential to create a world-leading $1.4 billion recycling industry, employing a projected 19,000 workers for 50 years or more. The petrochemical industry will be a key partner in developing green, reusable plastic products, yet this government seems intent on banning development opportunities for vital sectors to our recovery and banning jobs for workers. Mr. Speaker, I wonder, why is this government so intent on destroying jobs in Alberta?
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
People in my community are struggling with the economic impacts of COVID-19, but also with the housing crisis and growing economic inequality. And at the same time, the people at the very, very top in Canada have gotten richer and richer. The Liberals and Conservatives have set up systems that allow their corporate friends to get sweet deals while avoiding paying their fair share. People in my riding need housing. And we used to have a federal government in the 70s and 80s that invested in housing. And if we made corporations like Amazon and Facebook pay their fair share, if we taxed wealth over $20 million and the excess profits of corporations who are profiting off this pandemic, if we crack down on offshore tax havens, we would have billions and billions and billions of dollars to invest in things like building affordable, sustainable housing. The BC government has invested historic amounts in housing. Our federal government needs to step up, at least match the provincial funding, take care of Canadians who are just trying to keep a roof over their head, and start making the wealthiest pay their fair share.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not everyone gets the opportunity to be a hero, and perhaps it's even rarer still to be one when you're very young and even a teenager. That is what Dylan Delory did on September 27th in being a hero. While he and his best friend were sleeping in a camp where they had settled for the night, there was a fire. They were woken up, or he was woken up by smoke and the heat, and he immediately rescued his friend without thinking. And they managed to get out safe and almost entirely uninjured. I want to pay tribute to this heroic gesture by this young man from Baie-Comeau. His heart spoke and allowed him that night to save 2 lives. Dylan, I know that you think you didn't do very much, but I can tell you that it is something. And I want to thank you for your good deed, and I cannot wait to meet you. You're an example for me and for the people in this House, as well as for other children and all Quebecers and anyone listening. Thank you.
The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government continues to take Saskatchewan for granted. Their throne speech failed to even mention Western alienation and deliberately ignored the serious challenges facing our leading economic drivers. To add insult to injury, Mr. Speaker, when asked this week for a real plan for energy workers and their families, the Deputy Prime Minister responded by boasting about the delivery of the CERB program in Western Canada. That response, Mr. Speaker, demonstrates just how out of touch the government benches are. Our hard-working energy workers are not asking for a handout, Mr. Speaker. They are asking the Prime Minister to stop favouring foreign energy, to support an economic sector that contributes so much wealth to our entire country, and for him to stop going out of his way to attack their livelihoods and their ability to put food on their tables. Mr. Speaker, it is time that the Prime Minister take his head out of the sand and to fight for all Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville. We seem to be frozen. Okay. Oral questions, question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Canada had a pandemic alert system that was admired by everyone. But in 2018, the Liberal government cancelled this mandate for Canadian experts. They didn't want to contradict official data from the Chinese government. Mr. Speaker, why? Is this Prime Minister listening more to the Chinese government than our Canadian experts? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, that's entirely false. Since the beginning, we've relied on expert advice, and funding and personnel have remained constant since 2015 for that unit, and we're concerned by reports saying that they couldn't do their work, even though for several weeks the minister conducted independent examinations so their work could continue. We took the pandemic seriously from day one, and we're working with experts. That's what we've done since the beginning. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has just said that he's listening to experts. But experts, well, senior officials have said that the Liberal government's decision was incomprehensible. Our Canadian experts are denouncing the ideological decision of the PM. When the Prime Minister trusts Chinese data more than our own Canadian data, why? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, that's just anything. It's not true. Since the beginning, we've been working with scientists and we've been listening to them. And in terms of the agency he's talking about, the funding and the personnel of that agency have remained the same since 2015. And moreover, we heard concerns from public servants, and we conducted an investigation. We started one a few weeks ago, so we know what could happen, and we can continue to work with scientists as best possible. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister said that he would follow what our allies were doing when it comes to Huawei. As part of the Five Eyes, we share intelligence with the United Kingdom. This morning, their House of Commons found that Huawei is strongly linked to the Chinese state and the Chinese Communist Party, despite claims to the contrary. Why is this Prime Minister ignoring all the warnings about Huawei in Canada's 5G network?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, that's simply not true. We've worked very closely with our allies and Five Eyes partners around the world to ensure the safety and security of Canadians and of our infrastructure. We will continue to make decisions based on expert advice, on our intelligence and security professionals as we move forward to do what we need to do to keep Canadians safe in an increasingly interconnected world.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, his security experts are reading the report out of the UK that found that Huawei had been financed by the Chinese state to a tune of $75 billion in the last 3 years. It also found that Huawei had engaged in a variety of intelligence, security, and intellectual property violations around the world. In Canada, the National Post has reported that Huawei theft may have led to the downfall of Nortel, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 4 of the Five Eyes have spoken when it comes to Huawei. Why is this Prime Minister the only one with his eyes closed?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to be very focused on keeping Canadians safe. We are certainly aware of all these reports and are looking very carefully at them, but we trust our experts in our security realm, in our intelligence realm, to make fact-based recommendations to us. They are gathering information from our partners. They are looking at the situation. We will move forward in a responsible way that keeps Canadians safe, as we have every step of the way.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the potential closure of the Come By Chance refinery could mean up to 1,400 job losses across Newfoundland and Labrador. It would affect dozens of harbour and outport communities in the province. We're also learning that it could create a severe propane shortage, leaving 2,000 households relying on ferry services during the winter. The head of the local steelworkers union said that the Natural Resource Minister has been silent. Mr. Speaker, when will that minister finally speak up for the people of Arnold's Cove and the citizens of Newfoundland and Labrador?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is lovely to hear the Conservatives finally realizing there is a Newfoundland and Labrador that we need to preoccupy ourselves with. We have been working with them very closely, both our Minister of Natural Resources and the new Premier, whom I spoke to just days ago, to talk about how we can continue to work to support workers in Newfoundland and Labrador and indeed in energy sector across the country. We will continue to be there to stand up for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. We will continue to be there to support our workers right across the country as we move forward through this difficult time and into decades to come.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in my question, I had barely pronounced the word machine gun when right away the PM responded by talking about party financing. The idea associations in the brain can make her crazy. Then I asked him if he knew Mr. Weiwei, a criminal arrested in Toronto, and right away he talked about Liberal Party financing. He must be important, Mr. Weiwei, for Liberal Party funding. Is this because Mr. Weiwei and his gang stopped funding the Liberal Party because they requested the wage subsidy? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The member for La Prairie. Yesterday, the National Post reported that a rich Toronto businessman, Mr. Weiwei, was arrested for arms possession and held in an underground casino. Mr. Weiwei met with the PM on May 6, 2016, accompanied by the founder of Wealth One Bank. 3 days later, Mr. Weiwei met with the PM again to discuss trade relations between China and Canada. So here's another simple question. How much all of these meetings between the Prime Minister and rich Chinese investors from Toronto have raked in for the Liberal Party? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The rules we have in place for the federal government for party financing are very robust, and ours are even stricter. Party financing activities are all public, and we even invite journalists to take part in them to observe. Instead of acting in secret, the other parties, the Conservatives and the Bloc, should make their funding activities public so that Canadians can see who is funding them. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As small businesses fear to have to close their doors because of COVID-19, big companies are making record profits on COVID-19. We are proposing a tax on excessive profits of big companies during this pandemic. Is the Prime Minister on the side of billionaires or small businesses? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The first thing that we did when we came to power in 2015 was to increase taxes on the richest 1% so that we could reduce taxes for the middle class, and that's exactly what we did. But unfortunately, the New Democrats voted against this initiative. We are always going to try to create economic wealth and ensure that our tax system is fair for everyone. And we're always going to help the middle class and those who are working hard to reach it. And we're going to get through this pandemic together by taking care of the health and our economy.
Health. Mr. Speaker, I spoke with Jennifer and Kane, Dominion grocery store workers who barely earn minimum wage and are struggling to get by, while large corporate grocery stores made massive profits off the pandemic. We're proposing a tax on excess profits made by wealthy corporations during the pandemic. Now, does the Prime Minister stand with billionaire profiteers, or does he stand with working people? Will the Prime Minister tax the excess profits made by wealthy corporations off the pandemic?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the extraordinary frontline workers like Jennifer who every day help keep food on our shelves, keep our economy rolling even in the most difficult moments of the shutdown. That is why we stepped up on supports for workers, for small businesses, for families, and we will continue to work to ensure that we're supporting Canadians through this pandemic and beyond. In regards to the wealthy, first thing we did was raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% and lower them for the middle class. Unfortunately, the NDP voted against that initiative.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, today we found out that some Quebec schools have had to resort to using private firms to test their teachers for COVID and keep their students safe because the Prime Minister has failed to get rapid tests into their hands. Yep. Our publicly funded healthcare system, which to be very clear, the Conservative Party strongly supports, is breaking because the Prime Minister has failed to do his job and get these tests into the hands of Canadians when other countries around the world have done so months ago. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we've worked with provinces and territories to make sure that they have the tools, the financial support, the expertise, the additional personnel to manage the outbreak. We'll continue to work with provinces like Ontario, Quebec, and indeed all the provinces and territories to ensure they have what they need. Mr. Speaker, this is a complex situation. As the member knows, we've approved a number of rapid tests, and we have been all along. And Mr. Speaker, we'll make sure that the provinces and territories have equal access to those tests as soon as they arrive.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
They've done such a great job that some provinces have had to send tests to California to be processed. They've done such a great job that people are waiting 10 days for their results. And now we're seeing Quebec schools having to use private firms against the notion of publicly funded healthcare in Canada because of their failure to procure tests. This government is deceiving Canadians. There are no rapid tests in the hands of Canadians, no widespread use, and it's because of their failure and this minister's incompetence. When will it be in widespread use?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it appears the member opposite is deceiving Canadians because, in fact, we've had rapid tests in the field since early months of COVID-19, supporting rural and remote communities, Indigenous communities, to make sure they have access to testing in a rapid and convenient way because they are such fragile and vulnerable communities. Mr. Speaker, we've spent billions of dollars supporting provinces and territories to boost up their capacity to test, to trace, to isolate. We've got rapid response programs to go into hotspots to support provinces and territories with human resource challenges, and we'll continue, Mr. Speaker, to do whatever it takes to help Canadians through this.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
To be clear, this minister considers a 10-day wait for tests rapid. It's ridiculous. The reality is that somebody standing in line waiting for their results in any part of the country today is not going to have an access to a rapid test because this minister has failed to do her job. We know that these tests aren't going to be available in widespread use at the earliest next year, and it's because they've failed. We're going into Thanksgiving weekend. We're hearing warnings about an even greater outbreak because we don't have rapid tests. When will these tests be in widespread use across the country?
Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, I reiterate my offer to have the member opposite briefed by the department to understand that testing is really only one aspect of containing COVID-19. Of course, testing is an important aspect, but provinces also need the opportunity to contact trace, to isolate, to ensure they protect vulnerable communities. Mr. Speaker, we've been working on this side of the House since day one. I encourage the member opposite to learn a bit more about how to contain these outbreaks.
The Honourable for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, since day one, the government has been dragging its heels in terms of adopting rapid testing for COVID. The result is we've learned that schools in the Quebec region have to call on a private company to test for testing results for teachers. Sometimes Quebec has to wait 6, 9, or 10 days for results. Why? Because this government took a long time to evaluate rapid testing. Why? The Honourable Minister, I've had a good discussion with my colleague, Mr. Dubé.
Reports that will continue to offer to Quebec and to the Quebecois to ensure that they have what they need as they combat the second wave. Mr. Speaker, we have approved rapid tests. We have rapid tests in the field, and they are not the only solution, Mr. Speaker, to combating COVID-19. We also have to ensure that we have human resources to contact trace, to isolate close contacts. And, Mr. Speaker, we're there for Quebec for those issues as well. We'll continue to work with the provinces and territories on this side, Mr. Speaker, to meet them with what they need to contain the virus.
The Honourable for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Dubé, like all Canadians, wants to have rapid testing because this way teachers won't have to wait days and days for results. School boards won't have to pay private companies. So here's a simple question, Minister. How come in Japan they've had rapid testing since March and in the U.S. since August, but the government just woke up last week? The Honourable Minister.
Apply to Health Canada to get approval for rapid tests. We've been able to quickly turn around those approvals. In fact, the last test was in under 30 days. Mr. Speaker, we're continuing to work with industry and to ensure that applicants apply to Canada to sell these rapid tests here. But I will repeat, Mr. Speaker, they are not a silver bullet to managing COVID-19. In fact, experts around the world have said that you need to have a robust strategy to contain the virus that includes, of course, testing, but also contact tracing, also isolation. Mr. Speaker, we'll stop at nothing to support provinces and territories to protect their citizens. Thank you.
I can appreciate the honourable members distancing themselves, but they don't have to talk loud. They can cut their masks on and go to the side and do it quietly. They don't have to shout across the aisle to hear what they're saying with their friends. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
October 15th marks Infant Loss Remembrance Day. It's a difficult day for many families across Canada. And parents grieving the loss of a child deserve compassion from their government. And certainly no grieving parent should ever have to navigate a cold, heartless bureaucracy. The HUMA report that's called Supporting Families After the Loss of an Infant Child sets a clear path forward to ensure that parents don't suffer any undue financial or emotional distress as a result of government programming. That report, though, has been gathering dust for nearly 2 years. So when are the Liberals finally going to take action?
The Honourable Minister. Pick one. The Honourable Minister. Pick one.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the honourable member that our policies are informed with making sure that children have the best possible start in life. We have re-engineered our programs to make sure that the processes to obtain them are easy and efficient for people. We have hired a number of agents to make sure that people's questions about government programs are answered, and we've also tasked thousands of trusted community liaison officers to be able to go out into the community to bring people into government programs and get the benefits that they are eligible for instead of having them miss on those benefits year in, year out.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc leader asked asked the Prime Minister an excellent question. How much did these meetings with Mr. Weiwei and the CEO of Wealth One bring in for the Liberal Party? We know it brought in $1 million for the Trudeau Foundation and a nice statue of the PM's father to boot. We know that in 2016, 70% of funding in the PM's riding in Montreal came from Toronto and Vancouver. We also know that Mr. Weiwei donated at least $2,000 to the Liberal Party. That's what we know, Mr. Speaker. But in the end, how much money was raked in for the Liberals for these meetings with Mr. Weiwei and the CEO of Wealth One? Can we know? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would invite my honourable colleague from the Bloc to join us at the Liberal Party in terms of going beyond the very strict law on party funding. We know that the Liberal Party decided to go beyond these strict regulations, for example, by increasing transparency and inviting journalists to attend our funding activities, so we don't do them in secret like the Bloc and the Conservatives do. So the indignation of my honourable colleague should be attenuated by that fact. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Liberals could tell us if they went beyond this law. But anyway, a banker who was hoping for a positive decision from the federal government met with the PM personally for $1,500. Criminals who were operating at an illegal casino were able to meet him personally as well for $1,500. You just have to roll out the red carpet, Mr. Speaker, and pay the maximum under the law to meet the PM personally and sell him your deal. And in 2020, is this really how we want the Liberals to do party funding? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're proposing to do political funding by going beyond what the Election Act calls for, and that's something the Bloc and the Conservatives have decided not to do. Since the beginning, the Prime Minister has been very clear. Liberal Party financing occurs at events where the media is invited and where there increased transparency. And to date, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc and the Conservatives have refused to do the same thing, so we ask them to do the same. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, no one is beyond the law, but my colleagues from La Prairie and Rivière-du-Nord have said that it's important to make party funding public. It was the case in Ottawa before people thought they could do better. And this avoids politicians from having to take pictures with criminals to fund their campaigns or to take pictures with bankers waiting for favors. What Quebecers see in such pictures is that political decisions can be bought. Are the Liberals against public funding because cronyism pays more? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised to hear the Bloc talking about election funding and financing because that's what they've been doing since last week. They've been preparing for elections. Their leader has been clear that he wants elections right away. We're in the midst of a pandemic, so why are they preparing for a pandemic? We're trying to help our companies and we're trying to help workers who have lost their jobs. We're working for them. So while they're talking about elections, we're going to be here for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. We're in the midst of a pandemic, but we shouldn't be spreading the virus by exchanging our objects, but the government has just announced that it's going to ban safe plastic packaging. So there are many workers in these companies who produce these products who won't have jobs. So that's the reality of the situation. So why is the Prime Minister endangering the health of Canadians and at the same time hampering the livelihoods of these workers? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know full well the consequences of plastic pollution. They're fed up of seeing their parks and streets and rivers polluted by plastic waste, and they want us to take action. We've taken a global approach on plastic by 2030 to ban it, and we're committed to getting rid of single-use plastic by 2021, and we're going to act to help our environment and our economy. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. We know that plastic pollution is an issue. We have to take care of it. But the problem is that the Liberal solution is disastrous for Quebec. There are companies that produce packaging that employ thousands of workers in Brome-Missisquoi and in Bellechasse-les-Chemins-Lévis. These workers' jobs are at risk. They don't do single-use plastics. They help families survive and put food on the table. We have to save these companies and these jobs. What are they doing? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that the Conservatives must know that the list of banned products, well, there's only 6. And recycling will be possible. This is very important for the economy and the environment. There are a lot of opportunities that come with recycling and to keep plastic in our economy.
Southwest.
Sounds like the minister's trying to have it both ways, Minister, downplaying his announcement. And for good reason. After 5 years of hauling out Canada's energy industry, the Liberals have now set their sights on our manufacturers. Plastic manufacturers employ thousands of blue-collar workers across the country, including in my home region, Atlantic Canada. When the federal government's pandemic procurement plan failed to deliver needed protective products, Canada's plastic manufacturers stepped in and produced the PPE that we need to stay safe. Now Ottawa wants to call these jobs toxic. Unionized workers across the country want to know why the Liberals keep attacking their families' paychecks and livelihood.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker. I would invite my honourable colleague to actually read the announcement. The focus of the announcement is a comprehensive approach to addressing the issue of plastic pollution in our environment. We have enormous amounts that go into our landfill and into our rivers, lakes, and oceans, but doing so in a way that focuses on enhancing recycling, enhancing recycled content, so that we actually are growing a recycling industry in this country that will employ thousands of Canadians. At the end of the day, it is possible to protect the environment and grow the economy, something they just don't understand.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Loblaws made more than $1.6 billion in extra profits during the pandemic, but they don't want to spend the $3 million it would take to give their workers in Newfoundland and Labrador a decent wage. 1,400 of their Dominion store workers have been on strike for 7 weeks, trying to get back the $2 per hour they got as pandemic pay, the only raise they received since 2018. The Prime Minister may not be able to force corporations to pay their staff properly, but will he join with us in forcing corporate pandemic profiteers to pay their fair share of taxes?
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As Canadians take unprecedented action in the fight against COVID-19, workers on the front line and in essential services are stepping up to serve their communities. The pandemic has put a tremendous burden on these workers who are saving lives, ensuring the safety and integrity of our food supply, and providing essential retail services. Our government will ensure that they are properly compensated for their efforts, and through a new transfer of up to $3 billion to the provinces and the territories, we will provide a temporary increase to the salaries of the millions of low-income workers deemed essential in the fight against COVID-19.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, almost $1 billion in promised support for young people is missing because of the Liberals' WE scandal. Today, La Presse had a story about students who are struggling during the pandemic and worried about their futures. They're graduating, they want to work, but many will end up in precarious jobs and they're drowning in debt. Mr. Speaker, they feel abandoned. When will the government commit to delivering the money they promised in the CSSG? Will they commit to using it to help students reduce their debt?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our commitment to helping Canadians throughout this pandemic has been clear from day one. When it comes to supporting youth and students, we will continue to be there for them. And that's exactly why we brought forward a $9 billion plan in support of students, including the Canada Emergency Support Benefit and Canada Emergency Student Benefit, including making sure there was no payments of Canada student loans, including interest, increasing the number of jobs through the Canada Summer Jobs Program, because we recognize that there's a diversity of needs for young people, and we will continue to work with them and be there to support them throughout this entire pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I am encouraged by the recent Unifor Ford collective bargaining agreement and what this multi-billion-dollar investment means for the future of Canadian auto manufacturing. As member for Hamilton East Stony Creek, I represent Canada's biggest steel producer and hundreds of related manufacturing operations. Can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry advise the House how our government plans to ensure the resilience and revitalization of Canadian industry for the millions of Canadians that depend on it for their livelihoods?
Well, Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Hamilton East Stony Creek for his question and continued advocacy on behalf of workers. Today, we announced a historic $1.8 billion investment, including a $295 million investment, federal investment, to set up Ford Motor Company of Canada's electric vehicle production in Oakville. This will position Canada as a global leader in a growing market, help grow our green economy, and secure 5,400 good-paying production jobs across Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Fisheries has let things escalate to an unacceptable point in Nova Scotia. A problem that was once confined to a few towns along the Fundy Coast now impacts fisheries from Saulnier-ville to Inverness. This government has a responsibility to develop an Indigenous fishery alongside the commercial fishery. This government has had 5 years of talk and no action. When will the minister actually get serious about the problems occurring under her watch in her home province?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since day one, we have been focused on making sure people stay safe and making sure we lower the tensions on the water. To that end, Mr. Speaker, we have been in conversation with both industry representatives as well as First Nations, and we are now at the negotiation table with the First Nations communities. We're looking for a path forward, but we know that this is a very difficult situation, and we'll continue to have those conversations and those meetings with those First Nations communities to make sure that we implement their charter rights. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister has had weeks to get to Western Nova Scotia and resolve this crisis. The ongoing fisheries crisis is a direct result of the minister and this Liberal government's inaction over the past 5 years. The minister has been in her position for over a year now and comes from a riding where fisheries is of vital importance. The failure of this Liberal government to act has undone years of reconciliation work. Their inaction has pitted neighbor against neighbor and fanned the flames of this dispute. When will the minister get representatives from all affected fishing communities to the table and resolve this crisis?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this is a very complex issue. This is something that's deeply personal to many, many people. We are working with First Nations communities right now to make sure that we are able to implement their rights that were affirmed under the Supreme Court Marshall decision. We are also in conversations with our commercial harvesters to make sure that we're hearing from them as well. Mr. Speaker, this is going to be a situation that we're working on a solution for that's long-term. I will continue to have those meetings. I will continue to work diligently to make sure that we address this situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, for 16 years, the Yonge Subway extension has been a priority for York Region, but this Liberal government refuses to invest. York Region delivered a business case in 2009 and another business case in 2013. And in 2017, this government invested in a preliminary design and engineering study. They wouldn't have done this if the project wasn't sound. So what are these Liberals hiding? What's the real reason this government won't invest?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have a bilateral agreement with Ontario that will see the federal government invest over $11.8 billion in Ontario over the next decade, including $8.3 billion for public transit. Success on large, complex projects requires all orders of government to work together, and we remain committed to working with provincial and municipal leaders to prioritize public transit projects, get them funded, and get them built. In fact, we've implored the government of Ontario to submit business cases on some of their major GTA and other transit lines, and look forward to more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind the honourable members who are joining us remotely, if they're not speaking, please make sure that your microphone is muted. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
And yet, Mr. Speaker, this government won't invest in the Yonge Subway extension. The business case to extend the Yonge Subway line is obvious. The Yonge line is bursting at the seams with 800,000 commuters a day and almost 100,000 of them passing through Finch. The Yonge Subway extension will create 60,000 jobs, reduce gridlock, and deliver economic growth for the entire GTA. The need for a Union Station of the North in York Region is clear. What's the real reason this government won't invest?
Honourable Minister or Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, communities from coast to coast to coast rely on transit projects to get built, to get them from home to work to school, to meet their daily needs and services they need on a daily basis. And this government is committed through an historic community investment program, $180 billion over 12 years, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that residents of communities from coast to coast to coast get the services they need. And we're committed to that plan, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, is going to create 1 million jobs as we roll it out.
The member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The commercial rent assistance program is a complete fiasco. It was so badly designed that Quebec had to step in to help. It's obvious that supporting landlords rather than tenants and asking landlords to shoulder a quarter of the cost wouldn't work. Indeed, not even half the money set aside was spent. When will this government overhaul its commercial rent assistance program so that, as its name says, it'll actually help tenants pay their commercial rent? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. As he'll be aware, when this pandemic first raised its head, we jumped into action to support Canadian households and businesses. In particular, we advanced programs to support the fixed costs of businesses, such as the Emergency Business Account, the wage subsidy, and of course, the Commercial Rent Assistance Program. Going forward, if my honourable colleague cares to take note of the throne speech, he'll see that we've committed to offering further supports to expand the Emergency Business Account and specifically help with the fixed costs of doing businesses. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member can rest assured that when businesses are facing difficulties as a result of this public health emergency, our government is going to be there to support them.
The member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his response. We're looking forward to seeing what support is coming because it's been 6 months since our businesses have waited for the federal government to fix its commercial rent assistance program. We needed help during the first wave, but because Ottawa didn't deliver, businesses had to take on extra debt. 6 months later, we're in the second wave, and taking on more debt is not an option anymore. The federal commercial rent support program doesn't work because of the eligibility criteria. We're in the second lockdown for 8 days now. So when will the government fix this program?
Mr. Speaker, I take umbrage with the allegation that our supports have not reached Canadian households or businesses. In fact, certain programs have reached millions of Canadians to help them keep a job and help businesses keep their workers on the payroll. I would be happy to continue the conversation as we have throughout the course of this pandemic with my colleague, the critic from the Bloc Québécois, if he has specific suggestions on what program design ought to look like. In the meantime, we're going to be hard at work developing programs that help businesses keep their doors open and workers on the payroll.
Honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, it's been reported that the U.S. Trade Representative is contemplating putting protectionist measures on Canadian blueberries. The BC Blueberries Council has been forced to hire a legal team because of this government's routine trade relations blunders. The worst part about this, Mr. Speaker, is that farmers from the West Coast in the Fraser Valley and the East Coast in Oxford, Nova Scotia have never been a priority for the Prime Minister. What exactly does this government intend to do to prevent escalation in trade relations with our closest ally and trading partner?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for that question. And I want to assure her, and indeed all Canadian farmers, producers, the agri-food industry, that Canada will always stand up for you. Our government is concerned about the decision, the U.S. decision to launch the global safeguard investigation on fresh and frozen blueberries. Our agricultural products and exports are not contributing to harming the U.S. market, and Canada expects the U.S. to respect the new NAFTA safeguard provisions. So rest assured that we're going to actively participate in this safeguard investigation to defend the interests of our agri-food industry.
You'll have to
call me after. The Honourable Minister of Diversity, your microphone is on. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are getting ready to celebrate Thanksgiving, yet Canada's poultry, egg and turkey farmers are still waiting for support measures that they've been promised by this government as a result of trade concessions. The government is not acting thankful to these farmers who have been working hard and giving to ensure Canadians are fed. The time for talking in platitudes is over. The time to deliver results is long overdue. Mr. Speaker, it's almost Thanksgiving. How much longer do these farmers have to wait to get their concessions?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to reassure my colleague and all producers, poultry and egg producers, that we will proceed with the compensation, and we have committed to make the announcement before the end of the year for the compensation related to CETA and CPTPP, and the conversation is ongoing for NAFTA. We care about our farmers, Mr. Speaker. This agreement was very important for the Canadian economy and very important for the agricultural sector as a whole as well.
Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, 2020 has been a tough year for farmer Tim Bowes in my riding. First, the new U.S. trade agreement hurt his turkey production, cost him $100,000. Next, the COVID-19 restrictions put salt in the wound. When he thought it couldn't get worse, last weekend sections of his popular corn maze were destroyed. Tim is heartbroken, like many Canadian farmers who are asking their government for the support they need to keep putting food on our tables. When will Tim get the help he was promised?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know how hard it has been for our farmers last year. They had to face many challenges, and we want to thank them because we were able to rely on them to have good food on our tables. You know that I'm working very hard with my provincial colleagues to improve the business risk management. These programs are there to support, and we are committed to make it even better. And for our supply managed producers, we will also proceed with the compensation as promised. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the spring and in light of the current situation in Quebec this month, entrepreneurs and small and medium-sized businesses have been hit hard by the economic impact of COVID. Over the last few months, I met with entrepreneurs and families in my riding of Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel, and many of them shared their concerns about the Canadian economy. Can the Minister for Economic Development and Official Languages tell us what the federal government has done for the economic recovery of the Greater Montreal area, and more specifically for the east end of Montreal? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for her important question and for her excellent work. In fact, this is why we had good news, the Prime Minister and myself, last Friday, because Montreal is in lockdown again and we need to help families and workers. And that's why we've invested an extra $600 million in our regional economic development agencies. For Montreal, $30 million and $750 million for the Montreal Chamber of Commerce. Will always be there for Montrealers, and especially those in Eastern Montreal and Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Mr. Speaker, once again, a Liberal government policy is causing unnecessary financial stress to taxpayers. Darryl is a pensioner in my riding who relies on the GST credit to make ends meet. He filed his taxes on time, yet received a letter from CRA stating he now has to repay the GST credit, even though his income has not changed. Why? Because although the Liberal government extended the filing deadline they fail to tell people that this could cost them the GST credits. Why can't this government simply reassess the credits after filing? Why are they adding the financial stress to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, our government Madam Minister, I'm sorry we've lost you. I think you may have muted yourself. You're back. Can you please begin with your answer again? Mr. Speaker, our government agrees that this is a difficult time for Canadians. Our government will always do what it can to support them. The CRA will put people first and will always provide good services to Canadians. I would invite my colleague across to get in touch with my offices and we'll follow up with his request.
Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Speaker, communities in my riding are ready to start their infrastructure projects now. Aging water and wastewater systems, roads, recreational centers, utility upgrades all need repairs. Small rural communities are in need of support in order for these projects to move forward. This Liberal government's utter failure on completing infrastructure projects doesn't provide them much hope, however. My communities are waiting and they want to know, where is their help?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what this difficult time has shown us is that every dollar we invest in public infrastructure can and must do triple duty. Mr. Speaker, our government is investing in infrastructure projects that are creating jobs across this country and growing our economy. We're investing in infrastructure so that everyone gets a fair shot at success wherever they live in Canada. And we're investing in infrastructure that makes our communities cleaner and more resilient. Over the next 2 years, our government is committed to creating 1 million jobs and building strong communities through investments in infrastructure like public transit, clean energy, broadband, affordable housing for Indigenous peoples, and the pipe services that my friend just mentioned.
The member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, this government last March created a request for proposals for PPE for Canadians. There's a company in my riding which for 20 years has been dealing with Health Canada. It's followed the entire process, but unfortunately, it's announced that there were anomalies in the compliance process. I wrote to the minister last August, and I'd like to ask the Prime Minister whether he can ensure that his minister will not favor Liberal cronies and that the minister will respect Canadian companies. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to communicate with the member opposite about the specific company in question later. But I will say this in general, the regulators have very strict protocols to ensure that all product meets specificity about accuracy, about integrity, about the ability to actually do what it purports to do. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2015, our government has made it a priority to improve water infrastructure on reserves. We've come a long way in ending long-term drinking water advisories on reserve and preventing short-term advisories from becoming long-term. In my riding, many constituents and groups like Rotary Club of Guelph, Water First, Wellington Water Watchers, the University of Guelph researchers, Shared Value Solutions, and many other businesses care about these efforts and the vital work that still needs to be done. Can the Minister of Indigenous Services please speak to the outcomes we've already achieved and update the House on the important next steps?
Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, despite being in a global pandemic, on Monday, I was proud to congratulate residents of Grassy Narrows First Nations and Wajus Onagum on their recent elimination of all long-term drinking water advisories affecting their communities. We are working aggressively to meet the spring 2021 deadline, and to date, 96 long-term drinking water advisories, the result of decades of government neglect, have been lifted. While we have more work to do, we will not stop until every community on reserve has access to safe and clean drinking water.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, COVID is having a devastating impact on the financial viability of airports across northern Canada. This summer, for example, Timmins Airport suffered an 89% drop in passengers, while Sault Ste. Marie suffered a 99% drop. This is unprecedented. And yet northern airports remain on the front lines for medical services, food transportation, and dealing with forest fire refugees. So my question is to the Minister of Transportation. When is he going to step up and answer the call of the northern mayors to address the financial crisis that we're facing with airports in the time of COVID?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and it is indeed very important that we ensure that northern parts of our country are provided with essential travel for medevacs and for provision of essential foods and supplies, and that is why we put in place a program earlier this summer which will provide up to $174 million to specifically take care of 140 northern communities. That is our recognition that we must provide those services to the north.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, when most people think about the future of energy, they will refer to wind farms, geothermal, solar, but far too often we forget about the power reclaimed through energy efficiency. Let us also not ignore the fact that some will try to make us believe that nuclear energy can still be considered clean, safe, and reliable. The reality is that it's pointless of dreaming of a greener future if we're not investing massively today on how to preserve our energy, reducing demand. My question is to the Minister of Energy Resources. How much precisely is the government projected to invest to intensify energy efficiency in comparison to the upcoming investment to increase Canada's reliance on nuclear power?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, energy efficiency is a critical piece of moving forward with an effective climate plan. It's also an opportunity for us to think about how we create jobs and economic opportunity for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. It is part of a plan that will obviously need to include a focus on renewable energy, how we actually reduce emissions in all sectors across the country. Certainly, the announcement today by the Prime Minister and Premier Ford with respect to zero-emission vehicle manufacturing is a critical piece of that plan as well. We will be moving forward to address all of those issues.
And that's all the time we have today for questions. C'est tout le temps qu'on a. Nous avons un...
That's all the time we have. We have a point of order.
Paul Rivers, rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations with the other parties, and if you seek it, I hope there is unanimous consent for the following. That the House, A, recognize that the wait times at Veterans Affairs Canada are exceedingly long, leaving some veterans without an income with which to support themselves and their loved ones while receiving the care they need. B, recognize that government ministers and members encouraged Canadians to apply for the Canada Emergency Response Benefit CERB, that these members said the government would address issues with eligibility in the future, and that a small number of veterans applied for and received the CERB as a means of bridging their personal finances until such a time that their Veterans Affairs Canada applications are processed and they receive the payments they are owed with which they intend to repay the CERB. And C, call on the government to ensure that no veteran is fined or otherwise punished for having received the CERB when they did not meet the eligibility criteria, and that those veterans not be required to repay the CERB they received until their applications at Veterans Affairs Canada are processed and their pensions are paid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This being a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will only ask those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Par conséquent,
accordingly, all those opposed to what the honourable member has proposed will please say nay.
We don't have unanimous consent, unfortunately. The next point of order is coming from the honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the honourable members for unanimous consent to complete my SO 31. Unfortunately, I was cut off due to technical difficulties.
This being a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will only ask those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Accordingly, all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I believe we have unanimous consent. I'll let the honourable member proceed with his SO31, and then we'll go to the next standing order. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honorable members. I am so proud and humbled to be part of a community that has proved time and time again what true resilience and strength is. Throughout the past several difficult months of this pandemic, the true Canadian way has been on display. Our families, neighbors, community members, even through these challenging times. An integral part of my community, my constituency, and the city of Mississauga is the Mississauga Food Bank. Their staff and supporters have worked tirelessly to help put food in the hands of our most vulnerable and needy citizens. For the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday, Mayor Bonnie Crombie and the city of Mississauga are doing a Thanksgiving food drive. I'm really proud to say that my family and friends have joined as generous supporters from Cooksville to rise to this challenge and raise tons of food. We were pleased to see the compassion and care take us a long way in our path to help those most in need. I wish everyone celebrating Thanksgiving a wonderful holiday and time to reflect, keeping in mind that precautions and staying apart must be exercised over the next several weeks. I know it'll be hard to stay away from our families, but again, as per our Canadian way, we will all get through this together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As it is Thursday, I rise with enthusiasm today to ask my ministerial counterpart what we will do over the next few days and weeks. Next week, it will be remembered that the 338 Canadian parliamentarians will be in their ridings, not on vacation. The honourable leader of the Liberal Party. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question and the clarification. In fact, we are on a riding week next week and not on a holiday. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will continue the debate on Bill C-3, the Judges Act. Tomorrow we will begin second reading of Bill C-7 on medical assistance in dying. During our return after the week in our ridings, we will resume debate on C-7. And I hope that we'll be able to begin at that time the debate on C5, which concerns Orange Shirt Day. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform the House that Tuesday, October 20th and Thursday, October 22nd will be designated days. And on that note, I wish everybody a good week back in their ridings. Take care of yourselves and your loved ones and remain healthy.
Orders of the day.
Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate at the second reading stage of Bill C-3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable has 2 minutes. Yes, I know, I have not finished yet. Just let me finish. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable has 2 minutes remaining for questions and comments. Is that okay? Great. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier has a question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable's speech, and since the beginning of the debate, I feel that there is a marked interest by the Conservatives and also by the Bloc in protecting women and putting in place the necessary rules to ensure that the people who are judges have the tools and skills necessary. I have an 18-year-old daughter, and I think that it is our duty to give ourselves all the possible tools to protect women. I understand that I have listened and felt what people have said, and I'd like to ask my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable the question. Does he believe, like me, that the Liberal Party is very little present? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have just 1 minute remaining to respond to that question, and I think I will thank my colleague for the question. It's a very relevant question. And he has a daughter, I have 2. And when there are subjects such as this one that we face in the House, we really need to speak to defend our daughters and the women in our lives and ensure that we improve their quality of life. I'm very surprised and disappointed that the Liberal government opposite has cut all of the voices of the women in the party who might have wished to have speak, or all the fathers who might have wished to speak on this bill today, because there isn't a single member of the Liberal Party who has spoken since I don't know how long on this bill before us today. It's an extremely important bill for women, for girls, and unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, what we have done is that their voices have been cut by preventing them from speaking on this bill. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with much pleasure that I rise today in the House to speak to Bill C-3, this bill, which obviously is something that many people who have taken the time to stand have spoken about enthusiastically, because there's a lot of good common sense behind the legislators in this bill. But still, this is a message that is being sent directly, particularly to all the women who are victims of crime, that they will be dealt with dignity and taken seriously, and particularly their judges will have the proper training. The bill that we have before us, if it is passed, and this is what we're going to, that it will require judges to take training when it comes to dealing with sexual assault cases.
This issue, but this is the reality. What we are seeing in the last years is the fact that sometimes judges are have not the skills necessity to address some difficult issue, like when a woman has been aggressed by other people. So this is why, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Ron Ambrose tabled this fantastic piece of legislation, not last year, not 2 years ago, but in 2017. On February the 27th, 2017, the Honourable Ron Ambrose, at that time leader of the official opposition in the House of Commons, tabled that important piece of legislation as a private bill. Ce projet de loi, Monsieur le Président, déposé.
This bill was tabled by the Honourable Rona Ambrose in 2017. At the time, she was the leader of the official opposition. And this bill requires judges to be trained in order to be well equipped when it comes to making decisions on sexual assault cases. Judges will be required to have taken training, will also have to be well informed of the issues relating to sexual assault victims from their perspective, and also understand the impact this could have in particular on these young women who have been assaulted. Also, it will ensure that victims will be treated with dignity and respect. And judges will also have to provide written decisions in order to properly explain what has led them to the final verdict, and particularly to ensure greater transparency. The bill also will ensure that an annual report will have to be produced in order to assess the impact of this policy and to look at all the decisions that have been made when it comes to sexual assault cases.
Piece of legislature. This has no partisanship there. We are not on the right, on the left. We are not separatists or federalists. We are not more or less Canadian. We are all Canadian, but first and foremost, I would say, we are human beings. And when we see someone who has been victim of a sexual aggression, at least what we could see, or what we could hope, is to have a fair treatment by our judiciary system. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, il y a un grand problème.
There's a big problem in terms of trust that people may have in our legal system when it comes to sexual assault. 83% of victims of sexual assault do not press charges. That, Mr. Speaker, are perhaps some of the saddest statistics we have in terms of justice and in terms of equity and respect for human life. Whoever has gone through the horror of a sexual assault will be marked for life. At least what we could wish is that this person could be treated with dignity. Just like all humans should be treated with dignity. But unfortunately, this is not what we've always seen. I remember a movie that was filmed in the end of the 70s, beginning of the 80s, called Bourru à tue-tête in French. This movie talks about the sad case of a woman who was a victim of sexual assault and all the issues she faced. Well, you can say that was the 70s, Mr. Speaker, but unfortunately, we haven't moved on much from then. And that is why the Honourable Rona Ambrose presented this legislation so that at the very least, victims would have trust in our system when they have to go to court. Mr. Speaker?
We think about our mother, our sisters, our daughters. This bill is, yes, focused on women, but this is why this bill is so important. Because we have seen in the last decades so many women getting afraid just to talk about it and have not the courage and the responsibility to table that. But it's not our fault, Madam Speaker. It's because they are not confident in the judiciary system. And this piece of legislation is there for her. Is there to be sure that, yes, you can trust our judiciary system. Et Madame la Présidente, c'est avec beaucoup.
And Madam Speaker, it's with great pride that we remember that this bill was tabled in 2017 by the Honourable Rona Ambrose. I had the pleasure to serve in this House for 3 years with Madame Ambrose under her guidance, and she was very impressive. Ms. Ambrose was elected to the House for the riding of Edmonton in the year 2000, and she served Canadians, and she took on great responsibility under the Harper cabinet. Ms. Ambrose was Minister of the Environment, and then Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Minister of Western Diversity, Minister of Employment, Minister of Public Works, and Minister of Health. She occupied 6 different positions. No man has been able to do what Ms. Ambrose was able to do. And as we know, and I'm sure that all my colleagues would agree, these were beautiful and wonderful years for Canada. Yes, Madam Speaker, we were lucky in Canada to have had Rona Ambrose serving Canadians and her riding as well by occupying such important positions in the cabinet at the time. And I was lucky to have known her on a daily basis as leader of our political party and our political group here at the House of Commons. That's just a small anecdote, but when Rona Ambrose was elected interim leader, I ran into her nearby here, near the Confederation building where my office was, and I...
Bang! Elle m'a interrompu comme ça. Elle m'a dit...
She interrupted me right away. She said, "Speak to me in French." So I took that very seriously when she made that reprimand. But this wonderful lady from Alberta really had Canada at heart, and she respected both English and French as Canada's official languages.
Under the strong and fantastic and very impressive leadership of the Honourable Rona Ambrose when she was there as our leader and as opposition leader of Her Majesty in the House of Commons for almost 3 years. And Madam Speaker, Madame Ambrose is still very involved in the Canadian future. She is involved in some company, yes, but she's always involved too for the best of the future of this country. So I'm très fier, Madame la Présidente.
We're very proud, Madam Speaker, to say that the person who presented this bill, Ms. Ambrose, even if she's no longer an elected official here in the House, she still works for Canadians and uses all her talent and experience to benefit Canadians. And we're very proud to rise today here in this House to support this important legislation that is before us that will allow women to have a justice system that they will trust. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do believe that Rona Ambrose has done a great service to all Canadians. In fact, when she raised the issue here in Ottawa, through the private members bill, it wasn't very long before she was able to get virtually unanimous support for the legislation. And if you take a look in terms of the impact, it's already had an impact on at least one, possibly a couple provincial jurisdictions where they have looked for action at that provincial level. And we see that as a positive thing. We've now had this bill in different forms. We would like to see it pass. The member is very much aware of House tactics, as I'm aware of House tactics, and that might be at play. My question to the member is, when does he anticipate that we would be able to see this bill pass, believing that it is a unanimously supported bill, and imagine what it would take when a bill is not unanimously supported in terms of the opposition coming from the Conservatives?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
And the fact that we shall respect our institution and we shall give the institution all the tools necessary. So this is why this bill is addressing the judge formation, and so this is why this bill is to provide an obligation for each and every judge to have a real good formation about sexual aggression. But, Madam Speaker, this is exactly the base of this question of this member, talking about how could we reach agreement on each and every part of this House. Madam Speaker, our responsibility as parliamentarian is to take stand for or against a bill. In that situation, yes, we do agree that everybody support that bill. This is why we want to give the opportunity to each and every member to speak on that. For those who have this bill in their heart, we have this bill in our heart, Madam Speaker. So this is why we wish that each and every member who would like to talk about it will have the chance to do so.
The Honourable Member for Laurenti de la Belle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague, and what he said was very touching. I'm also very pleased to hear that women can do well and go far. And I'm very aware that for many women, they need to be listened to more. So I have a simple question. How can this bill allow these victims to have greater confidence that have to go through this whole process? The member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm also very touched by my colleagues from the Bloc's testimony. And it's true, we live in a great democracy. This elected official is able to live up to her responsibilities because she has trust in this place. And what we wish to see women who are unfortunately victims of sexual assault to have trust when they go before a judge. Unfortunately, we've known for years that we've never had this confidence or had very little confidence. This bill will mean that judges who have to deal with such horrible and delicate cases of sexual assault will feel confident because the victims will know that this judge had relevant training to deal with this difficult situation. Thank you.
Member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to thank my colleague. I have great respect for him, for his speech and for his comments. But, Madam Speaker, we have had a lot of time to debate this bill. Ron Ambrose put this bill forward. It's a good bill. It's important. He talked about responsibility, and it is our responsibility to protect victims, to protect women that are vulnerable. And delaying this bill any further means there's more women out there that might be before a judge that doesn't have the training that's necessary, Madam Speaker. This died in the last Parliament at the hands of the Conservatives in the Senate. Does my colleague not agree that it's important that we move this forward now, especially given that it's a minority Parliament, and get this to committee so we can get it to the Senate and support it? It seems everyone's on board, but it died on a unanimous consent to move it to the next level because of the Conservative Party. So maybe you can speak to that.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
You know, when the people decided to have a minority government, we were the people of Canada asking the parliamentarian to work all together. But at least we will have a chance to do our job. Who is the one who decide to prorogue the House of Commons, our legislature? This is the actual government. So obviously, yes, we would like to address this issue. We would like to talk about this issue. We would like to proceed with this piece of legislature. But, Madam Speaker, the right to talk about an issue as a parliamentarian is very important, and I want to keep it as long as possible.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor and privilege today to come to you from the First Nations of Nanaimo, the traditional territory, to speak about Bill C-3, the act to amend the Judges Act and certain aspects of the Criminal Code. I agree that we're going to have unanimous consent moving this bill forward. It's a very important piece of legislation, and judges need to be educated about sexual assault and about these issues. But I would put it to this House that the issues that have come up with judges asking inappropriate questions to women who have been sexually assaulted, those questions would not be asked to white women who were the daughters of judges or mayors or chiefs of police or members of this chamber. Those questions are asked to women who are marginalized, women of color, Indigenous women. And, you know, I would agree with this, the speech that I heard from the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre talking about the sexualization of Indigenous women and girls and how that perpetuates violence against Indigenous women. We need to do much more than amend this act. And the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry has called for a task force to deal with a whole range of outstanding cases. Because even to get to be before a judge to talk about sexual assault, you need to have the RCMP or the police forces investigate a case properly and bring forward charges and have those charges approved by a prosecutor. And I want to just talk about a case that's happened in my community. This is an 18-year-old case of a 21-year-old woman named Lisa Marie Young. And in 2002, on June 29th, she went out with friends, drinking, partying in town. She was at a local nightclub. And at the end of the evening, she went to another party and then off to get something to eat. Was driven away by a young man in a maroon-colored Jaguar. She had called friends to tell them that this person was not letting her go and that she wanted to leave. And her friends who were intoxicated didn't think to call police or deal with this, to raise attention. The next day, Lisa Marie Young was nowhere to be found. She's had very close ties with her family, with her mother and father, Joanne and Dawn, and with her friends. And people phoned the RCMP right away, and they started to raise awareness about her being missing. And the RCMP, an officer came by and had a discussion with them, but then went away. He was away off duty for 5 days. And when they talked to somebody else, they said, just give it 48 hours. And they said, this is an extremely unusual situation, and she had actually phoned a friend and basically said that she was being held against her will. Now, this young woman, the cases swirling around this, the stories swirling around this have all been brought back to light because of a podcast put out by journalist Laura Palmer called Where is Lisa? And, it's very clear that the police did not respond in a proper way. This was a young Indigenous woman. The police didn't do a ground search until September 17th. So she went missing on June 30th, and the police didn't engage in a ground search until then. It was members of her First Nation, the Tlaquayat in Tofino area. Those family members conducted searches, on their own without the aid of the RCMP. The RCMP didn't interview anybody from the nightclub that this young woman was at. They didn't interview some of her friends. They didn't do a Crime Stoppers video until 2009. You know, the family had been asking for a Crime Stoppers video about Lisa's disappearance, and they didn't go through with that until 2009. And then they made sure that there was a good likeness of Lisa on that Crime Stoppers video. But the young man in question, Chris Adair, who was driving that Jaguar, he was a preppy-looking kid. They made, from a privileged family, they made him look like a street tough in that Crime Stoppers video. So they were botching that. The police handling of the car used to drive Lisa to her death location is another issue. The Jaguar reportedly was not examined by the RCMP until after the owner, a well-known realtor in Qualicum, had it steam cleaned and detailed. You know, so what, you know, if this young woman was the daughter of a judge or a mayor or a member of this House, that wouldn't have been the case. They would have been all over this right away. The RCMP dismissed an urgent call from a witness who was believed to be an associate and accomplice of Lisa's killers, who called to alert the Young family that Lisa's body was being moved at the moment that it was being moved from the original location. And the RCMP ignored that call, basically saying that she was not a credible witness, mainly because she was tied to criminals, might have been drug involved, might have been street involved. As I said, the people at the Jungle nightclub where she was last seen weren't interviewed, neither were the staff. The RCMP failed to respond to other members of the public seeking to provide information on Lisa's disappearance or murder. In some instances, police have entirely failed to respond. In other instances, their responses have been delayed. One informant, a former associate of the prime suspect, believed to be Lisa's killer, one of several responsible in her death, called the RCMP in 2006 to report details of Lisa's murder, a videotape of the crime, and more. What people have said about this case is that Lisa was taken to make a snuff film, and that she was drugged, she was sexually assaulted, and then killed by accident. It wasn't the intention to actually go through with the whole process, but she apparently died in the process. And the people that know about this have come forward to talk about it, but because they're all associated and known to police and known to people who are known to police, it hasn't been investigated properly. It's also suspected by people in this community that the prime suspect in this case was a police informant. And this, you know, echoes what happened in Nova Scotia with the killer in Nova Scotia who was suspected of being a police informant, and police have no obligation to release any of that information or to talk about that information. So there's multiple issues of concern here with this case. This prime suspect did a polygraph that the police said he passed. Lisa Marie's mother, Joanne, was taken to the Parksville police station to take part in an interview with Chris Adair, who was the last person known to see Lisa alive. And she was told by the RCMP to hug Chris. Like, who does that? How does this happen? This is an outrageous case. And Laura Palmer has outlined all of this in a 7-hour podcast, and the RCMP, once this podcast was released this summer, have started actually doing some interviews of people. But this case just goes to show why the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Inquiry has called for a task force to be looking into these cases to find out why the RCMP and other police forces have not gone through the proper procedures of ensuring that these cases are investigated properly, that young Indigenous women who have been murdered and mothers, daughters, sisters have not had their cases taken seriously. And so we need to do a lot more than educate judges. We need to deal with bringing justice to our justice system for all, because it's not justice for all right now. This is a system that prioritizes people who count in the eyes of the justice system. Because if Lisa Marie Young was a white woman and the daughter of a prominent business person in this community, that case would have been investigated properly. So I am challenging the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Public Safety, and the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations to get this process going with this task force to look into these cases of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And I invite you to come and talk to me, and I will bring this family forward, and they can tell you their story, and they can tell you all of the information that they know, the names of people that are involved in this case. This is an outrageous case, and I know there are cases like this across Canada. So thank you, Madam Speaker, for letting me have a moment to speak about this.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the members' comments on Bill C-3, and just wanted to be able to emphasize that this is a bill that is widely supported. I suspect that you will find that when the vote does eventually take place, it'll be passed unanimously, Madam Speaker. And so it's always encouraging when we have debates on important issues. There's no doubt sexual assault is one of those issues, and I've invited my Conservative Party friends to look at the possibility of incorporating one of their Opposition Day bills, motions, as a day in which not only can we talk about the assault issues, but also other issues that are having such a huge impact on our society. And I'm wondering if my colleague, who I suspect his party is supporting this bill, will in fact or would in fact support the Conservative Party having an Opposition Day motion on something of this nature that expands upon the issue.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
The Green Party is in fact supporting this bill, and the opposition party can do opposition days on whatever they feel is important to them. I would ask that the parliamentary secretary bring my request forward to caucus, to cabinet, that we get this task force going on the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls inquiry, and that we deal with these situations, with all of these stories, with all of these cases properly, so that the families and friends and communities that are affected by these cases seek justice.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, and I want to congratulate his party on the election of their new leader. Madam Speaker, we've talked about a number of themes in this debate. The member spoke about the need for action on the issue of murdered and missing Indigenous women, and I wonder what he thinks about some of the solutions that have been proposed. Not solutions is the wrong word, but ideas for responding that have been put forward previously. Things like having better national coordination in terms of missing persons, as well as issues around police training. And then I'd also appreciate his comment on the idea that, is it a bit too late in some ways to have training happening when someone is entering the bench? Of course, it's important to have that training if someone hasn't received it before, but they probably should have received it much earlier in their life, much earlier in their career. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, your mic is not on.
Sorry, actually, my system shut down on me, and I managed to catch the end of the question. And I would thank the honourable member for Sherwood Park for his question. I believe that anybody going through law school, should be educated on these issues well before they get a chance to come to the bench. And I think that educating police is also very important. We need to do a much better job of educating police forces. My sister was in the Ontario Provincial Police for 25 years, and she will tell any of you that there is not enough training for people before they get in to have a gun and a badge and the power to police. And we do need better national integration on these cases. Thank you.
A brief question. The honourable member of Courtenay Albany.
First, I want to thank my colleague for his speech and for outlining the case of Lisa Marie Young. She's the daughter of my very good friend Moses Martin. And I know that her family member, Carol Frank, organizes a walk in that my colleague's riding every year, which is very important. And people light their porch on June 30th every year so that we don't forget about Lisa Marie Young. The family specifically asked that the government, that RCMP officers should have specific training on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and better access to information on cases, and that the penalty system is too lenient for not following through. And that can the member speak about those important asks by this family and the Tloquet Nation and their ask for these actions? Thank you.
From the member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, I thank the honourable member for Courtney Alberni for that question. I agree that everything that this family is asking for should be acted upon. We need to learn from this situation. It is a horrific case, and it needs to be looked into seriously with a task force and those recommendations acted on. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me begin by saying I unequivocally support this bill. And as a new member of Parliament, I didn't have the opportunity to state my support for this legislation in the last Parliament, so I'm very thankful for the opportunity to do it now. It is my hope that once passed and proclaimed, this legislation ushers in a new era of change, one of accountability and trust within our legal system, one of real justice for the women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA people facing sexual violence every day. In the 43rd Parliament, a record number of 98 women were elected to this House. The statistics on sexual assault say that 32%, 1 in 3 women over the age of 15, will be sexually assaulted in their lifetime. And that's only based on the reported data. That means that as female parliamentarians, we come to this House and to this debate with lived experience. I also have the lived experience of being a resource teacher for youth, of having dozens of children disclose to me the traumas that they have endured in their lives, the mental anguish and stress, the inability to trust. I have sat in courtrooms where abusers have more rights than the victim, where delay tactics and games prolong the experience until a victim gives up, until they have been worn down enough from inaction and intimidation. To think that Canadian judges, those entrusted to uphold our law, to protect victims, and to deter further crimes could be complicit in lending power to abusers through such ignorance and gaslighting is unthinkable. I wish to thank Rona Ambrose for having the courage to bring this issue into the light with her private member's bill, and I wish to thank the Liberal government for bringing it back as Bill C3, and for my colleagues on all sides of this House for their words, their solidarity, and their support for seeing this through. I would be remiss if I did not include the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and the ongoing systemic racism in our legal system. New Brunswick's chiefs are calling for a full inquiry into the failures of our system for Indigenous peoples, particularly women whose lives have not been given the respect and dignity they deserve. The issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women has deep roots from the early days of colonization, where invading forces recognized the power and stature of women in traditional Indigenous society. Just as they intentionally decimated the buffalo because they were the lifeblood of the Indigenous economy on the plains, they decimated the population of Indigenous women as the lifeblood of the people. The National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls' final report reveals that persistent and deliberate human and Indigenous rights violations and abuses are the root cause behind Canada's staggering rates of violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA people. Testimony from family members and survivors gives context to this violence, marked by multi-generational and intergenerational trauma and marginalization. This takes the form of poverty, insecure housing or homelessness, and barriers to education, employment, healthcare, and cultural support. Experts and knowledge keepers spoke to specific colonial and patriarchal policies that displaced women from their traditional roles in communities and governance and diminished their status in society, leaving them vulnerable to violence and sexual assault. The human rights and Indigenous rights abuses committed and condoned by the Canadian state represent genocide against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA people. Given the failures of our education system to confront these realities until recently, we find ourselves in a position where the people with the responsibility to offer justice to survivors of sexual violence are from a generation when consent was not part of the discussion, when the burden was put on women to avoid being sexually assaulted rather than holding men accountable for their sexual violence, when consideration of how many sexual partners a woman had reflected on her worth as a person, when the intersectionality of misogyny and racism was not well understood. This is reflected in some of the comments that have been made by judges in recent years, wondering why a woman couldn't simply keep her knees together, or commenting that she should be flattered to have received the attention, or reinforcing the flawed notion that a drunk woman can provide consent. This shows without a shadow of a doubt that many judges are not well educated on sexual assault. They have the power to influence the victim's recovery, but in many cases we see that the victim is left re-traumatized and without justice. Judges are entrusted with an important job that carries a number of privileges, but also comes with significant responsibilities. And if they are missing important knowledge surrounding myths and stereotypes and biases, their ability to accurately interpret the facts and the law will be impacted. Until our bench more accurately reflects the makeup of our society, it is essential that we ensure judges are empowered with the education they need to do their job effectively. Rape is not about sex. It is about power. It is our job as parliamentarians to ensure our system restores power to those who have had it taken from them. Perhaps someday our legal system will live up to its other name, Canada's justice system, but we're not there yet. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. And I think many important points have been raised by her and by many members in the House today during this important debate. And I'm glad the conversation is happening. And I know that even when conversations happen in this place, when people see maybe they're encouraged to come forward and seek counseling, seek support, these kinds of things. I wonder if the member can just share a little bit more about what additional steps that we can take as parliamentarians. This is, as has been pointed out, a relatively small step. We're requiring training for people at a fairly late stage in their career. What more can we do to respond to this problem, to work together to address sort of the broader, long-standing issues that she spoke to in her remarks?
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my honourable colleague for that, amazing question. There's so much more that we need to be doing, and I think it's such a multifaceted issue. We mentioned some of the, health outcomes, education outcomes. There's so many aspects that we need to really address here. But I think my mind went directly to the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women in particular, and the need for the actions to actually start happening. But a big piece of that is Canada to actually acknowledge the genocide. And I know we've had a hard time saying that word in connection with our own country, but until we can have that truth, that reconciliation piece isn't there, and the justice piece isn't there. So that's a big thing I'd like to see from all of my colleagues, is to acknowledge the genocide that has occurred in our country. Thank you very much for that question.
The honourable member for Shefford.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Fredericton for her speech, and I also congratulate her for the appointment of her new leader of the Green Party. My colleague showed a lot of empathy because, for me, I care deeply about the issue of missing and murdered Aboriginal women, and I hope that we can study that matter at the Status of Women Committee. But I'd like to hear my colleague about the timelines and delays about this bill. The Liberals prorogued Parliament, which clearly delayed this bill. So here we have a brand new bill. So I'd like to hear her on that. And in the last session, the Conservatives did not support the NDP motion, which could have accelerated the adoption of this bill. I think we can all agree that judges' training will not solve the problem of violence against women, but it's a step, and an important step, in the right direction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci à ma collègue.
Thank you to my colleague for her excellent question.
We've heard a little bit about the kind of the filibustering or delay tactics with this bill, but as an opposition member, I am honored to have the opportunity to speak to it. So it's interesting to see that come from our Liberal colleagues when Parliament was prorogued, or we had a delay already of several weeks. So there's games being played on all sides, and these issues are far too important for any games to be played. And I respect my colleague across the way so much, because she is always fighting for the most vulnerable in her community without delay, calling for action, and I feel a lot of camaraderie with her. And so that's what we all need to be doing. Enough of the games. Let's get the work done. So thank you very much for that question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, reclaiming power and place, the final report that came from the murdered and missing women and girls is something in which ultimately I can recall advocating for that inquiry to be taking place when we were in opposition, and very, very much concerned and passionate, as I know all members are, in regards that when we move on the issue of reconciliation. And you know, one of the bills that we were hoping to get to was Bill C5, which deals with one of the calls for action. And my question to my colleague is, does she believe that we do need to continue to have the dialogue and deal with some of these issues in a more timely fashion so that we're able to deal with more legislation?
The Honourable Member for Fredericton, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for that question. We absolutely need to move quickly. We need to speed things up for sure, and I'd love to get to C5. I also have my support on the table for that. But to say that I wouldn't allow other parliamentarians to have the opportunity to speak to this bill as I have just been given, I don't think would be fair. So if that's what the opposition needs is to continue to speak to this bill, then I think they should have that opportunity. Again, it's a day of opposition motions when we've had or opposition time when we've had 5 weeks of Parliament prorogued. So I think in comparison, this is part of the process, and I would allow them to use the time as they need it. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you. I want to start out by thanking my former colleague, Rona Ambrose. She was also the former leader of the Conservative Party and the official opposition in this place. She is the originator of the bill that we debate today. Rona Ambrose has and continues to do a tremendous amount of work on behalf of women and girls, not only here in Canada, but around the world. When this bill was introduced in 2017 in its original form, I had the opportunity to sit down with her and to hear her heart and to really understand the purpose of this piece of legislation. At that point in time, I also had the opportunity to sit on the Status of Women Committee, where we discussed this legislation and its importance at length. Now, this bill is about ensuring that trust is maintained in the judicial system, that survivors of sexual assault are respected by the judicial system here in Canada and therefore feel free and comfortable to come forward with their cases. It mandates that to be appointed by a judge of a superior court, an individual must undergo training with regards to sexual assault law and social context, including attending seminars. Now, this will ensure that Superior Court judges are equipped with the knowledge and the skills that are needed to address sexual assault trials and to ensure that survivors are treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve in such a vulnerable scenario. For the purposes of transparency and openness, the judges would also be required to provide written reasoning for their decisions when it comes to sexual assault proceedings. Madam Speaker, these parameters seem very common sense to me. Now, one would like to argue that this type of training is unnecessary, but sadly, there is one scenario after another that would point to the fact that it is, in fact, helpful. For example, in 2014, Alberta Federal Court Justice Robin Camp asked a sexual assault complainant, and I quote, "Why couldn't you just keep your knees together?" Madam Speaker, that is inappropriate. Most Canadians recognize that this kind of degrading and humiliating language is entirely unaccepted and should never be used in any context, let alone in a federal court. This is a classic case of a judge actually taking his place of authority, his place of power, and misusing it to further make the victim into yet another victim because of his words, his actions, his degradation toward her. Now, I have the highest regard for judges, and I recognize the burden that they face with having to administer justice and apply the law to determine guilt or innocence. This can be extremely challenging. And although Canada has the best justice system in the world, it certainly is not without its flaws. We put a tremendous deal of trust in our judges to function with integrity and professionalism. We expect the best of them. It is in everyone's best interest that they be equipped then with the tools and the skills, the training that is necessary for them to do their job extremely well. Now, we all know that sexual assault is a serious issue. I believe that we would all agree that it should be eradicated. Unfortunately, however, it is very much a reality. More than 11 million Canadians have been physically or sexually assaulted from the age of 15 onward. Now, this represents 39% of all Canadian women who have experienced this. On average, one woman or girl is killed every 2.5 days right here in our own country. Furthermore, Statistics Canada reports that only 5% of women who are sexually assaulted actually come forward and bring it to the attention of the police. Not because they wouldn't want justice, but because they're afraid of being further victimized. That's only 5%. Now, this statistic should be alarming to everyone, but it actually gets worse. Because of the 5% that are reporting their sexual assault cases, only 21% of those actually take it to a court. And then of the 21% that actually go to court, only 12% of those cases results in a conviction. So that's 12% of 21% of 5%. So this means that there is a 98% chance that sexual assault offenders will go scot-free. Madam Speaker, that should not be the case. Every single individual in this country that commits such a heinous crime should be put behind bars. That type of conduct is not acceptable in Canadian society. So why is it that 98% are going free, 2% are actually being convicted? Now, this bill falls in line with our party's long-standing commitment to defend victims of crime. Sexual assault is one of the only crimes in Canada right now that is not declining, and the Liberals have failed to work to prevent this. Contrary to the Liberals, Conservatives believe that we must stand with victims, that we must choose them over criminals, that is what in fact strengthens our justice system. For this reason, we passed more than 30 justice and public safety bills during our time in office, including the Victim Bill of Rights. We put this bill in place because victims of crime and their families deserve to be treated with dignity, respect, and honor. It is absolutely vital that victims' rights be put before the rights of criminals. Full stop. In contrast, during their time in government, the current Liberals across the aisle from me put in place a bill called Bill C-75. Now, this bill decreases sentence times for heinous crimes like female genital mutilation, forced marriage, causing bodily harm, and other heinous crimes such as infanticide, etc. There's a whole list of them, Madam Speaker. It's the complete opposite of what you would hope for from your government. I would like to finish my speech by imploring the government across the aisle to continue Prime Minister Harper's legacy of taking a compassionate stance toward victims. Under the Harper government, more than 30 new laws were passed to protect victims, hold offenders accountable, and increase efficiency in the justice system. During our time in government, we invested $162 million through Status of Women Canada to fund projects to end violence against women and girls. And in 2015, we committed to invest another $200 million over 5 years. That was cut by this government. In 2012, Conservatives launched the National Action Plan to Combat Human Trafficking. This plan is in line with the UN's trafficking protocol and focuses on 4 pillars: prevention, protection of victims, prosecution of offenders, and working in partnership with domestic and international groups. $6 million per year was invested into the National Action Plan to combat human trafficking. Again, Madam Speaker, this government has no interest in this plan. In 2009, we amended the Criminal Code to raise the age of sexual consent from 14 to 16 years through this bill. In 2009, again, we strengthened the National Sex Offender Registry by making it accessible to the public so that they would know if there were high-risk offenders in their area. In 2010, we implemented Protecting Victims from Sexual Offenders Act to protect women from repeat violent and sexual offenders. Through Status of Women Canada, we funded innovative projects to prevent and respond to sexual violence against women and girls, engage men and boys in ending violence, and address harmful cultural practices such as forced marriage or genital mutilation. Canada's Conservatives believe that the safety of Canadians should be the #1 priority of any government. and that all forms of harassment and sexual violence and discrimination are absolutely unacceptable and should be condemned. We know that a strong criminal justice system must always put the rights of victims before the rights of criminals. Canada's Conservatives will always, always stand on the side of those who are victimized. Madam Speaker, it is my hope that this bill will bring some level of comfort to victims of sexual assault when they consider pressing charges and bringing their cases forward before a court. Sexual assault victims are some of the most vulnerable individuals. They need to be treated as such. Many perpetrators are not brought to justice because victims fear that they will be met with prejudice or closed ears or bias. These victims need as much support as they can possibly attain. And I hope that this bill will take us one step closer to being able to provide victims with that confidence and that level of security and assurance that they require. Madam Speaker, in closing, I look forward to this bill receiving unanimous support in this place so that we can send a unified message to all Canadians from coast to coast that we will always stand on behalf of victims and insist on a fair and compassionate justice system.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
My colleague opposite for her speech and for her commitment to the government's bill, C3. I too share many of the concerns of the member, particularly with respect to some of the statistics that she cited regarding women who are victims of sexual assault not feeling comfortable going to the police, pressing charges, and moving ahead with our judicial system and its processes. And I wonder, in that context, if she would be favorable to some of the proposals that we had made in our throne speech with respect to community policing and other reforms of our judicial system, and in particular our policing in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Madam Speaker, this isn't about playing political games. It's not about scoring points. It's not about a throne speech that the Liberals put forward because they needed to, because they prorogued Parliament. And they prorogued Parliament because they needed to skirt their way out of a scandal. In particular, the Prime Minister needed to get his way out of a scandal because there were 3 committees that were very active and very engaged and very much able to attain data that showed that the Prime Minister was perhaps guilty of giving $912 million to his closest friends at the We Charity Foundation. Because of those things, this government had to shut down Parliament, give a throne speech, and now this member opposite would like me to engage her on that issue. That's not the issue. The issue here today has to do with victims of sexual assault, not covering up this corrupt Prime Minister.
I do want to remind the Parliamentary Secretary she had an opportunity to ask her question without being interrupted, and I would ask her that she extend that respect when she is receiving an answer, even though she may not be in agreement with that answer. And I would also remind members of the opposition to ensure that they also don't go back and forth on while someone has the floor. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. I'm very pleased to hear that she thinks it's important for judges to have better training in order to deal with the issues faced by victims of sexual violence. Another important skill necessary is communication for Supreme Court justices to be able to speak in both official languages in this country. In 2006, the Harper government had appointed a judge to the Supreme Court who was a unilingual Anglophone. In 2010, the Official Languages Commissioner of Canada, Mr. Graham Fraser, had said that it was essential for Supreme Court justices to be bilingual. So we know that official bilingualism is still a problem in 2020. In 2011, the Conservative government, still under Harper, had not really taken into consideration the Commissioner's report. And I heard earlier the colleague from Louis Saint Laurent speak with pride about the fact about what Ms. Ambrose had left the Conservative Party, which was the importance of French. Does the member agree that it should be an official criteria to ensure that the appointed justices to the Supreme Court will be bilingual? This is one of the most important positions for justice in the country. The honourable member for Northbridge.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. Certainly here in Canada, we're a bilingual country. I do believe that it is in the best interest of Canadians that our judges would be able to speak both languages. I also understand that at times there are limitations around this because there are other qualifications that must be considered as well. This is something that I would have to give further consideration to.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker. I was interested to hear the member across the way talk about all the things that the Harper government had done. However, she failed to mention the fact that they eliminated the phrase gender equality from the status of women. They closed 12 of the 16 status of women offices. They reallocated funding from organizations that support advocacy for women's human rights. They eliminated the funding to the Court Challenges program, and so on and so on. So I was wondering why she decided to not highlight those things that had a significant and horrible impact on women in Canada.
The honourable member for Lethbridge, a brief answer, please.
Sorry? No, sorry. The member opposite was chirping something, so I'm not sure if maybe you'd like to turn the attention to him. He seems to have something to say.
Doesn't want to respond? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start off today.
There is heckling going on both sides of the House, and I would again ask members. I would ask members to please settle down and allow the member for Saskatoon University to have the floor. The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honour to be here today, and I'd like to put my comments and my support on the record for Bill number C3. And it's important to understand this bill is to go back to where it came from. And very fortunate that our former leader, Rona Ambrose, saw the need, saw the problem, and looked for a solution. And I think if we as parliamentarians can find a little bit of that every day in our duty, I think we're going to be in a pretty good place as a country, Madam Speaker. And what that is we don't need endless study, we need action. And this is what, fortunately, for our judiciary in Canada, this is what this is going to be. This is actual action, and I'd like to, once again, thank Rona for all her advocacy work on this file. My research on this, as much as I was newly elected last year, I do understand that this has been debated, went through committees, it has been discussed at length, and I'm honored to be able to add my comments and my support to this initiative because I do believe it is needed. Madam Speaker, I did a fair bit of research after being informed that I would have the honor to speak on this bill, and it was probably some of the toughest reading that I've done in this job, actually, is to hear firsthand on what some of our sexual assault victims face. And it is very much needed, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to put on the record, there's a couple people that I interacted with and wanted to highlight a little bit on how this bill is actually going to affect our country, and thankfully it will. And I think of Erica. Erica lives in Montreal, and she's a rape counselor. And throughout the day and even some evenings, she's counseling people on the phone and counseling in person on some horrific crimes, Madam Speaker. And I think of Erica, that when hearing these stories and hearing these victims, it stays with her. I suspect she's thinking about it long after the day is done. And Madam Speaker, I think about Erica and the number of people that she would have counseled that may have not have been strong enough to carry on with charges, with report charges, with some of the unfortunate instances of sexual assault in Canada. Sometimes it's family members, and we know that from Erica's stories that the fraction of cases that actually go in front of a judge, and that is probably one of the more eye-opening stats that I witness in this research, is how many crimes that aren't reported. And I think probably the most impactful measure in this bill and of meaningful change that is actually going to improve things is making the court system that much more understanding to these victims. And that will go a long way in helping Erica, where she's still going to have those long days and those long consulting sessions with clients, but at least she knows that if those cases do go forward, that they find themselves in front of a judge that had the training to make it that much more sensitive to these victims. I think of Kim. Kim's a prosecutor in the Hamilton region, and I think of all the times that he showed up or she showed up to court and the victim wasn't there. And the victim wasn't there because of fear, because of past injustices that have been done to people that have been sexually assaulted. I think of the days that Kim goes to court and may witness court proceedings that I don't think we would want for any one of our loved ones. And Kim has to stomach it. And it was really hit home when I started reading some different articles and research. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I'd like to read the one passage that is, I think, impactful and has guided my belief that how worthwhile C3 is. And this is from Aiming for Justice. The legal system has failed sexual assault survivors. She was a 19-year-old Indigenous woman, and the assault was brutal as it could be. The accuser slapped her repeatedly, forced her to crawl, bit her hard enough to break the skin, threatened to cut her into pieces if she didn't stop screaming, and forced himself into his mouth and then into her. A roommate called 911, and yet even when 4 police officers rushed in and shouted at him to stop, they had to pull him forcibly off the naked, screaming victim. It's hard to imagine a more open and shut criminal case. Unlike the vast majority of sexual assaults, there was no possibility of the victim failing to report to the police. There's 4 police officers, after all, were witnesses. And yet the cross-examination of the complainant stretched over 5 exhausting days. The defendant's lawyer repeatedly suggested that the victim was lying, even though 4 police officers witnessed the crime, and forced her to describe the sexual acts. The young woman complied against her will to testify, and so distraught by the grilling she endured on the stand that she refused to return to court. She was then arrested and compelled to return. Halfway through the week-long cross-examination, she tried to admit herself to the hospital, fearful that she was being driven to suicide. The next day, under the questioning the witness about whether she had gone to the hospital because she had an overdose on drugs. Over and over, she expressed agony at having to relive the assault. Madam Speaker, this really enforces why this bill is so needed for me. hearing firsthand how these victims have been re-victimized, how defense lawyers will re-victimize the victim is something that I think would, additional training, I think our system would be that much improved. Madam Speaker, I just want to conclude with this article just briefly here that goes on to what these tactics are called and why they do it. Cites multiple scenarios from recent sexual assault trials involving pit bull tactics. Judges hesitate to stop such questioning because they believe that they may be uneducated about the law or may hold sexist beliefs themselves. Judges may also hesitate out of fear of judgment will be overturned on the basis that the judge interfered with the right of the defense to question a witness. Madam Speaker, this is an example where I think some additional training will help in this court case. In this case that was that I just highlighted, if there is the possibility that a victim doesn't have to face what this victim has, I would say it's worth it. Madam Speaker, I know that we have great judges in Canada. I do believe that the vast majority are appointed to these roles because of the work they've done with their career and on personal levels, that they are good individuals. But there are some that would benefit from a little bit more training on sexual assault. And I'm so grateful that with this change, we will be granting that opportunity to these judges, especially the very small few that may need this extra training. I'd like to also thank the other opposition parties in here that made this possible. This was a Conservative bill of 337, as I stated before, that was introduced by our former leader, and I'm very thankful for the Liberals and the members that are here today. Thank you for picking this up and making this a government motion. And in a very short time, this will actually be read the third time and with royal assent become law. And I'm so grateful that for my role as a parliamentarian to add those comments to the record on C3. Thank you.
Resuming debate, questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Madam Speaker, it's important to have these type of concrete examples that allow us to believe, because we're starting to do this and I'm proud of that, to the amendment of this bill. But however, considering the certain knowledge of peoples that my colleague has talked about, I think we have to go further. My question is, in his opinion, what are other possible amendments to increase trust and to treat these victims with the greatest respect possible?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to thank the honourable member. She's correct in the assumption that this is not going to fix all that ails our society. It's not going to fix sexual assault rights in Canada. We're still going to have the scourge that it is. But what it does do is send a message that we won't tolerate ideas and thoughts in our judges that belong in days long gone. And I make the commitment as a parliamentarian that if there's other additional measures and other bills that are welcome or are introduced on this floor of this assembly, that I would also be very interested in furthering the work that we're starting with this bill. It's been 3 long years. It's time to get this job done, and I'm very grateful that this will be done soon enough. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Small Business. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I was by my colleague's speech. Clearly, he feels very strongly about this issue and is quite passionate about women's rights and the rights of sexual assault victims. I wonder if he has any suggestions with respect to creating even more allies, perhaps education and unconscious bias training for younger people or at other levels and for other populations.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question, and it surrounds somewhat the same as the first question that I had the honour to answer, is that there's more work to be done, that this is not the end, and if you look at training, I don't think there's anybody, be it through education or training, that would say, you know what, we're smart enough, I've been trained enough, we don't need any further training. So with that kind of as an overarching belief in my system is that we can always learn more. I would be interested to hear what other steps that we could consider as a Parliament. Thank you.
We have time for one more question. The honourable member for Sherwood Parkford, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is important that my colleague raised the issue of aggressive cross-examination and the impact they can have on people's willingness to come forward, since the pain that could be associated with that cross-examination. But I also think, even with training, that doesn't change the fact that defense lawyers may choose to use that tactic. And judges, even if they're educated, may fear that intervention will lead to problems at appeal. So I wonder if the member has suggestions for additional things we should consider, or maybe this is an area for further study, how to deter aggressive cross-examination in cases where it's not actually going to produce any information that's useful for the determination of guilt or innocence. It's just used as an intimidation tactic.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question, and I am not a lawyer. I have not been trained in law in Canada, but my experiences are that that judges, I would suspect they do it today, where they will involve themselves if, in their minds, the defense has gone a little too far in the cross-examination. I'm not a judge. I'm not a member of a court. As much as this is a court of record, I'm not a member of a judiciary court, and I wouldn't comment on the practices of judges. I would need to have further study on these different tactics, but I do know, and as I read, some of these tactics are terrible, and they're terrible to re-victimize the victim. And I would hope that some additional sensitivity training would help. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I give my first speech in this session of the 43rd Parliament, I'd like to thank the amazing people in my riding, Port Moody, Coquitlam, and Morin-Belcarra, for allowing me the privilege to stand here today. And I want them to know that it is my joy and honour to serve them, especially during this unique and challenging time in Canadian history. I'm grateful to stand here in the House of Commons as a woman, speaking into Bill C-3, legislation that I trust will mark one step forward in the healing and empowering of women and girls to thrive and beautify the world with their vision, wisdom, and love. I'd like to thank the Honourable Rona Ambrose, former interim leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, and the official opposition. She originally introduced the bill as C-337 on February 27, 2017. I'm encouraged to see this legislation adopted by the Liberal government earlier this year as C-5 and reintroduced in this session as Bill C-3. I'm happy to see many members contribute their ideas, thoughts, and feelings during the course of debates on this bill. Madam Speaker, 1 in 3 women around the world are victims to physical or sexual violence. In Canada, young women ages 15 to 24 years have the highest rate of sexual assaults, 71 incidents for every population of 1,000. The impact of COVID-19 has created an environment for an increase of violence against women and girls. But I know there's hope because of counselors, social workers, and community outreach programs and front lines across Canada that provide a safe oasis for the vulnerable and victimized women. And on that note, I'd like to thank Tri-City Transitions, a shelter for domestically abused women and children in my community, the unconditional love and caring work of women like Carol Metz and her counselors help the women in my community find hope to heal and courage to break free from the cycles of abuse and violence. I'm also grateful for the tireless work of champions like Mary O'Neill and recovery programs like Talitha Kum that provide caring mentorship to help women reclaim their lives, not only from addiction, but many times the trauma behind their substance abuse. I thank them for being beacons of hope to women who are hiding in the shadows of fear, broken will, and shattered self-image. But Madam Speaker, the sad truth is, the fact that we need more shelters and programs for victims of domestic violence and assault, the fact that they exist shows a broken system that allows the cycle to perpetuate, and this cycle must stop. I support Bill C-3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code, because it is one step in a long series of many steps we must take to break the cycle of violence and abuse against women. Bill C-3 addresses the lack of justice for women in the court of law by seeking to improve the interaction between sexual assault complainants and the justice system, specifically the judiciary. Bill C-3 seeks to amend the Judges Act to restrict eligibility of who may be appointed a judge of a superior court by requiring them to commit to undertaking and participating in continuing education on matters related to sexual assault law and social context, including attending seminars. This bill also requires the Canadian Judicial Council to submit an annual report to Parliament on delivery and participation in sexual assault information seminars established by them. And Bill C-3 requires judges to provide reasons for their decisions in sexual assault cases. We need only look at a couple of incidents as prototypes of court decisions that show reviling, misogyny, and biases. Robin Camp, a former federal judge in 2014, when the alleged rape victim was testifying, asked her why she couldn't just keep her knees together. Throughout the trial, he criticized her for not screaming while the alleged assault took place and suggested she wanted to have sex. Camp later acquitted the defendant, Alexander Wager. After acquitting him, he told the defendant, "I want you to tell your friends, your male friends, that they have to be far more gentle with women. This is absolutely disgusting." Madam Speaker, Cindy Gladue, an Indigenous woman who was paid for sex by Bradley Barton and by the alleged killer and was found dead in a pool of blood in a motel room after a violent death. And I dare not repeat the graphicness of that picture because it's just so reviling. The judge presiding the trial repeatedly referred to her as native and a prostitute. Barton was acquitted because of biases formed against Gladue's history. Such appalling incidents further victimize and silence women from speaking up. It is also unjust for families of victims. The majority, 83% of sexual assaults, are not reported to police. These two examples alone illustrate very clearly the cause for this hesitation. 67% of women in Canada have no confidence in the justice system. Of the 20% of women who take their cases to court, only 10% that make it to court come out with convictions. And among those convicted, only 7% of the perpetrators actually get punished with jail time. Others get probation or fines at the judge's discretion. There is no justice, so why would these women pursue it? Insult is added to injury when they're left to walk away feeling like the ones who were sentenced. When an agent of authority like a federal judge gaslights you before a court, where does that leave you? There is no justice for that woman. That little seedling of self-esteem she fought to salvage is trampled. But the chain of injustice is long. There is fear of retaliation from the perpetrator when they're not locked up in jail and are free to stalk and repeat their offense and perhaps even go further and murder them. The lack of support, condemnation, shaming, and shunning that victims experience from taboos and cultural stigmas prevent women from speaking up. If the perpetrator is someone they know like a friend, acquaintance, or neighbor, as is the case of 52% of sexual assault incidents, it's even harder. The court's decision can take away a victim's credibility in their community and inevitably put a toll on the mental and physical health of that victim. It takes a lot of courage for women who've experienced sexual assault to speak up. And I just want to pause here and I want to commend and congratulate the women who have taken steps to speak up and go to the courts. And this is why we are standing here as parliamentarians. You inspire us. It takes a lot of courage for women who've experienced sexual assault to speak up and seek the justice they deserve, because they have to relive the trauma when speaking about it. And if they go forward to the courts, they risk being condemned for speaking up. Similarly, it doesn't help when families of victims like those who came forward with testimonies for the report on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls had to relive their traumas through the retelling of their stories and now still await action from the government. But I hope that these discussions will inspire the government to take action more quickly. I'm very proud that my Conservative colleagues in the last Parliament supported the JUST Act, because we recognize that the justice system fails to respect the experiences of victims of sexual assault far too often. I'd like to thank Ms. Ambrose again for her work on this important file. As I support Bill C3, I do so with a hope that it is an important step among lawmakers in Canada to improve the justice system for work for all people, including women and girls, and not against them. C3 is a positive beginning, but simply that. I hope that passage of this bill will not give license to the government or my colleagues across all aisles to simply relax because this bill doesn't get to the root of violence against women. It doesn't. If we're to break the cycle of violence against women, we need to get to the root. The root begins with the family, in the way women are treated by their intimate partners and their parents. Domestic violence breeds abuse and violence. There needs to be more education, awareness, and a breaking of the code of shame and silence. And speaking with women's shelters, men also need mentoring and accountability. They are a missing part of the puzzle that are necessary to make the healing journey for families and society fulsome. Indigenous communities need all the support they can to help their women. And the provinces can't do all this alone. We need all tiers of government and all community frontline agencies to work together to create long-term solutions, and prevention will save lives. My mandate as a Member of Parliament is to contribute to the making and passing of laws and policies that will help heal individuals, families, and society so each person would prosper, that Canada would prosper, and that personal peace would help build a strong and free nation. Bill C3 is a bill that I am happy to support and reminds me why I'm here. But let us not applaud too loud, lest we become complacent and fail to do the daunting work that lies ahead to heal our women and our nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable for Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I heard a lot of things that I really liked in it, in terms of respecting a woman's body and forced marriage. I still have a question or an issue that wasn't addressed. After a woman, if she falls pregnant, we don't want her to be re-victimized. I'm wondering if a non-choice is a type of victimization. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about, well, should we ensure women in the future that we'll never debate the issue of choice again so that we don't re-victimize the woman again? The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Very much appreciate your question. Through the Speaker, I really appreciate the member's question. And those are issues that certainly require sensitivity and compassion. And when it comes to the rights of women, especially after a rape, I don't think it would be questionable for anyone to consider that she has a choice to do what would make her feel safe and to feel that she is not victimized again. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And And I've said this earlier, that absolutely no one questions in terms of the importance of this particular issue, sexual assault and the severity of it, and the need for the House of Commons to be able to deal with it in whatever way it can. And this is a very good example. In fact, I'm expecting that we'll have unanimous support for the legislation, and I see that as a strong, encouraging thing. My question to my colleague across the way is, would she not agree when the national government takes a positive action of this nature, that it actually has a positive reflection in the other jurisdictions? So, for example, I understand we've had at least a couple of provinces that are now doing something of a similar nature, or have actually implemented for that provincial level appointments in the judicial system. And if she can just provide her thoughts in terms of just how important it is that as a national government we demonstrate leadership on such important issues.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his statement. I think the reason why we're all here is because we want to see a better society. And when we are elected and we go through many processes to come to this place, we spend lots of money and lots of time resources of our volunteers to be here. We owe it to our country that we do show leadership. And I'm grateful for opportunities like this on issues that unifies the House of Commons, to give us that opportunity to inspire the other tiers of government and show that we can work together. So that is my response.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Port Moody Coquitlam for her speech. And I'd just like to talk about the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls that pointed out that police apathy was indicative of racism and sexism that re-victimized girls and women. And I'm just wondering what she would think of also proposing the proposed sexual assault and social context of this legislation into extending that to police services as well as to judges, not perhaps in this legislation, but overall.
A brief answer from the member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
I so appreciate the member's sensitivity on these issues. And just as the Parliamentary Secretary stated, I hope that this does inspire and trickle down to all levels of law enforcement. So thank you so much for bringing that up.
Alors, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, COVID-19 emergency response, and the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, natural resources. Oops. Alors, on a des problèmes techniques.
There are technical issues. If you'll wait a moment, it won't be long.
We're going to resuming debate, and we're just going to double check to make sure that the technology is working, because there seems to be a little bit of a hiccup. I will recognize the member for Calgary-Midnapore. I'm just wondering if she's able to check her camera, because it's not coming up at this end. It did for a couple of seconds and then it disappeared. So the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore, can you hear us at all?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, so my apologies.
We are not seeing you on the camera though.
Okay, I've tried one platform now, or excuse me, one device. Now I'm trying another device. I have had this problem before, so my apologies as I try to figure this out here again.
Okay, I know that it did come on for a few seconds initially.
Okay.
But then we lost you. That was prior to me recognizing you, so I'm just wondering if you could try your video one more time, or maybe...
Yeah, I'm certainly trying one more time here. And again, my sincere apologies as I try to... The other device was made through a problem, so we try here again. I'm not certain it logged in for...
Yeah, it is showing that you're connected. It's just the screen is not coming on. So I think what we will do is there seems to be a technical issue, and I think what the best thing to do is to allow you to do your speech and maybe work with IT to see how best to resolve this in the future. And I would hope, because I'm not able to see you, I'm not sure if you happen to have a headset, but that will be extremely important, at least for the interpreters. One moment, please. I do have a point of order. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm just rising on a point of order. I know it's new, and so we don't have any established procedures from this, but I do wonder at the advisability of allowing members, like the precedent of allowing members to speak without being seen. I know that it's important for voting, and personally, I feel strongly that members ought to be seen when they're speaking, and I'm just not sure that that's the best way to go forward. Although I do want the member to be able to speak, I wonder if there might be some other way of allowing her to speak, but I just don't know that it's a great precedent to start allowing members to speak without being seen.
So I appreciate the members' comments and point of view. What I can indicate is obviously this is a process that we're all trying to navigate through, and we recognize that there are some technical difficulties. It's not about setting a precedence. We did see the member when she first was trying to connect and put that video on, so we do know that it is her. I know that there has been some exceptions that have been made because of this problem, and hopefully it won't happen in the future, but if I will test the House to ensure that we are all on the same page. It is beyond the members' control, and we are not talking about a vote at this moment. So I would just would wish that the House, well, I will test the House to see if they wish, if they are in agreement. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary wishes to add to the point of order.
Yes, just to maybe help us get through this, Madam Speaker. I can appreciate the member from Elmwood's concern. I also share that concern. But having said that, given the fact that you have seen the member as she was prepared to deliver her speech, I'm prepared to allow the leave, if required, to allow her to present her speech, but also then suggest that through the Speaker's chair that they come with a very clear and decisive go forward from this moment on, after this particular speech has been delivered.
I would also I would also just maybe make a mention that this is an issue that should be brought up with the House leaders as well, given the fact that this could happen to any party member. And I know that once you have your speech prepared, you're ready to move forward on this. So I would highly recommend that that also be brought to the House leaders. So on that note, I have another point of order first from the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London. Yes, I was thinking of London, but...
And thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think all of the parliamentarians, we do understand that this is an issue, but there is concerns with setting precedents. And I know that once we allow it to happen once, that it could continue to happen. So unfortunately, I know that the member from Calgary, Mignapore, on how passionate she is about women's issues, but I do think we may just want to move on to our next speaker if possible. Thank you.
Is there any further interventions? Does the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona still want to weigh in on this again?
Thank my honourable colleague from the Conservative Party. That sounds to me like a good way to proceed in the circumstances, and perhaps it's something we could just get a clear ruling on from the Speaker at a later time. I appreciate that the Speaker may not be prepared to rule on the floor, but if you could come back to the House with some clear advice on how the chair will proceed in cases like this going forward, that would be very much appreciated. I believe that was the suggestion of the member for Winnipeg North as well. So that would be very welcome. Thank you.
I greatly appreciate the additional information and all of the input on this very important matter, and I know that the honourable member who wishes to make her speech is probably pretty anxious on this. I will certainly take all of it under advisement, and the Speaker will and will get back to the House on this issue. So therefore, at this point, I would just ask if we have unanimous consent to allow the member to deliver her speech at this point. No? Therefore, there being no unanimous consent, I will I will then go to resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for, I'm trying to think, New Brunswick Southwest, is it? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my surprise privilege to rise and speak to this bill, but I'm happy to do so. This is an issue that has gripped this Parliament now for several years, starting first in the 42nd Parliament and then into this Parliament, not just the first session, but now the second session. And I too want to commend Ms. Ambrose for bringing this bill to the floor of the House of Commons. And thanks to her hard work and the work of colleagues, it appears that this bill is receiving broad support. It is long overdue. It is unfortunate this bill C3 did not pass in the 42nd Parliament. It is equally unfortunate that this bill did not was upended due to the prorogation that the government triggered just a few weeks ago in order to avoid further committee investigation into the WE scandal. And now, of course, we hear government members complaining about the democratic process, a process that is there to ensure that members of Parliament from across this country have the opportunity to examine and speak on bills like this, even when they have broad support. Because if for no other reason, I think the voices and the debates we have today will echo, be that much louder, as opposed to passing it quickly as the government would like. But if the government wanted to move quickly on this, they had that opportunity. Instead, they tried to play politics on other issues, and now they're paying the price and trying to blame everyone else but themselves when they should look in the mirror. And I want to congratulate as well, or thank my colleague from New Brunswick, the member for Fredericton, who I thought made a very strong point, a bipartisan point about the importance of allowing members to speak up on issues. This chamber sometimes does move very, very quickly, and at moments like this, we are all given a chance to speak on important bills like C3. This bill, I think, serves to do a number of things that are frankly long overdue, and I hope in this go around it will be third time lucky, and the government will finally have the support to do something that should have been done years ago. And I would remind the government, which is quick to point to the opposition and say, we should advance this bill. We're doing everything we can. We've been talking about this the longest. We've been talking about this and trying to make it an issue. But at the end of the day, it's not our responsibility to shepherd legislation to the House of Commons. It's the government's responsibility. And if the government's not prepared to do that or unable to do that, we're happy to take over for them at any time and get legislation through. Because this has been a pattern with this government. They make grandiose announcements, whether it's on infrastructure, and they fail to deliver. And this is another example of good work getting sidelined because of politics. And so why is this bill important, and why is this bill necessary? Well, let me give you some facts and some evidence. Victims are female, overwhelmingly so, young, and too often they know their assailants. This, of course, makes it more difficult, not easier, to come forward when an assault has taken place. Sadly, the vast majority of sexual assaults are not reported to police. This is something that we need to change as a country to ensure that when a wrong happens, it is righted. Less than half of sexual assault cases end up in adult criminal court, result in a guilty verdict. Now, I'm not here to second-guess the judiciary today in terms of sentencing, but I do think it's important that for voices to be heard and for folks to and for victims to have their day in court and to assure that they're giving every opportunity to express themselves, to be treated fairly and in a judicious manner. And there are far too many cases, we've heard them today, repeatedly so, that is just not happening. And so if we as parliamentarians can change that and set a better tone so our judges are treating young people, young women in particular, with the respect we deserve, I think that we should view that as a good day and something we should be striving for. So I do want this bill to pass like my colleagues do, and I think it's on both sides of the Commons. But again, the opposition is not here to do the government's work for them. We're prepared to replace you and do a better job, and we will do that with fewer scandals, with fewer rule-breaking, law-breaking, and ethical violations. But at the end of the day, it's up to the government to get the bill through. And we're not going to make it difficult, but we are going to respect the rules of this place. And while the government would prefer to govern alone, there are 338 members in this chamber, and they should all have the opportunity to speak out on these issues as they see fit. And so we hear a lot of the other place. We're breaking tradition here by referring to as the Senate, but the other place, again, with Conservatives in that chamber, again, do not hold a majority of seats. And not only that, as one of my honourable colleagues pointed out today, it failed in the 42nd Parliament because, again, the government mishandled the legislative business. So maybe the government should prioritize what's actually important, bills like this, to get them through, as opposed to focusing on handouts for their friends and the WE scandals and some of the other scandals we've seen over the years that have resulted in this Parliament being shut down, the work stopping. So on this side of the House, we want to see bills like this pass. We want to see the committees going. And even my honourable friend on the government bench had his way and passed this bill today. To what end? Committees aren't sitting. And why aren't the committees sitting? Committees are not sitting because this government, this Prime Minister, closed down this Parliament weeks ago to protect himself from investigations coming from numerous committees on this government's malfeasance when it comes to dealing with friends and cronies and handouts to family members of Liberal Prime Ministers and a former Finance Minister. So let's do the work. But set priorities and make sure you're setting the priorities that Canadians care about, not what's important to Liberals and their friends. So as well, Madam Speaker, I think the case for this bill has been made time and time again. I echo the support of this bill, and I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak here today suddenly and with little notice. And I look forward to taking some questions on it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the government has very clearly demonstrated just how important the issue is, in the sense that we brought it in Friday. Even though we're in the midst of at the time of a throne speech debate, we still brought it in on the Friday. We brought it back yesterday, and then here we are debating it for quite a few hours today. My question is when the member says that all members should have the opportunity to be able to debate the bill, because that's all part of the process. And debate should be encouraged where it can be encouraged. And my question to the member is, we have literally hundreds of private members' bills and motions that eventually do come for debate. And there's always a limit of 2 hours of debate before it goes to committee. Should the same principle of allowing all members to speak on private members' bills apply, so that the member opposite and others would have the same opportunity to be able to voice their passion on so many of those critical issues? Some of them are very, very important to our society, very strong social progressive moves in many of those private members' bills, but it's limited to 2 hours debate. Does he believe they should be, all members should be allowed to afford the opportunity to have those debates too?
Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Well, nice try. This is a government bill. And government bills have and it passed.
Members are not to have conversations back and forth. The question's been asked. The member needs to answer the question, as opposed to the heckling that's going back and forth.
So I recognize the minister would like me to agree to that in order so he could drag out the time for private members' bill. Governments tend not to support private members' legislation because it tends to upend their agenda. So no, we can recognize the difference between a piece of government legislation. And again, we're not extending debate. We're not asking for anything unusual here. We just keep here this drumbeat from the government side saying, end it, end it, end it. Let's get on with it. But you've had 5 years. You've had 5 years. You've had 3 years since this bill was introduced. Again, let's hope third time you get it done.
Remind the member to address the questions and comments through the chair. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Questions and comments. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech and for having agreed at the last second to speak. And closing on Bill C3, I think that we've really talked about all aspects of the issue, and we have reached the conclusion. We agree that it's important to train judges to fight sexual assault biases and deal with other issues. I liked what was said by the member for Saint Jean previously, that my colleague, the member for Repentigny, had talked about yesterday, which was to reiterate that a woman's body belonged to a woman alone. And this is what we're trying to break here, this issue. Her choice is her choice, and it's her choice to make decisions about her body. In 2015, there were cuts to the status of women previously by the Conservatives. There has to be training for judges and also elsewhere. I'd like to hear the member talk about the fact that with the current crisis, there's a risk there will be not enough time, so I will have to intervene to say that you have to get to the question.
Southwest.
She didn't quite finish her question, so I apologize. And I was not here in 2015 after the election, so I can't really comment on that. But, well, this bill is here to ensure that the voices of women who have been raped, women who have been abused, by men have their time in court and can be heard, and judges can respect them. That is what the bill before us is about. This is the bill that our side supports, and I hope that, of course, it will be the last word here in the House. But as I said previously, it is the government's responsibility to pass this bill in the House, or rather to move it forward.
That's it for questions and comments. We're going to resuming debate.
Resuming debate.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Jagger, move that Bill C-3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Pursuant to order made Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, we will not proceed to a voice vote. Accordingly, if a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we would request a recorded vote, please.
La dernière page. Made on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020. The division stands deferred until Monday, October 19, 2020, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent at this time to call it 6:30.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:30? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I just want to remind members that there is still some business that's going to be going in the House. For those individuals that are leaving, I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving weekend.
Order at this time. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House has been deemed moved and seconded. Accordingly, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here today because earlier this week I asked a question on the realities of missing and murdered Indigenous women across Canada. What I really wanted to point out is the fact that there are organizations within communities across this country that are fundraising to help find missing Indigenous women and girls across Canada, and how unacceptable that is. I spoke about the Little Red Dress Project, which was created in 2018 around a kitchen table where Janine Lindsay and Carla Voyager came together to discuss about what they could do to raise awareness and do something more for the families who had lost or were missing one of their beloved female loved ones. So now these amazing women came together, and they have many volunteers, including Carla's own children, who help bead small red dresses in earrings and in pins, and all the money and the proceeds that they get from those beautiful pieces of art go into putting up billboards across the communities, identifying Indigenous women who are lost, who are missing. What is most ironic about this, Madam Speaker, is that they got this idea from a non-Indigenous woman's family who collected the funds to put up a sign to identify that she was missing. This was an amazing thing, but what we understand is we have a terrible situation in this country where missing and murdered Indigenous women are lost, they are falling through the cracks, and now the only way that these folks can actually get action is to fundraise to get those signs up. Madam Chair, too many families across Canada are missing their precious loved ones. And I think that we all in this House have to take responsibility for understanding that there are families, Indigenous families across this country who every day don't know where that beautiful soul is. And that they're afraid when their girl children go out, when their wives, their sisters go out into the world, because they don't know if they may become one of these sad stories. I think of the fact that in the Comox Valley, local families in 2016 created an annual Women's Memorial March in memory of Selena Wallace, who went missing, Madam Speaker, February 7th, 1971. Her sister Verna has been a strong advocate for the inquiry and even appeared to share her story about losing her sister and how at that time the RCMP did very little to help the family find her. She was able to participate in the inquiry, but she is still waiting to see action. And that is why I brought this serious issue forward, is because so many families across this country want to see action now. They want to see preventative measures so that this doesn't happen again. When we see again and again Indigenous women and girls murdered or missing and not found, 1971, Madam Speaker. I also think it's important to recognize that all of these communities are coming together across Canada to try to get these voices heard. And the Red Dress campaign continues to be a fight, but we want to see the action and we want to see the inquiry action items actually put into place. Madam Speaker, I'm hoping to hear from the government today that there will finally be action. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Madam Speaker, I would like to first thank the Honourable Member from North Island, Powell River, for the question, and I take this opportunity to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from the Mississaugas, the territories of the Mississaugas of the New Credit. We share the sense of urgency of the Honourable Member. Our hearts are with the survivors and the families of the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse peoples. Addressing violence against Indigenous women and girls has been an urgent priority of the Government of Canada since the pre-inquiry into the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls was launched in 2015 to inform the design of the first ever national public inquiry into the ongoing tragedy. The final report of the national inquiry calls upon all governments, federal, provincial, territorial, and Indigenous governments, as well as Indigenous leaders, survivors, and families, to develop a national action plan that sets a clear roadmap to ensure that Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse people are safe. That is exactly what we're doing, Madam Speaker. As a speech from the throne highlighted, our priority is to accelerate the work to develop a national action plan, and this work is being led by Indigenous women, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse partners. Guided by families, survivors, and grassroots community groups, the National Action Plan will respond to this national tragedy in an accountable and enduring manner. Our government invested $30 million over 5 years to support Indigenous-led engagement throughout the development and implementation of the National Action Plan. We've already provided $2.4 million to national and regional Indigenous organizations to ensure that they're resourced and meaningfully participate in our combined efforts to improve the safety of Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit and gender-diverse people. We will not let survivors and families down. Work is well underway through a series of working groups led by Indigenous women. The groups are also comprised of Indigenous governments and organizations, federal, provincial, and territorial governments, Two-Spirit and LGBTQ organization leaders, family members, and survivors. Also, as the member knows, Madam Speaker, our government did not wait to act to ensure Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit and LGBTQ plus people are safe wherever they live. Some of those actions include reforming the child and family services system, supporting families navigating the justice system through the family information liaison units that are in place in every province and territorial jurisdiction, investing in housing and emergency shelters. We will continue to focus on prevention, healing, and putting in place concrete measures to end this national tragedy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, for me, the reality is right now across Canada at kitchen tables, people are figuring out solutions to try to address this issue because they are not seeing the action that the government needs to take. I think of the Kumakwe Cultural Society that in 2016 worked with the village of Cumberland, the town of Comox, and the city of Courtenay so that they could have red dresses across the community to alert people in the region to the reality of so many missing Indigenous women and girls. You know, these are grassroots work, and I appreciate the work, and I think we should all take an opportunity to really thank them for the incredible work that they're doing in terms of educating and leading people forward. But this is the reality, is they keep waiting for action. They want to see the government take leadership, and because there is that void, they are taking it. When will this government be accountable for that?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, our government has also been working since 2015 to address systemic issues that contribute to this tragedy, and our shared work continues. As was previously mentioned, we've passed legislation to address the Child and Family Services system, preserve and protect Indigenous language and culture, toughen criminal law in cases of domestic assault, and eliminate gender discrimination under the Indian Act. We've also made historic investments in education, housing, policing, and shelters. Our government is working with all of our partners to ensure that we get this right for survivors and families, to honor those lost and to protect future generations. Thank you, Madam.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I asked a question earlier in the week about supports for small businesses, particularly around the rent relief program. As we all know, COVID-19 has hurt small businesses. I walk around Edmonton, Strathcona, around my constituency, and I've seen far too many businesses that have shut their doors, potentially forever. We know that small businesses are the livelihood of the Canadian economy, that they employ nearly 70% of private sector workers nationwide, and they employ 74% of private sector workers in Alberta. And we need to recognize that every one of those small businesses that we see represents a hardworking Albertan, a family that's being supported by this business. These people have spent years building these businesses in some cases, invested their own money, their own time, their sweat equity into these businesses. And we were happy to see some of the supports that came out, that the government put forward during the pandemic. You know, it was nice to see that the Liberal government was able to listen to the NDP and increase the wage subsidy to 75%, to make rent programs available, to make wage subsidy programs available. But the supports, they took so long, and sometimes they just weren't done properly. These supports were vitally important, but they were frustratingly limited and complicated. I've spoken to small business owners that couldn't complete the forms because it was so difficult to do that. The goal was to exclude family businesses, new businesses, the self-employed, those that were paid with dividends, were locked out of the emergency business account loans for months. And now to talk about CECRA, about the wage subsidy or the rent assistance program. It's a prime example. So many businesses in my riding are gone forever because they weren't able to access that program. And part of it is because the rent program was for developers and real estate companies, for landlords, not for those individual companies that were paying the rent. For so many organizations, they could not access that program. Some other businesses, they turned on a dime. I was so proud of so many of the organizations in Edmonton, Strathcona. But if they didn't meet the criteria of the 70% loss, they were out of luck. So if they had a 60% loss, a 69% loss, they were out of luck. For those businesses that could access the commercial rent assistance program, it was a lifesaver. Hundreds of small businesses in my riding were able to ride out the storm thanks to the program. And more than 100,000 small businesses nationwide can say the same thing. But that got us through to September. Now what? Now what are we going to do? Why would this government throw a lifeline to small businesses if it only throws them overboard as the second wave of COVID-19 hits? Small businesses need rent assistance now, and they are going to continue to need rent assistance for months to come. We need to know from the government that they will be putting forward a plan that will make it easier for businesses to access with the same loss in business standards as the wage subsidy. We need to know that it will be backdated from the beginning because businesses are already broke, and we need to make sure that it is tenant-driven for small businesses. We asked our small businesses to close their doors. We asked them to stay closed for the safety of our communities. And now we have to do what we can to protect those small businesses. We need a rent replacement or rent placement program. We need it now, and we need it to be done much better than it was done the first time.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a previous small business owner, I can fully relate to many of the challenges that are faced by small businesses during this pandemic. Canadian businesses are indeed the lifeblood of our communities and the backbone of our economy, which is why our government is committed to helping businesses weather the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, including by assisting them with fixed costs such as rent. I think the government's record on the support we've provided to date speaks for itself. In the spring, we quickly put in place a suite of new broad measures through Canada's COVID-19 Economic Response Plan to provide urgent support to Canadians and businesses as the pandemic swept across the country. Measures that have helped to protect millions of jobs and support Canadian employers, big and small, to help them weather the storm and keep their workers on the payroll. For example, the Canada Emergency Business Account, or CEBA, is helping small businesses and not-for-profits to cover their unavoidable costs at a time when their revenues have been temporarily reduced. CEBA has already issued over 767,000 loans, totaling more than $30.6 billion. Or the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, which is helping businesses and other employers keep employees on the payroll. Since its launch, the wage subsidy has supported over 3.6 million Canadian employees with more than $39 billion paid out in wage subsidies. Also consider the Canada Business Availability Program and other credit and liquidity support totaling $286 billion, which have ensured that businesses have the access to the credit they need to pay their bills and to help their businesses stay afloat. And we must mention the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program. Since its launch, CECRA has helped some 130,000 small business tenants that employ over 1.1 million employees by providing over $1.8 billion to pay their rent. In addition to these measures, the government has provided $85 billion in tax and customs duties payments deferrals to meet liquidity needs of businesses and Canadian families. In the face of an uncertain economic situation and tightening credit conditions, these measures have supported businesses while protecting valuable Canadian jobs that depend on it. However, we recognize that many small businesses and entrepreneurs continue to need help with cash flow and paying their operating costs, including rent. And we intend to use our fiscal firepower to make the investments needed to help businesses across Canada to face this challenge. Madam Speaker, we laid out our intent to continue supporting Canadian businesses in the recent speech from the throne, including through the extension of the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy into next summer to help businesses and other employers keep their employees on the payroll. And we will take further steps to bridge vulnerable businesses to the other side of the pandemic by expanding the Canada Emergency Business Account to help businesses with fixed costs and by improving the Business Credit Availability Program. Madam Speaker, we know that the viability and success of small businesses are essential to our economy. That is why we continue to support them during this unprecedented time while helping them to build back better and stronger. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, as usual, the Liberal government is actually congratulating themselves on what they've done in the past instead of looking at how we need to support those people that fell through the cracks, those small businesses that weren't able to access support. And going forward, we need to know that there is a plan in place for rent assistance for small businesses across Canada. This is an urgent need. This is an urgent call for action for our small businesses. There is no value in saving small businesses through the summer if we allow them to fail in the fall. The pandemic is not over, not by a long shot, but one day it is going to be over, and we need to know that the small businesses in our communities, the small businesses that make Edmonton Strathcona unique, will be able to thrive and will be strong going into the future.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as I've already said, Canadian businesses are the backbone of our economy. They provide good jobs that support families across the country. And you can be certain that supporting businesses and other employers during this unprecedented time remains an integral part of Canada's COVID-19 economic response plan. Extending measures such as the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and the Canada Emergency Business Account will be critical to assisting Canadian businesses across the country in weathering the COVID-19 storm and building back stronger. Our government will continue to do whatever it takes to keep Canadians and the businesses on which our jobs and livelihoods depend healthy and stable, so that together they can emerge from this crisis stronger than ever. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I had the opportunity to put a question to the Minister of Natural Resources earlier this week in the wake of massive new layoffs in the energy sector, both in Calgary and in Newfoundland and Labrador. But my question was particularly about Calgary, and the answer was wholly unsatisfactory in that, but the minister perhaps even came a little bit closer to answering the question and acknowledging the role that his government has played in the exodus of employment from the oil and gas sector. He spoke about oil and gas companies having to redeploy resources and capital while adapting to all of the challenges within the energy industry worldwide. And Madam Speaker, that's exactly the point. That is exactly what energy companies are doing. They are making business decisions to locate outside of Canada precisely because of the 5-year war on the energy industry that has been waged by this government. In my riding, there are thousands of people who have lost their jobs over the years since this government has been formed, precisely because their employers are making decisions to move to other jurisdictions. They're doing so because of the regulatory uncertainty that has been created by this government through bills like Bill C-69 and Bill C-48, the rhetoric that we hear from the Prime Minister on down through many members of his cabinet and his party's caucus. There are real repercussions for these. They are in lost jobs, lost livelihoods, families that are just, I don't know how else to put it, Madam Speaker. I mean, I talked to them throughout the 2019 election, families giving up hope, families split where members of the family have had to go to other countries to find work. Calgary is their home, and they want to be in Calgary, and yet they're having to go overseas to find work. And this government has to acknowledge that both its legislation, its rhetoric, and the signals that it sends to the investment community have a direct impact on these lost jobs. So I had called upon the minister to admit that their policies have played a role in these job losses. 2,000 more employees gone from Suncor. This economy and my province can't handle 2,000 more unemployed workers. And the answer that was provided during question period was completely unsatisfactory and will do nothing to give any sense of hope to the workers in my riding and across Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Before I go into my script here, maybe he should know what's going on in the world. 107,000 workers have been laid off in the United States in the oil and gas sector. BP has laid off 10,000 workers around the world. Shell has laid off 9,000 workers around the world. And this member wants to tell us that it's because of Canadian policies that this is all what's going on around the world. He couldn't be further from the truth, obviously. Our government is working hard to help the oil and gas sector. And his question is a very, very important one. We know Canada's resource sector, their workers and suppliers have been hard hit by the fallout from COVID-19. Madam Speaker, nowhere has this been more pronounced than in the petroleum sector, where producers have faced the added challenge of record low prices caused by the dual impact of a price war and a collapse in demand. Something obviously ignored by the member, either willfully or basically he's not sure what's going on in his backyard. The success of Canada's petroleum sector is critical to the successful restart and recovery of the economy. Madam Speaker, that is why our government is working hard to support the petroleum sector through these difficult times. As a government, we believe in the future of the sector, and I will say it again. I'll say this again. We believe in the future of this sector, including its role in driving investments in clean technology and new opportunities in areas such as hydrogen and carbon capture, use and storage, which is why we have put in place measures over the past several months that are key to ensuring that Canada emerges with a stronger, more innovative economy and a cleaner energy future. We started with the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, which supported maintaining jobs in all sectors across Canada. For our oil and gas sector, the wage subsidy meant sustaining 80,000 jobs. And I'll repeat, 80,000 jobs at the height of the crisis across Canada, 60,000 jobs in Alberta alone. We went further with almost $2.5 billion for the energy sector, providing $1.7 billion to clean up orphan and inactive oil and gas wells. This is expected to create thousands of jobs, including an estimated 5,200 in Alberta alone, and providing lasting environmental benefits. And I must say, the Alberta government and the Minister of Energy of Alberta was ecstatic when we partnered up to do this with the province of Alberta. Up to $750 million in repayable contributions through a new emissions reduction fund to lower greenhouse gas emissions in Canada's oil and gas sector with a focus on methane. The fund includes $75 million, some of which will be non-repayable, to help the offshore industry in Newfoundland and Labrador create and maintain jobs through emission reduction efforts, and expanded eligibility to help Canadian businesses get the financing they need during this period of uncertainty. This support is available to medium-sized businesses with larger financing needs, beginning with companies in Canada's energy sector, to help them maintain operations and keep their employees on the job. And more recently, Madam Speaker, our government announced $320 million in funding to support the workers in Newfoundland and Labrador offshore. This will stimulate and maintain employment and economic activity in the province and ensure that it can support middle-class families and communities. Madam Speaker, our government will continue to pursue all avenues to ensure Canada's energy sector continues to be a key source of the jobs that support a strong economy. We are supporting workers, we are supporting families, we are supporting our oil and gas sector, we are supporting Albertans, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Madam Speaker, the arrogance of much of that response will reinforce just that which my constituents have told me on the doorsteps. He mentioned job losses resulting from both COVID and a global price collapse. Madam Speaker, 200,000 jobs were lost in this sector before COVID, Madam Speaker, before COVID. Before COVID, Shell, which he mentioned in his response, left Canada. They divested themselves of Canada, of the employees that Shell has shed worldwide. I don't off the top of my head know how many of them were in my riding, Madam Speaker, but I can assure this member that this is right close to home. This government has chased jobs out of Canada, and he knows this, Madam Speaker, if he knows his file.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Is down.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What I will respond to this member is he was there in the last parliament with us where we did everything to push through to get TMX built. And it's being built right now. He should know this. I'm sure he does. And it's such an important file. And I know behind closed doors, talking to my colleagues from the Conservative Party, they are happy about that. They are. And Albertans are happy that we are proceeding with TMX and thousands of jobs that are being created right now because of TMX. But I want to reiterate that our government believes in the success of the petroleum sector and that it's critical to the successful restart and recovery of the economy. That's why we put in place the measures over the past several months that I've just referred to. Because we understand the importance of supporting a sector that is a source of well-paying jobs for Canadians across the country. We understand that by supporting a strong economic recovery, particularly in the oil and gas sector, Canadian businesses such as Suncor will continue to attract investments in good projects that help to support environmental and social priorities and create jobs for Canadians now and into the future. Merci.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure.
Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.